Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku had a leveling system and had mini harem? Part 4. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Gamer Hero 010 by SherryBro. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Day 2. Izuku stepped into the clearing, the morning sun casting a warm glow over the dense, towering trees of the forest. After a hearty breakfast, he felt ready to take on whatever this treacherous place had to offer. The eerie silence was only broken by the distant rustling of leaves and the occasional growl of unseen creatures. The dense fog parted to reveal a big goblin village. The goblins, armed with makeshift weapons and primal fury, spotted him immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, they charged at him in a chaotic swarm, brandishing rusty swords, spears, and primitive magic. Izuku's lips curled into a confident smirk. "Izuku. Looks like I've crashed the party," he mused, rolling his shoulders as he prepared for the incoming onslaught. "All right then, let's dance." The first goblin lunged at him, swinging a chipped sword aimed at Izuku's head. With a subtle shift of his body, Izuku sidestepped the attack, bringing his Gilgamesh gauntlets up with a crushing uppercut. Crunch. The goblin's jaw shattered under the impact, sending it flying back into its comrades. Izuku was already in motion, ducking beneath another wild swing and countering with a lightning-fast 1-2 punch to the goblin's gut and face. Boom. Boom. The goblin crumpled, wheezing in pain as Izuku continued his relentless assault. Another goblin rushed in from his left, spear poised to pierce his side. Izuku spun gracefully, using his Gilgamesh greaves to deliver a powerful roundhouse kick that snapped the spear in half before crushing the goblin's skull. Boom. Izuku. Oops, too slow, he mocked, flicking the blood off his gauntlets. Next. 3 goblins leapt at him simultaneously, brandishing crude weapons. Izuku ducked low, evading a sword swipe and weaving through the chaotic barrage of attacks with uncanny precision. He dodged a thrust aimed at his chest, twisting to avoid another goblin swinging down with a club. The world around him slowed, his M's dissecting each movement, every muscle twitch of the goblins telegraphed and clear. Izuku's response was a whirlwind of devastating counters. He slammed his fist into the gut of one goblin, sending it crashing into another with bone-crushing force. He twisted his body to avoid a club, then grabbed the attacking goblin's arm, yanking it forward and delivering a knee to its face that broke teeth and shattered bone. Bam. Boom. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku. Come on, is that all you've got? I've seen toddlers with better coordination. He taunted as he danced through the fray, his movements fluid and precise. More goblins surrounded him, desperately trying to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Izuku switched tactics, drawing the Sword of Omen in a single fluid motion. The blade gleamed with an ethereal light, and Izuku wasted no time in putting it to work. Swish. Slash. He cut through the goblins with surgical precision, every swing of the sword leaving behind a trail of crimson. Izuku moved like a phantom, slicing limbs and decapitating foes in a seamless dance of death. He sidestepped a spear thrust and retaliated with a horizontal slash that cleaved 3 goblins in half with a single stroke. Slash. Izuku. Who's next? You've got a whole village here. Don't keep me waiting. He laughed, his voice dripping with arrogance as he cut through another goblin's defenses, severing its arm before driving the blade into its chest. Thud. One goblin, larger than the rest, tried to catch Izuku off guard with a heavy swing of its oversized club. Izuku parried the attack with his Sword of Omen, the clash of steel ringing out as he held his ground. With a sharp twist of his wrist, Izuku disarmed the goblin, sending the club flying into the air. You leveled up. You leveled up, Izuku. You want to dance too? All right, let's see if you've got any rhythm, he sneered, grabbing the goblin by the throat. He hoisted it off the ground effortlessly, watching its eyes widen in terror as it kicked and struggled. Before the goblin could react, Izuku slammed it into the ground with a force that shook the earth beneath them. Boom. The goblin gasped for breath, clawing at the dirt as Izuku loomed over it. He tightened his grip around its neck, lifting it once more. The creature choked, its green skin paling as it struggled against Izuku's iron grasp. Izuku. Sorry, pal, but you're not even worth my time, he said, his voice dripping with disdain. With a swift motion, he hurled the goblin into a group of its allies, knocking them down like bowling pins. Crash! Izuku turned his attention back to the remaining goblins, twirling the sword of Omen with casual confidence. Izuku. Come on, you're not scared, are you? I thought you guys were supposed to be fierce warriors, he mocked, advancing on the remaining goblins. A group of archers aimed the rooftops of the goblin huts, losing a volley of arrows at Izuku. He glanced up, his M's tracking every projectile with ease. Izuku dashed forward, evading the arrows with fluid movements, his body twisting and turning as he closed the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! The archers barely had time to react as Izuku leapt onto the roof, his sword of Omen flashing through the air. He cut through them in a blur, each strike precise and lethal. Blood sprayed across the wooden planks as Izuku cleared the rooftop, his expression unchanging. You leveled up! 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 One archer, trembling with fear, attempted to flee. Izuku smirked and pointed his sword of Omen at the goblin. Izuku. Running away. How disappointing. He launched forward, closing the gap in a heartbeat and driving his sword through the goblin's back. Stab. The goblin let out a pitiful squeal as it collapsed, and Izuku yanked his blade free, flicking the blood off with a casual flick of his wrist. He jumped back down to the main courtyard, landing gracefully amidst the remaining goblins, who had gathered their courage for a final stand. Izuku sheathed his sword of Omen and clenched his fists, the Gilgamesh gauntlets glowing faintly as he prepared to finish the job. He charged into the fray with explosive speed, delivering a powerful straight punch that shattered a goblin's ribs and sent it sprawling. Boom! He spun on his heel, backhanding another goblin and sending it skidding across the dirt. Another lunged at him from behind, but Izuku ducked low, delivering a brutal elbow to its stomach before launching it skyward with an uppercut. Crack! Whoosh! You leveled up! You leveled up! You leveled up! Izuku. You really thought that was going to work? He laughed, his tone mocking and condescending. Don't worry, I'll make this quick. Izuku's movements became a blur of fists and feet, every attack perfectly timed and executed with devastating power. He grabbed one goblin by the leg, swinging it like a ragdoll into another, bones crunching upon impact. Thud. You leveled up. You leveled up. You leveled up. Izuku then unleashed a barrage of punches, each blow sending goblins flying as he tore through the remaining horde. His M's kept him one step ahead, allowing him to evade every attack with ease, every punch perfectly aimed to maximize damage. His senses tingled, alerting him to a sudden surge of magical energy. Before he could react, a powerful gust of wind slammed into him, sending him hurtling through the air. Whoosh! Crash! Izuku skidded across the dirt, his body plowing into a stack of wooden crates, smashing them to pieces. He groaned, feeling the impact but otherwise unscathed. Dusting himself off, Izuku rose to his feet, eyes blazing with anger and the red glow of his M's. A group of goblin mages stood before him, their staves crackling with elemental energy. The leader, a particularly vicious-looking goblin in tattered robes, cackled as he prepared another spell. Izuku. Hey, not bad, he sneered, cracking his neck, but you just signed your own death warrant. He raised his hand, summoning flames that roared to life, gathering in his palm. The goblin's eyes widened in horror as they realized what was coming. Izuku's grin turned vicious as he unleashed the blast burn. A torrent of lava and molten debris surged forward as Izuku punched the ground, consuming everything in its path. FWOOSH. The goblins poured all their mana into their defenses, desperately trying to hold back the searing sea of lava. For a moment, it seemed they had managed to contain it. But Izuku wasn't done. Smirking through the thick smoke, he raised his hand, forming a series of hand seals. Izuku. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, he bellowed. FWOOM. 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 A barrage of fireballs erupted from his mouth, searing through the air towards the struggling goblins. Each fireball exploded on impact, igniting the ground and blasting goblins off their feet. The mages tried to counter with more water spells, but the relentless assault of flames was too much. The smoke and fire blinded them, disorienting the goblins as Izuku vanished from sight. You leveled up. 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 Amid the chaos, Izuku reappeared within the smoke, his sword of omen gleaming with a deadly light. He moved like a specter, slicing through goblins with ruthless precision. His blade cut through their defenses effortlessly, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Slash. Shing. Thud. One goblin mage attempted to strike him with a blast of wind, but Izuku sidestepped it, driving his sword through the mage's chest. He twisted the blade, wrenching it free as he turned to face another oncoming wave of attackers. You leveled up. You leveled up, Izuku. Come on, he roared, his voice filled with excitement and challenge. I thought you wanted to kill me, what happened? Just as he was about to strike down another, a sudden surge of sand erupted from the ground, wrapping around Izuku's legs. The sand constricted around his body, pinning his arms and legs in place. A goblin mage, standing atop a makeshift platform, sneered as he maintained his spell. Got you now, human, the mage hissed, tightening the sand's grip. Before Izuku could break free, the Goblin King stepped forward, towering over his minions. Clad in crude armor and wielding a massive club, the Goblin King's presence was overwhelming. He bellowed a command, and the remaining goblins gathered around, pooling their mana for one last, desperate attack. We'll crush you, human, he roared, raising his club high. The goblins around him chanted, their combined magic forming a swirling vortex of elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, all merging into a single, devastating attack aimed directly at Izuku. Izuku. An ultimate attack, huh? He said, watching the energy gather in their weapons and hands. The sky above began to darken as their power reached its peak. For a brief moment, Izuku stood still, assessing the situation, his M's mapping out every possible move. The air crackled with power as the goblins prepared to unleash their full might. Izuku. Not today, he muttered, his voice cold and resolute. Susanoo. In an instant, his Susanoo burst to life around him, a massive ethereal warrior forming from pure energy, towering over the goblins. Imagine its right eye as red while left eye is blue. Its giant hand gripped a spectral sword that gleamed with deadly energy. The Goblin King and his mages unleashed their ultimate attacks. A massive torrent of elemental magic, hurtling toward Izuku with the force of a hurricane. Crackle boom. With one swing of his Susanoo's sword, Izuku cut through the magic, dispersing the powerful attack as if it were nothing. The sheer force of the swing sent shockwaves across the battlefield, leveling the remaining goblins. Whoosh. Boom. The Goblin King staggered backward, his eyes wide with shock as Izuku's Susanoo loomed over him. Izuku. You're finished, he said coldly, his eyes burning with intensity. With another mighty swing in a wide arc, the Susanoo's blade came slicing through, obliterating the Goblin King and the remaining mages. Boom! The ground beneath them cracked and shattered, leaving nothing but a plain destroyed surface where they once stood. You leveled up. 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 As the dust settled and the battlefield fell silent, Izuku stood victorious, his Susanoo fading away into an ethereal mist. He looked around at the destruction he had caused, wiping the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand. Izuku. Better luck next time, he taunted. Oh wait, there won't be a next time. With the threat eliminated and the goblin village reduced to rubble, Izuku turned on his heel and continued his journey, leaving behind the wreckage of those who dared to challenge him. The dungeon was vast, and there were still many battles ahead. But as long as Izuku had his skills, his weapons, and his unbreakable will, no foe stood a chance. Izuku, catching his breath after the battle in the goblin village, thought he could finally rest. The afternoon sky hung heavy with dark clouds, and the landscape around him was silent, save for the occasional rustling of the wind. He took a moment to appreciate the stillness, sheathing his sword of omen and letting the adrenaline ebb away. But his calm was shattered when the ground began to tremble beneath his feet. A low, rumbling sound echoed through the air, growing louder and more menacing with each passing second. Izuku looked up, his eyes widening as massive, armored figures emerged from the thickening fog on the horizon. 3 colossal monsters, towering like living mountains, advanced toward him. Their bodies were made of dark, jagged armor, with glowing orange cores that pulsed like fiery hearts. Their eyes, burning with a sinister crimson light, locked onto Izuku, who stood alone on the desolate field. Each step they took shook the earth, and their sheer presence seemed to warp the very air around them. Izuku's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword of omen, his expression shifting from surprise to a defiant smirk. "Izuku. Well, looks like I've got company," he muttered, his M's flaring to life. "And here I thought today was going to be boring." One of the giants raised its enormous, molten fist, readying to crush Izuku where he stood. The other two lumbered closer, each radiating an ominous, almost overwhelming aura. The sight of these titanic beings would have been enough to make any normal person flee in terror, but not Izuku. To him, they were just bigger targets. He cracked his knuckles, stepping forward with unshakable resolve. "Izuku. All right, big guys," he taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "Let's see if you can handle big guns." Izuku's battle against these towering foes was about to begin, and he was ready to unleash everything he had. As the nearest giant raised its molten fist to strike, Izuku made his move. His body erupted in a surge of brilliant blue energy as he activated his Super Saiyan Blue transformation. The power coursed through his veins, magnifying his strength, speed, and senses beyond anything humanly possible. His aura crackled with electricity, the sheer force of his energy causing the ground beneath him to crack and tremble. One of the giant's fists came crashing down where Izuku had been standing, pulverizing the earth with a thunderous boom. But Izuku was already high above, his Super Saiyan Blue form blazing like a comet streaking through the sky. With his enhanced strength and speed, he could easily evade the slow, lumbering movements of the giants. But he wasn't just going to dodge, he was going to take the fight to them. "Izuku. Let's kick it up a notch," he said as he summoned his Susanoo again. The colossal spectral warrior materialized around him, its massive form almost matching the size of the giants below. "Time to light you up," he snarled as the Susanoo reared back, and its mouth began to glow with intense, fiery light. The energy coalesced, condensing into a massive fireball that burned with the heat of the sun. With a thunderous roar, the Susanoo unleashed the fireball from its mouth, sending it hurtling toward the nearest giant. FWOOM. The fireball tore through the air, a blazing comet of destruction aimed directly at the giant's chest. The impact was immediate and devastating. The fireball struck with explosive force, engulfing the giant in a torrent of flames. The searing heat melted through its armor, and the giant staggered backward, its body writhing in agony as it tried to shake off the inferno. Boom! But Izuku wasn't done. The Susanoo continued its assault, spewing fireball after fireball from its mouth with unrelenting fury. Each fiery projectile struck with pinpoint accuracy, battering the giants and setting the battlefield ablaze. The giants roared in defiance, but their massive size made them easy targets for Izuku's devastating onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook with each explosion, and the sky was filled with the roar of flames as Izuku's Susanoo kept up the pressure. The giants, though resilient, struggled to keep up with the barrage. Their slow movements and large size made them sitting ducks for Izuku's relentless firestorm. One of the giants, more agile than the others, managed to catch Izuku off guard. It swung its massive arm in a wide arc, aiming to swat him out of the sky. Izuku barely had time to react as the arm came crashing toward him. But instead of retreating, he grinned and pushed forward, meeting the attack head-on. "Izuku. Chidori," he shouted, summoning a crackling bolt of lightning in his Susanoo's hand. He thrust the Chidori forward, the lightning-infused strike colliding with the giant's arm. The force of the impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, and the giant's arm exploded in a shower of sparks and molten metal. The giant howled in agony as its arm was blown clean off, the stump sizzling and crackling with residual lightning. But Izuku wasn't done. As the giant stumbled, trying to regain its balance, he decided to up the ante. He deactivated his Susanoo and channeled even more of his Super Saiyan Blue energy into his next attack, the power building up within him like a raging storm. "Izuku. Final Kamehameha," he bellowed, his voice shaking the very heavens. He brought his hands together, forming the iconic stance as a brilliant orb of energy gathered between his palms. The dual-color energy swirled and pulsed, growing brighter and more intense until it was almost blinding. With a mighty roar, Izuku unleashed the final Kamehameha, the beam of pure energy shooting forth with unstoppable force. The two giants tried to shield themselves, raising their arms or the remaining arm of the other giant case in a futile attempt to block the attack. But the final Kamehameha was too powerful. The beam tore through the two giants' defenses like a hot knife through butter, punching a hole straight through their chests. The giant's roar of defiance was cut short as its body began to disintegrate, the energy from the final Kamehameha reducing them to ashes. Boom! The explosion that followed was cataclysmic, the shockwave flattening the surrounding terrain and sending debris flying in all directions. The sky itself seemed to shudder under the force of the blast, and for a moment, it looked as though the battle had been won. You leveled up, 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 you leveled up. But Izuku knew better. There was still one giant left, the largest and most dangerous of them all. It stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching as its brethren fell. Its eyes burned with hatred, and it began to gather its power, the air around it crackling with dark energy. Izuku landed on the ground, breathing heavily but still ready for the final showdown. He could feel the immense power radiating from the last giant, and he knew this was going to be the toughest fight yet. But he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was exhilarated. This was the kind of battle he lived for. The giant unleashed its power, sending a massive wave of energy surging towards Izuku. The ground shook violently, and the air was filled with the deafening roar of the giant's attack. But Izuku didn't flinch. He clenched his fists, and his aura flared even brighter as he prepared his next move. Izuku. All right, time to end this, he muttered, his voice filled with determination. He raised his hand to the sky, his eyes locking onto the storm clouds that had gathered above. He could feel the raw power of the elements, and he knew exactly how to harness it. The clouds began to swirl and churn, darkening as the storm intensified. Lightning flashed across the sky, followed by the deep rumble of thunder. Izuku. Kirin, he shouted, his voice rising above the roar of the storm. The clouds split open as a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, taking the shape of a colossal dragon made of pure electricity. The Kirin roared as it plummeted toward the giant, its body crackling with enough energy to obliterate anything in its path. The giant tried to brace itself, raising its arms to shield its body, but it was too late. The Kirin struck with the force of 1,000 thunderstorms, the lightning dragon tearing through the giant's defenses and ripping its body apart. The giant's roar of pain was drowned out by the deafening crack of thunder as the Kirin consumed it in a blinding flash of light. Kaboom! When the light finally faded, the giant was gone. All that remained was a smoldering crater, the earth scorched and blackened by the sheer power of the Kirin. Izuku stood at the edge of the crater, his Super Saiyan blue aura flickering as he caught his breath. You leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up, you leveled up. It was over. The giants had been defeated. Super Saiyan Blue, Hidden Power, Evolution Surge. A rare and hidden power within Super Saiyan Blue, Evolution Surge allows the user to tap into the primal energy of their transformation to trigger the evolution of a quirk, weapon, or skill. This evolution can be temporary or, under certain conditions, permanent. When this skill is activated, the selected quirk, weapon, or skill undergoes a significant transformation, unlocking new abilities, enhancing existing features, or granting increased power. Activation type. Situational, unlocks under extreme duress or need. Effects. Temporary evolution. The selected target evolves for a limited duration, significantly enhancing its power, versatility, or function. Permanent evolution. In rare cases, under extraordinary circumstances, the target may undergo a permanent evolution, permanently enhancing its base power or unlocking new abilities. Izuku allowed himself a moment of relief, his body returning to its normal state as the Super Saiyan Blue transformation faded. As he looked around at the aftermath of the battle, Izuku couldn't help but smirk. He had faced overwhelming odds and come out on top once again. The giants had been formidable foes, but in the end, they were no match for his power, his skill, and his unbreakable will. Izuku. I know there's something even stronger out there. I'll be ready for it, he said to himself, his voice tinged with satisfaction. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, fading into the deep blues of approaching night. The battlefield was littered with the remnants of the titanic clash, charred ground, scattered pieces of molten rock, and the still smoking craters left behind by Izuku's powerful attacks. He glanced at his stats, a glowing blue screen materializing in front of him, displaying his current status. Status: Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level: 183. Class: Ninja Devil Hunter. Alias: Shadow Monarch. HP: 22,450 thousandths. MP: 2,009 thousandths. Strength: 600. Vitality: 420. Agility: 530. Intelligence: 280. Sense: 340. Fatigue: 88. Remaining points: 25. Izuku studied his stats carefully, a small smirk forming on his lips. He was far beyond the limits of most beings, a powerhouse forged through countless battles and unyielding resolve. His strength and agility were unparalleled, each stat honed through rigorous training and life-threatening encounters. His vitality ensured his body could endure the most brutal of attacks, and his intelligence sharpened his tactical mind in the heat of combat. But it was his sense stat that had proven invaluable in his most recent battle, allowing him to read the giant's movements and respond with almost preternatural precision. The EMS was a deadly tool, enhancing his already formidable senses to levels that rendered most opponents powerless against him. Izuku. Not bad, he mused, running a hand through his hair as he took in the sight of his progress. But there's always room for improvement. I'm not done yet. Despite the incredible power he wielded, Izuku knew that there were still greater threats out there, lurking in the shadows. His journey was far from over. He had climbed to incredible heights, but every step forward only revealed just how much further he had to go. He dismissed the status screen with a flick of his wrist, the glowing display vanishing into the night. Izuku took a deep breath, the cool evening air filling his lungs, and gazed out into the horizon. The stars were beginning to emerge, tiny points of light scattered across the vast expanse of the sky, and the first hints of a crescent moon hung low, casting a faint silver glow over the landscape. The sight was calming. Izuku found solace in the silence, letting the tranquil atmosphere wash over him. But in the back of his mind, the thrill of the fight still burned brightly. There were more challenges ahead, stronger foes waiting to test his limits, and he was eager to meet them head-on. Izuku. I'll keep pushing forward, he said quietly to himself, his resolve firm. I'll become even stronger, until no one can stand in my way. After surveying the battlefield one last time, Izuku ventured toward an open field away from the destruction. The land was still and quiet, a perfect place to set up camp for the night. He dropped his gear and stretched his tired muscles, feeling the exhaustion finally catching up to him. Despite his immense power and stamina, even someone like him needed rest, especially after the intense battle with the giants. Izuku gathered some dry wood and kindling, quickly constructing a small fire pit. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned a small, controlled flame from his fire-style jutsu, lighting the campfire in seconds. The warm glow of the fire spread, pushing back the creeping darkness and filling the air with the soft crackling of burning wood. He rummaged through his pack, pulling out rations and a few ingredients he'd scavenged along his journey. It wasn't anything fancy, some dried meat, bread, and a few wild herbs, but it would be enough to replenish his energy. With practiced efficiency, Izuku skewered the meat on sticks and set them over the fire, letting the flames sear and cook them to perfection. The aroma of roasting meat filled the air, a comforting scent that reminded him of simpler times. As he sat by the fire, Izuku's eyes flickered with the dancing flames, lost in thought. Despite the day's battles, there was something peaceful about this moment, just him, the crackling fire, and the quiet of the night. It was a rare break from the constant fighting and challenges he faced. Moments like these were few and far between, and he cherished them, however brief. Once the meat was cooked to his liking, Izuku assembled his makeshift meal. He ate quietly, savoring each bite. The food was simple but satisfying, and it filled him with a warmth that went beyond just replenishing his body. As he chewed, he reflected on the day's events, analyzing his fights and thinking of ways he could improve. Every battle was a lesson, and Izuku was determined to learn from each one, no matter how small. With his meal finished, Izuku tidied up his campsite. He ensured the fire was contained and safe, then turned his attention to setting up his tent. The tent was compact and sturdy, designed to withstand harsh conditions, an essential piece of gear for a wanderer like him. He set it up quickly, the practiced motions coming naturally as he secured it in place. The night was cool, and a gentle breeze swept across the field, rustling the tall grass around him. Izuku entered his tent, the small space offering just enough room to lie down comfortably. He slipped into his sleeping bag, letting out a deep sigh as he finally allowed himself to relax fully. His body was heavy with fatigue, and the quiet hum of the night lulled him into a state of calm. Before he drifted off, Izuku stared up at the tent's ceiling, his mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. There were always more challenges waiting, more monsters to face, and more power to gain. But for now, he was content with this moment of peace. He closed his eyes, feeling the weariness pull him into a deep, well-deserved sleep. The last thing Izuku heard was the soft rustling of the wind against his tent and the faint crackle of the dying fire outside. Tomorrow would bring new battles, but tonight, he could rest easy, knowing he was one step closer to his ultimate goal. With Ochako. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Ochako was deep in the middle of a sparring session with Nijire Hado at Yukyu's agency. The training room was expansive, with reinforced walls and floors designed to withstand the intense training of professional heroes and their sidekicks. The air hummed with energy as both heroes in training moved swiftly across the space. Ochako, now wearing her new hero costume, upgraded thanks to Izuku's guidance, stood opposite Nijire. She felt her muscles tense with excitement. Ever since arriving at Yukyu's agency, Ochako had been eager to prove herself, especially after hearing about how strong and capable Nijire was. Despite her nerves, she was determined to learn from her and Yukyu. Nijire, with her usual boundless energy, hovered in the air with her long, wavy blue hair flowing behind her. She grinned at Ochako, her eyes twinkling with excitement as her feet barely touched the ground, hovering through the force of her quirk, wave motion. Her quirk allowed her to produce spiral energy waves that could be used for both attack and flight, and she used it with effortless grace. Hado. Ready, Uraraka. She called out, her voice light and full of enthusiasm. She bounced in place mid-air, practically vibrating with excitement. Let's see what you've got. Don't hold back, okay. Ochako tightened her gloves, her heart racing. Ochako. I won't, she responded firmly, her resolve solid. Her quirk, astral gravity, had grown immensely since the sports festival, but she still had much to learn. This sparring session was the perfect opportunity to test out some of her newly developed abilities. Ryaku's sidekick, who had been watching from the sidelines, was keeping track of their movements, occasionally offering pointers and feedback. Yukyu herself watched from a distance, observing how Ochako handled herself against someone as skilled as Nijire. Ochako took a deep breath and activated her quirk. A faint glow surrounded her hands as she extended her gravitational field. Without hesitation, she launched herself forward, pulling herself through the air with a sudden burst of speed. She closed the gap between her and Nijire almost instantly, aiming to land a quick strike. But Nijire was faster. With a flick of her hand, Nijire sent out a spiral energy wave that pushed Ochako back in midair. The force of it was strong, and Ochako had to reorient herself to avoid being knocked into the wall quickly. Hado. Nice try, she giggled, effortlessly dodging another incoming strike from Ochako, her spirals whirling around her like ribbons of energy. But you'll have to be faster than that. Ochako narrowed her eyes, focusing. She had learned from her previous fights that rushing in recklessly wouldn't work, especially not against someone as skilled as Nijire. Instead, she decided to use her quirk in a different way. Focusing her mind, she activated her telekinesis, using it to lift several nearby objects in the room, small weights and training equipment, then sent them flying towards Nijire from multiple angles, hoping to catch her off guard. Nijire's eyes widened with excitement as she dodged and weaved through the incoming projectiles. Hado. Whoa, that's awesome, she exclaimed, clearly impressed by Ochako's control over her telekinetic abilities. Seeing that Nijire was distracted, Ochako seized the moment to strike. She extended her hand and pulled Nejire toward her with a powerful gravitational pull, hoping to bring her opponent close enough to land a solid hit. But Nejire, ever the seasoned fighter, quickly responded. She released a burst of spiral energy from her feet, propelling herself backward at high speed, narrowly avoiding Ochako's gravitational pull. Then, in an instant, Nejire retaliated with a series of rapid spiral energy blasts aimed directly at Ochako. Ochako gritted her teeth and quickly conjured a gravitational shield, a shimmering barrier of energy that absorbed the blasts. The impact sent vibrations through her body, but she held firm, focusing on maintaining the shield. "Hado. Good defense," she called out, her smile never faltering. "But what about this?" With a twirl, Nejire unleashed a massive spiral wave, sending a concentrated beam of energy toward Ochako's shield. The force of it was overwhelming, and Ochako could feel the pressure mounting as she struggled to keep her shield intact. In a split-second decision, Ochako deactivated her shield and used her telekinesis to push herself out of the beam's path. She narrowly avoided the blast, landing on her feet with a soft thud. She was panting now, her body covered in a light sheen of sweat, but her eyes were filled with determination. She wasn't done yet. Gathering her strength, Ochako decided to use one of her newer techniques. She concentrated hard, feeling the familiar pull of her quirk as she tapped into her astral gravity in a way she hadn't before. Her hands glowed with ethereal energy as she focused on a single point in the room. Suddenly, the gravity in the area shifted. Nejire, still floating midair, felt the sudden change. "Hado. Huh," she gasped as she was pulled down toward the ground by a powerful gravitational force. "Whoa, you can control gravity like that too. That's amazing." Ochako grinned, finally feeling like she had the upper hand. With Nejire temporarily grounded, she rushed forward, preparing to launch a close-quarters attack. But Nejire wasn't going down that easily. Just as Ochako closed in, Nejire spun around, releasing a massive wave of energy from her palms, propelling herself upward once again and out of the gravitational field. "Hado. Nice try, Uraraka," she cheered as she floated back into the air. "You're really strong. This is so much fun." Ochako couldn't help but smile despite the intensity of the sparring session. She admired Nejire's energy and enthusiasm. But now, she knew she had to push herself even harder. As the two of them prepared to continue their sparring match, Yukio stepped forward, clapping her hands to signal the end of the session for now. "Yukio. All right, that's enough for today," she said with a calm yet authoritative voice. "You both did great." Ochako lowered her hands, her breathing still heavy but her spirits high. She had learned a lot from sparring with Nejire and could feel herself improving already. Nejire landed softly on the ground beside her, beaming with excitement. "Hado. That was awesome, Uraraka. You're really strong. We're gonna have so much fun training together." Ochako nodded, her cheeks flushed from the exertion. Ochako. "Thanks, Nejire-senpai. I'm excited to train with you too." Day 3. The next day, Izuku found himself in a breathtaking, serene location, a beautiful valley surrounded by towering, snow-capped mountains. Lush green forest spread across the slopes, leading down to a crystal-clear lake that reflected the towering peaks like a mirror. The air was crisp, cool, and tinged with the faint scent of pine. But amidst this peaceful beauty, something stood out, a massive staff, embedded near the lake. It was no ordinary object. The staff radiated an intense aura of ancient power that Izuku could feel from the distance, sending ripples across the lake's surface as if the very energy it exuded disturbed the water. He narrowed his eyes, recognizing the challenge ahead. "Izuku. This must be the ancient relic," he murmured to himself, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. The mission was clear: retrieve the staff, which was said to hold immeasurable power. It wouldn't be as simple as just taking it, of course. Relics like this were always protected by something, whether it be a trap, guardians, or some supernatural force. Izuku took a deep breath, gathering his resolve. His hands instinctively moved to the hilts of his trusted pistols, ebony and ivory, always prepared for the unexpected. The calm before the storm had settled over this ancient place, and he knew that his journey was about to get much more difficult. As Izuku reached out to touch the staff, his fingers barely grazing its surface, a sudden and overwhelming force surged through him. His vision blurred, and the world around him dissolved into a vortex of light and shadow. Before he could react, the scenery changed entirely. Izuku now stood in a different place, another breathtaking location, though different from the serene lake. This new landscape was vast and awe-inspiring, with towering mountains shrouded in mist, lush green valleys dotted with vibrant flowers, and the distant sound of a gentle river flowing. The air was filled with the soft hum of ancient energy, something almost otherworldly, yet calming. But amid this beauty, there was an unmistakable tension, an ancient, looming presence that made the hairs on the back of his neck rise. Ahead of him, a figure stood motionless, waiting. It was a towering warrior, adorned in intricate golden armor. The details of the armor were beyond anything Izuku had ever seen before, ornate, gilded with symbols and carvings of beasts, dragons, and mythological creatures. In the warrior's hand, he clutched a massive staff, almost identical to the one embedded in the lake. His glowing eyes locked onto Izuku, unblinking and intense. Before Izuku could process what was happening, a familiar screen appeared before him, lighting up with a message from his quirk. Alert. Objective: to retrieve the ancient relic. You must prove your worth by defeating the Guardian. Izuku's eyes widened. The name resonated with power and legend. This wasn't just any ordinary Guardian, it was the embodiment of an ancient, legendary warrior. The figure before him remained silent, as if it couldn't speak but was completely focused on the task at hand. Black Myth. Wukong. Izuku clenched his fists, steadying his breathing as he assessed the situation. He would have to fight this warrior, not just for the relic but to prove his strength and worth. He could feel the energy crackling in the air, tension building as he mentally prepared for the battle to come. But first, he needed to understand his opponent. Every detail would matter. The staff, the armor, and those glowing eyes told him this wasn't going to be a simple fight. The warrior stood there silently, waiting for Izuku to make the first move, his presence commanding yet eerily calm. Wukong was no ordinary opponent, and Izuku could sense that right away. His quirk's message replayed in his mind: he would have to prove his worth by defeating this powerful guardian. But this wasn't just another battle, this was a test unlike any he had faced. The tension in the air was palpable. Wukong stood still, staff in hand, eyes glowing faintly, his ornate armor radiating with mythical energy. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence alone demanded respect. Izuku shifted into a fighting stance, his mind racing with strategy. He quickly assessed the battlefield. The wide open area gave Wukong an advantage in mobility. Izuku knew he had to keep his wits about him, using his agility and thinking several steps ahead to counter the warrior's overwhelming strength. Izuku. This is not going to be an ordinary fight. I'll have to be serious if I have to beat this boss, he thought, reaching for his trusted blade. Suddenly they both vanished in a blink and appeared in the middle, and their weapons clashed, generating a shockwave. The air trembled with the sheer force of their meeting. Izuku's sword of omen collided with Wukong's staff, creating a loud, metallic clang that reverberated through the expansive, otherworldly landscape. The raw power behind the blow was unlike anything Izuku had experienced. Sparks flew from the point of impact as the two warriors locked eyes, both testing the other's strength in this critical moment. Izuku gritted his teeth, his muscles straining as he pushed against the legendary warrior's unyielding staff. Wukong remained stoic, his glowing red eyes giving away nothing, no effort, no strain. It was as if the warrior barely acknowledged the clash, as if Izuku's strength was an afterthought to him. Izuku. He's stronger than I thought, he thought, realizing he was going to need every trick in his arsenal just to keep up. I have to break through his defense somehow. In a burst of movement, Izuku pulled back his sword and immediately slashed downward with tremendous speed, aiming to catch Wukong off guard. But Wukong was faster. He spun his staff with the fluidity of a master, easily parrying Izuku's blow and countering with a powerful thrust toward his chest. Izuku barely managed to sidestep the attack, the staff whistling past his ear, missing him by mere inches. Izuku launched backward, putting some distance between them, but Wukong followed immediately, closing the gap with frightening agility. His staff whipped through the air in a series of precise, rapid strikes. Izuku dodged and parried, his sword of omen meeting the staff again and again, but Wukong's movements were so smooth, so practiced, that it felt as if Izuku was constantly one step behind. Izuku. How is he so fast? His thoughts raced as he deflected another blow. He retaliated with a sharp slash aimed at Wukong's midsection, only for the warrior to twist his body gracefully, narrowly avoiding the blade. The next attack came swiftly. Wukong's staff slammed into the ground with a force that sent shockwaves through the earth, causing Izuku to momentarily lose his balance. The stone beneath him cracked, and before he could recover, Wukong lunged forward again, swinging the staff in a wide arc. Izuku's M's flared to life, allowing him to predict the attack just in time to dodge by leaping high into the air, avoiding what would have been a crushing blow. Mid-air, he aimed ebony and ivory down at Wukong and fired several rounds of mana-infused bullets, hoping to land a hit. But Wukong was already in motion. With a swift motion, he twirled his staff, deflecting the bullets effortlessly as they ricocheted off the dense wood and metal. Izuku landed with a roll, coming up on one knee, his breathing already heavy from the intensity of the fight. "Izuku. I need to hit him, just once," he muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. Every attack he threw at Wukong, the warrior deflected with ease. It was as if Wukong wasn't even trying. The lack of effort on his opponent's part was maddening. Izuku had to make a move that counted. Deciding it was time to switch tactics, Izuku activated his doppelganger, summoning a perfect clone of himself. The two Izukus charged Wukong from opposite directions, their swords raised high. They attacked in unison, their blades slashing down in perfect sync. For the first time, Wukong seemed to regard the situation with mild interest. With a flick of his wrist, he spun his staff into a blur, deflecting both attacks with a single, powerful swing. The force of the parry sent the real Izuku skidding back across the dirt, his feet leaving deep tracks as he fought to maintain his balance. The doppelganger wasn't as lucky. It dissipated in a cloud of smoke after being struck. Izuku clenched his fists, frustration mounting. "Izuku. I can't land a single hit." Wukong remained eerily calm, his yellow eyes never leaving Izuku. The legendary warrior had hardly used any of his abilities thus far, relying purely on his superior combat skills and mastery of the staff to keep Izuku at bay. It was as if he was testing Izuku, watching to see if the young hero could break through his defenses. "Izuku. Not good enough," he whispered to himself, his thoughts racing. He needed to slow Wukong down, just for a moment. Enough time to make something happen. His target was clear, Wukong. Focusing all his energy, Izuku activated his genjutsu. The air around them shimmered as the illusion began to take form, trapping Wukong in a visual hallucination. Izuku sprinted forward, ready to take advantage of the moment of distraction. But as he closed the distance, Wukong's body flickered and vanished. It was a decoy. Izuku's heart sank as he realized he'd been outplayed. Wukong had used his mist decoy ability to escape the genjutsu entirely. The real Wukong appeared behind him, his staff already swinging down toward Izuku's back. There was no time to dodge. The staff collided with Izuku's shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground with a grunt of pain. Izuku pushed himself up quickly, wincing as he clutched his shoulder. The pain shot through him, but he couldn't afford to focus on it. His mind was racing, strategizing. Wukong was powerful, overwhelming, even, but he wasn't unbeatable. "Izuku. If I can just land one good hit, I know I can turn this around," he thought, wiping the sweat from his brow. Summoning his strength, he reached for his Sword of Omen again. This time, he activated one of its more devastating abilities. The air around the blade shimmered with energy as Izuku prepared his judgment cut, focusing all of his power on the next strike. Wukong's eyes glinted, seemingly recognizing the energy shift. For the first time in the battle, Wukong took a defensive stance, bracing himself for what was to come. Izuku dashed forward at blinding speed, his sword slicing through the air with such precision that it left glowing trails behind. He unleashed his judgment cut. He sheathed his sword momentarily, letting his mana sharpen around him. His eyes glowed with precision, reading every minute movement of Wukong's stance, his breath, his posture. Time seemed to slow for a heartbeat. Izuku's hand blurred as he unsheathed his sword, slicing the air with impossible speed. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple slashes filled the air in rapid succession, too fast for the eye to follow. Each slash seemed to cut through the very fabric of space, leaving behind shimmering trails of energy. The wind roared from the force of the strikes, distorting the air around Wukong. But Wukong moved just as quickly. His staff twirled, deflecting the slashes with expert precision. The force of each deflection sent ripples of energy through the air, but Wukong remained unscathed. Every strike Izuku unleashed was met with a perfect counter, leaving the young hero breathless and frustrated. After another clash, the two warriors stood apart, panting heavily in Izuku's case. His grip on his sword tightened as he tried to catch his breath. He was giving everything he had, but Wukong barely seemed fazed. "Izuku. You're not making this easy for me," he muttered, his eyes burning with determination. Wukong's expression remained unreadable as he twirled his staff once more, preparing for the next round. As Izuku steadied himself after their intense clash, the air between them seemed to be still as if the battle itself was taking a brief pause. Izuku, his chest heaving, calculated his next move. Wukong, however, had other plans. Without warning, Wukong slammed the butt of his staff into the ground, and before Izuku could react, the staff began to expand at an alarming rate. The once modestly sized weapon stretched impossibly long in the blink of an eye, its sheer size and speed catching Izuku completely off guard. "Izuku. What the?" His eyes widened in shock, his instincts screaming at him to dodge. But it was too late. The enormous staff swung toward him with unstoppable force, striking Izuku square in the chest with a sound like a cannon going off. The impact was devastating. Izuku felt the breath leave his lungs, his vision blurring for a split second as he was launched backward like a ragdoll. He tumbled through the air, crashing hard into the rocky ground several meters away. The shockwave from the blow reverberated through his body, sending ripples of pain coursing through his muscles as he checked his HP. 34,050 thousandths. The hit had taken a massive chunk out of his health, and the pain in his chest confirmed it. Gasping for air, Izuku slowly got back to his feet, one hand instinctively clutching his side. He could feel the bruising beneath his outfit, the dull throb of the injury echoing with each breath. His mind raced as he tried to process what had just happened. "Izuku. That staff. It can change size?" He cursed under his breath. "I didn't see that coming. He's got more tricks than I thought." Wukong stood in the distance, his massive staff now back to its original size, resting effortlessly on his shoulder as if the move had required no effort at all. His red eyes glowed with that same unreadable intensity, silently taunting Izuku, as if daring him to come at him again. Izuku's frustration boiled up. He was fast, but Wukong was faster. He was powerful, but Wukong's mastery of his abilities made him nearly untouchable. Every move he made was calculated and precise. "Izuku. I can't let him keep doing this," he thought, wiping sweat from his forehead. He glanced at his MP, still at full capacity. "I need to fight smarter." He forced himself to take deep, steady breaths, pushing down the rising frustration. With his sword of omen held tightly in his right hand, he raised his left hand toward Wukong, and in a fluid motion, summoned his ebony and ivory pistols, both weapons materializing instantly in a burst of light. Wukong, seemingly unfazed by the damage he'd inflicted, stood tall, waiting. It was as if the battle had just begun again, despite Izuku's struggle to even land a single blow. This time, though, Izuku wasn't going to wait for Wukong to make the first move. He dashed forward with lightning speed, his pistols blazing. Ebony and ivory unleashed a flurry of mana-infused bullets, aimed directly at Wukong. Each shot was precise, meant to overwhelm the legendary warrior. Wukong, still calm, spun his staff with supernatural speed, deflecting the bullets effortlessly. The sound of metal on metal rang out as every shot was knocked aside. The warrior's defensive prowess was unparalleled, and Izuku knew that trying to win from a distance wouldn't work. As Izuku closed the distance, he reactivated his doppelganger, summoning another clone of himself. The two Izukus moved as one, the real one slashing with the sword of omen while the doppelganger aimed for Wukong's blind spot. But just as they closed in, Wukong's staff elongated again in the blink of an eye, catching Izuku off guard once more. This time, the expanded staff came from a sideways angle, sweeping toward both Izukus with terrifying speed. Izuku managed to dodge just in time, the staff whizzing past him, but the doppelganger wasn't so lucky. It was obliterated on contact, dissipating into thin air as the staff tore through it. Izuku's eyes narrowed as his frustration mounted. He needed to hit back hard, but that staff made it nearly impossible to close the distance without getting punished. Izuku. I can't keep relying on brute force, he realized. He needed a plan. Izuku's breathing was ragged, but he was far from giving up. He could feel the bruises on his ribs from Wukong's earlier strike, and his chest was still throbbing. Knowing he couldn't afford to take another hit like that, Izuku quickly reached into his inventory and pulled out a healing potion. Its bright red liquid shimmered in the dim light, a welcome sight after such a grueling exchange. However, before he could raise the potion to his lips, everything around him stopped. A sudden, chilling sensation ran down Izuku's spine as his body refused to move. His muscles locked up, frozen in place as though he'd been turned to stone. His eyes widened, panic creeping in. Wukong had activated his ability, Immobilize. Izuku. Damn it. His mind raced, trying to force his body to break free, but it was no use. He was completely paralyzed, unable to even lift a finger. Across from him, Wukong approached slowly, his glowing red eyes fixed on Izuku with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. His staff rested casually across his shoulders as he stopped in front of the paralyzed hero, tilting his head slightly. Wukong's gaze dropped to the healing potion still clutched in Izuku's hand. For a moment, the ancient warrior merely stared at it. Then, without a word, Wukong reached out and plucked the potion from Izuku's frozen grasp, his eyes narrowing curiously. He held the bottle up to the light, shaking it a few times as though inspecting it. The liquid sloshed inside, glowing faintly with magical properties. Then, in a move that took Izuku completely by surprise, Wukong uncorked the bottle and took a sip. Izuku's immobilized form could only watch in shock as Wukong sampled the potion, tilting his head thoughtfully. His expression was unreadable, but a slight smirk played at the corners of his lips as he tasted the strange liquid. Without any warning, Wukong shrugged and tossed the potion back toward Izuku. As the bottle flew through the air, the paralysis wore off at the perfect moment. Izuku, his instincts still sharp, snapped out of the immobilization just in time, his body free to move again. His hand shot up, catching the potion midair, his grip tightening around it. Wukong stepped back, his smirk growing wider. He raised his hand in a gesture that clearly said, "Drink. Then we'll continue." For a brief moment, Izuku hesitated, unsure of what to make of Wukong's strange behavior. There was something almost respectful in the way the warrior had reacted. He didn't kill him when he had the chance. He didn't smash him into the ground or deal a finishing blow. No, Wukong wanted a fair fight. Izuku. I guess he wants to make this battle worth it, he muttered under his breath, his gaze locking with Wukong's. Without breaking eye contact, Izuku raised the potion to his lips and drank it in one smooth motion. The cooling sensation of the potion spread through his body, mending the bruises, and healing his injuries. His HP quickly restored itself. Izuku wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, feeling the energy surging back into him. His muscles relaxed, the pain fading away, and his mind cleared. Wukong, satisfied, gave a small nod. Then, without warning, he spun his staff with a flick of his wrist, the weapon making a whooshing sound as it sliced through the air. He pointed it toward Izuku, his yellow eyes glowing with the intensity of a true warrior ready for battle. Izuku grinned, gripping the sword of Omen tightly in his hand. The potion had restored his strength, but more importantly, it had restored his resolve. Izuku. All right then. He whispered to himself, his eyes locking on Wukong. Round 2. While Izuku was battling in the dungeon, his classmates back at their internships were undergoing their own challenges and growth. At Present Mike's agency, Jiro stood in front of Present Mike, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She was practicing the delicate control of her quirk, earphone jack, with the loudest pro hero in Japan. The air around them buzzed with the feedback of sound waves, and the echo of Jiro's heartbeat felt like it could match Present Mike's volume any minute. They were standing in a wide training room that was insulated to handle the intense vibrations. Mike. All right, earphone jack, you're getting there, he cheered, his voice booming across the space. Now, let's hit the next level. You must learn to focus your sound waves more precisely while keeping up the power. If you can blast in a straight line, you'll be unstoppable. Jiro nodded, plugging her earphone jacks into the amplifier connected to her belt. She closed her eyes, concentrating as she channeled sound waves into her earlobes. Her goal was to target a specific set of objects at varying distances without disturbing anything else. Present Mike had arranged for several bottles and targets to be set up all across the room, some close by, others at the far end of the training hall. Taking a deep breath, Jiro focused. Her heartbeat was calm, steady. In a flash, she unleashed a concentrated blast of sound aimed directly at the first bottle in front of her. Crack. The bottle shattered instantly, the sound so precise it hadn't disturbed the objects around it. Present Mike grinned wide, giving her a thumbs up. Mike. Awesome, Jiro. Now, let's keep pushing that range. His enthusiasm was contagious, and Jiro felt her confidence rise. The next bottle was farther back. Focusing again, she gathered her strength. But when she let out the sound wave, it overshot the target slightly, knocking over a stack of nearby crates instead. Jiro groaned, but Present Mike was already laughing. Mike. No worries, kid. You're learning. Just keep at it. At Fourth Kind's agency, meanwhile, Kirishima and Tetsu were sweating bullets. Not from any intense training regimen, but from the scolding they were receiving from Fourth Kind for a very different kind of failure. Fourth Kind. You idiots. His voice boomed, his massive frame towering over them as they both stood stiff, wide-eyed, and sheepish. I asked for coffee. What's this lukewarm garbage you handed me? Eijiro and Tetsu looked at each other nervously. They had both rushed to make the coffee earlier after finishing patrol, but somehow in the process, the coffee had ended up a disappointing shade of weak and cold. Tetsu. Sir, he started, but Fourth Kind's glare silenced him. Fourth Kind. It's simple. Hot water, coffee grounds, brew. How do you mess that up? He rubbed his temples, his forearms crossing angrily. Eijiro scratched his head, his usually confident demeanor faltering under the intense pressure. Eijiro. We'll make another batch. Fourth Kind. You bet your sorry butts you will. He growled. Heroes should be able to handle the small stuff. If you can't make decent coffee, how are you going to handle villains? Kirishima and Tetsu exchanged determined looks, both mentally gearing up to conquer this seemingly impossible task. They wouldn't let Fourth Kind down again. Whether it was coffee or a villain, they were going to give it their all. At Majestic's agency, Momo, sitting on a floating platform, patrolled through the bustling streets alongside her mentor. Majestic, the hero known for his quirk magic, allowed him to create floating platforms out of ring-shaped energy that he generated from his wrists. The pair moved with purpose, their eyes scanning the city for any signs of trouble. Majestic glanced at Momo, sensing the intensity of her focus. Majestic. Remember, Yaoyorozu, patrols are often calm until they're not. Keep your senses sharp, and always be ready to react. Momo nodded, absorbing his words. Her internship with Majestic had been eye-opening. While she was used to relying on her intelligence and quick thinking, Majestic had helped her hone a deeper awareness of her surroundings, along with encouraging her to trust her instincts more in combat situations. As they walked through a quieter part of the city, Momo couldn't help but reflect on how much she had learned. Her eyes caught sight of a few citizens who waved at them in passing, offering smiles and nods of gratitude. It was moments like these, seeing the confidence and safety people felt just by her presence, that reminded her of why she wanted to be a hero. Majestic, however, remained ever vigilant. His calm but focused demeanor was something Momo admired deeply. As they floated through sidewalks of the road, Majestic's rings glowing softly beneath them, Momo couldn't help but think of her classmates. Izuku, and the others, everyone was growing stronger in their own way. She was determined to keep pace with them, to make sure she was always ready to support her friends when the time came. In Hosu City, while many of his classmates focused on refining their quirks and learning from pro heroes, Tenya had a more personal mission. In Hosu City, the atmosphere was tense. After Stain's attack on Tenya's brother, Tensai, Tenya's mind had been consumed with thoughts of vengeance. His normal personality had become singularly focused on tracking down the hero killer. Tenya stood at a high vantage point, overlooking the dark streets of Hosu. He had been following a trail, piecing together Stain's pattern. In every city, the villain had attacked 4 heroes before moving on. In Hosu, Stain had only attacked Tensai so far. Tenya gripped the edge of the rooftop with intensity. Tenya. He'll show up again, he muttered to himself, eyes scanning the streets. And when he does, I'll stop him. I'll avenge my brother. He had already mapped out the likely locations where Stain might strike. His calculated mind was running on overdrive, but deep down, he knew his motivations had become clouded. This was no longer about justice, it was about vengeance. But Tenya couldn't bring himself to care. The image of his brother, lying broken in the hospital, filled his mind every time he closed his eyes. It was all-consuming. Izuku's body surged with energy, and he knew it was time to step things up. Wukong was far more formidable than any other opponent he had faced recently, and now, with his staff expanding in unpredictable movements, Izuku needed to go beyond his limits. His aura began to glow, a brilliant cyan light engulfing him as his hair started to spike upward, turning from green to a radiant blue. The intense power of Super Saiyan Blue flowed through him. His muscles tensed, and the ground cracked beneath his feet as his strength multiplied. His power was a balanced fusion of raw strength and precise control. Wukong's expression shifted slightly at the sight, a mixture of interest and perhaps a hint of respect for the first time. The world around him slowed, and every heartbeat echoed with raw power. Izuku's narrowed eyes locked onto Wukong, who stood waiting, still twirling his staff, the smirk never leaving his lips. Wukong leapt into the air, his movements a blur as he disappeared into a cloud of mist. The air whipped around Izuku, the force of Wukong's cloud step nearly disorienting. But this time, Izuku was ready. With a single step forward, Izuku shot off, his movements a sonic boom that cracked the ground around him. Whoosh! The air screamed in his wake, his blue aura streaking across the battlefield like a comet. In an instant, he caught up to Wukong, who barely had time to react as Izuku materialized in front of him, faster than he'd anticipated. Wukong's staff spun toward Izuku, but the hero was already a step ahead. He tilted his body just enough, evading the incoming strike by a hair's breadth, and retaliated with a swift punch to Wukong's side. Thwack! The blow connected, sending Wukong flying backward, his form smashing through a row of stone pillars. Dust and debris exploded into the air as Wukong's figure crashed into the ground, skidding back and kicking up a massive cloud of dirt. Izuku didn't hesitate. He knew Wukong wouldn't stay down for long. He raised his hand, summoning his trusted dual pistols in a flash of light. In one smooth motion, he fired off a volley of shots, the enchanted bullets tearing through the air toward Wukong. Bang! 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 The loud crack of each shot echoed through the battlefield as the bullets rained down on Wukong, forcing him to dodge. But just as the bullets closed in, Wukong performed a somersault, spinning high into the air on a summoned cloud. Izuku's sharp eyes tracked Wukong's every movement. With a flick of his wrist, his pistols vanished, and he summoned a sword into his hand. Not wasting a second, he shot forward, launching himself into the air in pursuit of Wukong, who floated effortlessly on his somersault cloud. As they met midair, Wukong swung his staff, expanding it with a crackling sound, aiming directly for Izuku's midsection. Izuku's reaction was instant. With a flash of blue light, he swung his sword in an arc so fast it left an afterimage. Clang! The sword clashed with Wukong's staff, sparks exploding from the point of contact. The sheer force of the clash sent shockwaves across the battlefield, shaking the mountains around them. Wukong tried to push Izuku back, but Izuku didn't relent. With a sudden burst of energy, he twisted his wrist and flickered out of sight, reappearing behind Wukong in a split second. In the blink of an eye, Izuku unleashed Judgment Cut. He sheathed his sword momentarily, letting his mana sharpen around him. His eyes glowed with precision, reading every minute movement of Wukong's stance, his breath, his posture. Time seemed to slow for a heartbeat. Izuku's hand blurred as he unsheathed his sword, slicing the air with impossible speed. Swish, swish, swish. Multiple slashes filled the air in rapid succession, too fast for the eye to follow. Each slash seemed to cut through the very fabric of space, leaving behind shimmering trails of energy. The wind roared from the force of the strikes, distorting the air around Wukong. For a split second, everything went silent. Then, slice. Izuku's attack hit, the delayed effect of his sword strikes catching up with reality. Wukong gasped, his body jerking as several deep, glowing cuts appeared all over him simultaneously. He staggered backward, stunned by the sheer speed and precision of Izuku's strikes. But Wukong wasn't finished. Despite the gashes across his body, his eyes flared with determination. He plucked his hair and threw it at the ground, summoning a swarm of duplicates. Wukong used a pluck of many skill. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with dozens of Wukong clones, each identical to the original, each wielding a staff and charging toward Izuku from all directions. Their war cries filled the air as they closed in on him, surrounding him like a pack of wild animals. Izuku's eyes darted around, quickly assessing the situation. The clones were fast, too fast to track with normal eyes. But Izuku had an edge. Activating the power of his M's, Izuku's eyes glowed a deep crimson, spinning with the telltale pattern of his bloodline ability. His perception heightened, allowing him to see every movement, every shift in the clones' positions. He took a deep breath, the world slowing around him as he moved. Izuku summoned Gilgamesh, his gauntlets and greaves glowing with energy as they materialized around his arms and legs. The instant the first clone closed in, Izuku slammed his gauntlet into the ground, unleashing a shockwave of explosive force. Boom! The clones were sent flying back, but they quickly regrouped. Another came from behind, staff raised, but Izuku pivoted on his heel, dodging the strike and countering with a devastating kick to the clone's midsection. Crunch! The clone shattered into mist. More clones swarmed him, but Izuku met each one head-on. He dodged, blocked, and retaliated with precision, each move fluid and powerful. His fists and legs struck with the force of an earthquake, shattering the clones upon contact. Wukong, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes, impressed. Suddenly, Izuku launched himself into the air, high above the battlefield. As the clones tried to follow, he summoned his cavalier, the massive, demonic motorcycle materializing beneath him. Revving the engine with a roar, Izuku spun it downward. Izuku! Time to end this. With a deafening crash, Izuku dived into the horde of Wukong's clones, the cavalry's massive blades cutting through them like butter. The ground shook as he drove through the horde, scattering clones left and right. The real Wukong, sensing the danger, finally descended from his cloud, prepared to face Izuku head-on once again. The battlefield cleared, only the real Wukong standing amidst the ruins of his shattered clones. Both warriors locked eyes, their auras flaring, ready for the next round. Wukong, with his mischievous grin, somersaulted into the air, his cloud swirling beneath him as he hovered high above the battlefield. His staff twirled lazily in his grip as he soared effortlessly across the sky, his movements fluid and graceful. The clouds around him churned as if the very sky itself was under his control. Izuku narrowed his eyes, revving Cavalier beneath him while deactivating Super Saiyan Blue. The demonic motorcycle roared to life, the engine's guttural growl reverberating through the air. Without wasting a second, Izuku kicked off the ground, the massive tires leaving a deep imprint in the earth as he rocketed forward in pursuit. Vroom! Cavalier tore through the battlefield like a rampaging beast, its dual blades spinning furiously on either side, cutting through rocks and debris as Izuku chased after Wukong. The wind howled around him, but he remained focused, eyes locked on his target. Wukong glanced back with a smirk, clearly enjoying the chase. With a flick of his wrist, he urged his cloud to move faster, zigzagging through the air in unpredictable patterns, always staying just out of Izuku's reach. The two of them raced across the landscape, Wukong in the air, weaving between towering cliffs and mountainous terrain, while Izuku sped below on his demonic bike, maneuvering through narrow passes and tearing through forests like a blue comet. It was a chaotic dance of speed and precision. Wukong would dart left, and Izuku would follow, his reflexes sharp and his mind calculating every move. The gap between them remained constant, Wukong always keeping just enough distance to tease Izuku, but never enough to escape. Izuku clenched his teeth, his patience wearing thin. He wasn't about to let Wukong keep this up. He needed an opening, a moment where Wukong would let his guard down, even for a split second. And then it happened. Wukong, in his overconfidence, swooped too low. His cloud dipped just a little closer to the ground, hovering over a narrow canyon. It was a mistake, one that Izuku was quick to capitalize on. With a fierce twist of the throttle, Izuku surged forward, his eyes locking onto Wukong's position. He could feel the power coursing through Cavalier, its blades humming with energy, waiting to be unleashed. Timing it perfectly, Izuku veered left, cutting through a path of jagged rocks, his speed increasing with every second. Then, with a surge of energy, he launched himself off a ramp-like incline, sending Cavalier flying through the air. Boom! The force of the jump propelled Izuku straight toward Wukong. The demonic bike spun in midair, its blades gleaming with deadly precision as they sliced through the air. For a brief moment, Wukong's eyes widened in surprise as he realized the trap had been sprung. Clang! The blades of Cavalier struck hard, catching Wukong's staff mid-spin and knocking it out of position. The sheer impact of the strike sent shockwaves rippling through the air, throwing Wukong off balance. His cloud wobbled, and for the first time in their battle, Wukong faltered. Izuku wasted no time. Using the momentum of the strike, he flipped off Cavalier, his body twisting in midair as he brought his sword down in a powerful slash. The blade shimmered with energy, cutting through the very air with a sharp whoosh as it descended upon Wukong. Thwack! Wukong barely managed to raise his staff in time to block the strike, but the force of it sent him hurtling backward, crashing through the air. He tumbled through the sky, his cloud struggling to stabilize him as he skidded to a stop several meters away. Izuku landed gracefully on the ground, his sword gleaming in the sunlight, the wind howling around him as Cavalier roared beside him. He flicked his wrist, and the bike vanished. He replaced it with his dual pistols and aimed them directly at Wukong. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out, the mana-infused bullets slicing through the air with deadly precision. Wukong, now regaining his balance, deflected 2 of them with his staff, but the third grazed his arm, causing a thin stream of smoke to rise from the wound. Wukong's eyes narrowed, his playful expression replaced with one of determination. He spun his staff, the wind whistling around it as he prepared to retaliate. But Izuku wasn't done yet. With a flick of his wrist, Izuku summoned Gilgamesh, his gauntlets and greaves glowing with power. He rushed forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. His fists moved like lightning, striking out with a series of rapid punches that seemed to blur with speed. Boom! 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 Wukong blocked as best he could, his staff a whirlwind of motion as it deflected the strikes. But Izuku was relentless, his fists crashing down with the force of an avalanche, each blow sending shockwaves through the ground. Then, with a final surge of power, Izuku delivered a devastating kick, his greaves glowing with explosive energy as it connected with Wukong's side. Boom! The force explosion sent Wukong flying, and he crashed into a nearby cliff with a thunderous impact. The ground shook as debris rained down around him, and the canyon walls crumbled under the force of the blow. But even as the dust settled, Wukong's eyes gleamed with defiance. He pulled himself from the rubble, his body bruised and battered, but his spirit unbroken. His staff twirled in his hand, and a grin spread across his face once more. The fight between Izuku and Wukong had reached an intense crescendo. Both warriors had tested each other's limits, trading blows, strikes, and tactics, but neither had managed to secure a decisive upper hand. The battlefield bore the scars of their relentless conflict. Craters, shattered rocks, and the lingering energy of their clashing powers rippled through the air. Wukong rode on his cloud, darting around like a phantom, his staff swirling as it extended and contracted at will. He moved with unpredictable speed, landing the occasional strike against Izuku, but the Super Saiyan Blue transformation had elevated Izuku's power far beyond what he was used to. With his enhanced agility and strength, Izuku kept pace with Wukong, his eyes narrowing in focus. He knew it was time to end this game of cat and mouse. With a deep breath, Izuku's aura flared brilliantly, his hair blazing with blue energy, as the pressure of his ki created shockwaves that sent dust and debris flying in all directions. Izuku, it's time, he muttered, his gaze locking onto Wukong. In an instant, Izuku lifted his hand, the sound of Cavalier roaring beneath him as he chased down Wukong, but this time with purpose. He revived the demonic bike, flipping it into the air before dismissing it with a flick of his hand, replacing it with his dual pistols, which crackled with mana. With deadly accuracy, he fired at Wukong as he moved to close the distance, forcing the warrior to dodge each incoming shot. Wukong deflected a few bullets with his staff, but Izuku didn't let up, constantly changing his angles and pressing the attack. The high-speed chase continued, but this time, Izuku was closing the gap. Suddenly, Izuku came to an abrupt stop. In midair as he activated Super Saiyan Blue, his aura surged around him. His eyes glinted with determination as he raised both hands forward. Izuku. Now, he said as he used one of his ultimate skill, Starfall Barrage. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of energy blasts shot from his palms. Bright blue orbs of mana ripped through the air, hurtling toward Wukong with incredible speed. The first few blasts struck the ground around Wukong, exploding in bursts of power that rocked the battlefield. The next wave closed in tighter, hammering Wukong from all sides. Izuku. Take this. Wukong was forced to use his cloud step to evade, but even with his speed, he couldn't dodge every blast. Several energy balls slammed into him, sending shockwaves through his body as he struggled to maintain control of his cloud. His staff whirled in his hands, deflecting what he could, but Izuku's relentless barrage continued. The ground shook as the energy blasts kept raining down. Explosions dotted the landscape, and the air shimmered with the intensity of the battle. Wukong's cloud flickered, struggling to keep its form as Izuku pressed the attack. But Izuku wasn't done. After the barrage, he pulled his right hand up, condensing his energy into a single, vibrant sphere of rainbow color. The ball of energy hummed in his palms, growing larger and more concentrated with each passing second. The energy crackled, warping the very air around it. With a loud battle cry, Izuku hurled the energy sphere at Wukong. The ball shot forward, tearing through the sky like a comet, leaving a trail of star-like particles in its wake. Wukong barely had time to react. He threw up his staff in defense, but the sphere collided with him, engulfing him in a blinding explosion of light. Boom! The impact was like the detonation of a star. Star-like particles radiated from the explosion, annihilating everything caught in the blast radius. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered, and the shockwave rippled outward, leveling trees and shattering boulders. A massive crater formed where Wukong had been standing moments before. Izuku hovered in the air, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. His Starfall barrage had done serious damage, but he could feel that Wukong still wasn't finished. The warrior was strong, far stronger than anyone Izuku had faced recently. Through the smoke and dust, Wukong emerged, battered and bruised, but still standing. His armor was scorched, and his movements were slower, but his eyes burned with defiance. He twirled his staff, spinning it in a wide arc as he prepared for another round. But Izuku was done playing. His aura intensified once again, flaring around him like a blazing inferno of blue energy. His fists clenched, and the air around him crackled with power as he charged his mana. Izuku. Now, let's finish this. Izuku's entire body began to glow as he activated his final move. His aura surged with cosmic energy, and his Super Saiyan Blue form burned brighter than ever. With a burst of speed, Izuku shot forward, faster than Wukong could react. The first punch connected with Wukong's chest with a deafening whack, sending shockwaves through the warrior's body. Energy surged from Izuku's fist, infiltrating Wukong's very core, causing his body to convulse as the power spread through him. The second punch followed immediately, at the same place. Bam! Another surge of energy poured into the warrior, his armor cracking under the strain. Wukong soared through the air backward, but Izuku didn't let up. Finally, Izuku pulled his fist back, infusing his mana into his arm, and delivered a final, earth-shattering punch straight to Wukong's torso. Crack! Wukong's body was flung backward, but before he could recover, Izuku kicked him upward, launching him high into the air. He spiraled through the sky, helpless as Izuku followed after him, his energy crackling with intensity. Hovering in the sky, Izuku raised his arms and crossed them, his blue aura surging outward like a raging storm. His eyes glowed with a fierce light, and with a mighty roar, he moved his arms upwards, causing the energy to detonate inside Wukong's body. Kaboom! The resulting explosion was cataclysmic. A brilliant blue burst of energy erupted from Wukong, tearing through the landscape with titanic force. The sky turned white from the sheer intensity of the blast, and the ground below shook violently. The explosion expanded outward, consuming everything in its path and leaving behind a devastated wasteland in its wake. The debris settled in a thick cloud of dust around the cavern, the only sound coming from Izuku's heavy breaths. His cosmic meteor had obliterated Wukong, or so he thought. He squinted, his eyes narrowing as he peered through the settling dust. There was no movement, no sign of life. He sighed, lowering his guard slightly and muttering under his breath. Izuku. Finally, he said as he deactivated Super Saiyan Blue. But then, the sound of rumbling reached his ears. From the rubble below, movement stirred. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the battered figure of Wukong rise from the debris. The warrior's body was torn and broken, his once pristine armor shattered and scorched. Yet, even in his weakened state, there was no mistaking the defiant gleam in Wukong's eyes. The staff, still clutched in his hand, wobbled but held firm. Izuku. How? He murmured, his voice barely a whisper. He had unleashed some of his most powerful techniques, moves that should have decimated any opponent. But Wukong was still standing. Before Izuku could process what was happening, Wukong's body began to convulse, a strange energy rippling through him. His skin, cracked and bloodied, suddenly seemed to harden, turning a deep shade of gray, almost like stone. The rumbling intensified, and with a sudden, violent motion, Wukong's body exploded into a flurry of stone fragments. Izuku instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes as the stone shards scattered across the battlefield. A gust of wind followed, sending the debris swirling into the air like a storm of jagged rocks. For a moment, it seemed like Wukong had been reduced to nothing but rubble. But then, in the center of the storm, something glimmered, a golden stone, shining brightly amidst the chaos. Izuku's breath hitched. The golden stone floated in midair, pulsing with raw power. The shards of stone that had scattered began to retract, drawn back toward the glowing object. Slowly, the fragments swirled around the golden core, merging and reforming piece by piece. The stones, once jagged and broken, seamlessly fused into one another, reshaping themselves into a humanoid form. The air around them crackled with energy, and as the last stone clicked into place, the figure that stood before Izuku was none other than Wukong, but this time, something was different. Gone was the playful grin. Gone was the mischievous light in his eyes. Wukong now stood tall and imposing, his golden fur gleaming, his eyes burning with a deep, unwavering focus. His staff, once a simple weapon of wood and metal, now glowed with the same golden hue that radiated from his body. The transformation had elevated him to a new level, and the pressure of his power washed over Izuku like a tidal wave. This was no longer a game. Wukong was serious. The warrior's posture was regal, his stance firm, and his gaze locked onto Izuku with deadly precision. He twirled his staff once, the sound of it slicing through the air like a thunderclap, before planting it firmly on the ground. Izuku clenched his fists. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend the magnitude of the situation. Wukong had undergone some kind of transformation, shedding his previous form like a snake shedding its skin. This new version of him radiated power far beyond what Izuku had faced thus far. Izuku took a deep breath, steadying himself. His own aura flared once again as he activated Super Saiyan Blue, the brilliant blue energy dancing around him like wildfire. His muscles tensed, ready for whatever Wukong had in store. Izuku. So, you're finally showing your true power, he muttered under his breath, his gaze unwavering. Wukong said nothing. He simply took a slow, deliberate step forward, the ground beneath him cracking under the weight of his presence. The atmosphere had shifted completely. What had once been a fast-paced, high-stakes fight had now become a battle of wills, a test of true strength. Izuku's heart raced, but he wasn't about to back down. He knew he'd have to give it everything he had if he wanted to stand a chance against this new Wukong. He planted his feet firmly on the ground, his hands at the ready. This was it, the true test of his strength and skill. The wind howled as the two combatants faced each other, the tension between them palpable. For a moment, everything went still. The world seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. And then Wukong charged. Izuku barely had time to raise the Sword of Omen before Wukong was upon him. Their weapons clashed in a flurry of sparks, the impact sending a shockwave rippling through the area. Clang! Boom! The force of Wukong's strike was immense, and Izuku gritted his teeth as he tried to hold his ground. His arms shook under the pressure, his muscles straining as Wukong pressed him further back. He had expected the battle to end, but this new Wukong was faster, stronger, and more relentless. Izuku ducked under a swing from Wukong's staff, pivoting on his heel as he aimed a precise slash at Wukong's midsection. Slice. The sword of Omen glowed with ethereal power as it cut through the air, but Wukong effortlessly parried the attack, spinning his staff with incredible dexterity. The two clashed again, exchanging blows with lightning speed. Each strike sent shockwaves through the cavern, the force of their battle threatening to bring the entire area down. Izuku spotted an opening in Wukong's defenses, a split second where the monkey's guard was down. With a swift, decisive movement, Izuku lunged forward, aiming to end the battle in one clean strike. But as his blade closed in, Wukong's hand shot out with inhuman speed. Before Izuku could react, Wukong's hand clamped over his face with a vice-like grip. Izuku. Uck. He muffled grunt escaped his lips as he struggled against the unexpected hold. His arms flailed for a moment, the weight of Wukong's palm crushing his face, but he quickly tried to pry it off. There was something about Wukong's touch, an unsettling, invasive sensation that went far beyond physical strength. Izuku felt a strange pull deep within his core as if something vital was being yanked away from him. His vision blurred, and his entire body shuddered. His muscles tensed, and his pulse quickened as panic surged through him. Izuku. What is he doing? His mind screamed. The pull intensified, and for a moment, Izuku couldn't breathe. It was as if Wukong was siphoning something directly from his very being. His hands clawed at Wukong's arm, desperately trying to free himself, but the monkey's grip was ironclad. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. Wukong released his grip and, without hesitation, slammed his foot into Izuku's stomach. Wham! The kick sent Izuku flying across the cavern, his body crashing into the stone wall with a sickening thud. Crash! The impact left a massive crater in the wall, and Izuku crumpled to the ground, gasping for air. Pain radiated through his body, but something felt wrong, very wrong. Izuku slowly pushed himself up onto his hands and knees, his breath ragged and uneven. A cold, creeping dread settled over him as he noticed the notifications flashing in his vision. Inventory locked. Skills locked. Izuku. What? No. He muttered in disbelief, swiping his hand to clear the notifications, but they wouldn't go away. He tried accessing his inventory only to feel an invisible wall block his attempt. He mentally reached for one of his skills, trying to activate M's, but nothing happened. It was as if his powers had been sealed away. Frustration welled up inside him as he glared at Wukong, who now stood calmly on the other side of the cavern, his golden fur gleaming ominously. His staff was resting on his shoulders as he cracked his neck. Wukong's aura was overwhelming, and Izuku could feel the oppressive weight of his presence. Izuku. What did you do to me? He gasped, his voice strained as he tried to pull himself together. He wasn't expecting an answer, but his mind was racing. Whatever Wukong had done when he grabbed his face, it had effectively sealed off his powers. He was completely vulnerable, stripped of his abilities and his arsenal. This can't be happening. Everything was sealed. His skills, his items, his abilities, they were all locked away, leaving him defenseless. This wasn't a mere inconvenience. This was a death sentence in a battle of this caliber. Wukong, with his newfound seriousness, advanced with slow, deliberate steps, closing the distance between them with unnerving calmness. There was no mischief in his movements now, only cold efficiency. He twirled his staff once more before bringing it down toward Izuku with terrifying force. Izuku barely rolled out of the way in time. The staff struck the ground where he had just been with a thunderous boom, sending shards of stone flying in all directions. Even without his powers, his body's instincts kicked in, honed by countless battles. But how long could he last without his skills? Gritting his teeth, Izuku forced himself to stand, though every muscle in his body screamed in protest. His vision blurred, but he steadied himself, forcing himself to focus on the immediate threat, Wukong. Izuku. Think, Izuku. Think. His mind raced as he tried to come up with a plan. He couldn't rely on his usual arsenal, but that didn't mean he was completely helpless. He had to find a way to outsmart Wukong. He had to find some kind of opening, no matter how small. Wukong, sensing Izuku's weakened state, lunged forward with blinding speed. Izuku barely managed to sidestep the attack, dodging the staff by a hair's breadth. Whoosh! The air crackled as the staff missed its mark, and Izuku retaliated with a swift punch aimed at Wukong's ribs. The blow landed, but it was like punching a brick wall. Wukong didn't even flinch. Whack! Wukong's staff connected with Izuku's side, sending him staggering backward. Pain shot through his body, but he forced himself to stay upright, refusing to go down. Wukong pressed the attack, his strikes becoming faster and more aggressive. Izuku dodged and weaved, using every ounce of his reflexes to avoid the onslaught, but he was getting slower with each passing moment. His stamina was draining rapidly, and without his skills to back him up, he was running on empty. A particularly vicious swing from Wukong caught Izuku off guard, grazing his shoulder. Crack! The force of the hit sent him spinning to the ground, his vision swimming as he tried to regain his balance. His body ached, bruises forming under his skin where the staff had struck him. He knew he couldn't keep this up for long. Wukong was relentless, and without his abilities, Izuku was fighting a losing battle. As Wukong approached again, Izuku's mind raced. He needed a plan, a way to buy time or some means of regaining his powers. But the more he thought, the more his options seemed to dwindle. There was no easy solution, no quick fix. He was trapped in a deadly game, and Wukong held all the cards. The sky above the valley had long since disappeared, replaced by a dense, swirling cloud of dust and debris that darkened the battlefield. In the center of the chaos, two figures stood locked in a furious struggle. Izuku, his clothes torn and his body battered, swung the sword of Omen with every ounce of strength he had left. Wukong, still emanating that overwhelming aura of menace, countered every strike with precise, lethal efficiency, his golden staff crackling with energy as it deflected each blow. Their weapons met once more in a powerful clash, the impact sending a massive shockwave rippling through the air. The force was so intense that the very ground beneath their feet cracked, and a sudden burst of electricity arced through the space between them, illuminating the dim cavern for a brief moment. Boom! The electricity surged up into the sky, dispersing the massive cloud above them. For a split second, the battlefield was clear, both warriors standing in stark contrast to one another, Izuku, beaten and exhausted, versus Wukong, pristine and unshaken. The clash of their powers sent a wave of energy outward, rattling the walls of the valley and causing loose stones to fall from the ceiling like rain. Izuku gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body screaming in protest. He was pushing beyond his limits, yet no matter how hard he fought, Wukong remained untouched, his strikes as swift and deadly as ever. Every hit Izuku landed seemed to do nothing, while each counterattack from Wukong felt like it could shatter his bones. Wham! Another brutal strike from Wukong's staff slammed into Izuku's side, sending him skidding across the ground. He barely managed to stay on his feet, digging the sword of Omen into the earth to steady himself. His vision blurred, and blood trickled from a deep cut on his forehead, running down his face and into his eyes. His breathing was ragged, and his arms felt like they were made of lead, too heavy to lift anymore. He could feel his strength fading fast, his body giving into the relentless punishment. But Wukong didn't relent. Bam! Whack! Strike after strike rained down on Izuku, each one more brutal than the last. He raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block, but his defense was crumbling. His bones ached with every hit, his vision tunneling as the pain became overwhelming. Every fiber of his being screamed at him to move, to dodge, to fight back, but he was too slow. Too tired, too beaten down. He was losing. Desperately, Izuku tried to think of a way to fight back. His powers were still locked, his inventory sealed. He had nothing. And yet, despite everything, he couldn't give up. Not here. Not like this. Wukong, however, was far from finished. Seeing an opening, the monkey closed the distance between them in an instant. Izuku, still dazed and struggling to catch his breath, could only watch in horror as Wukong's hand shot forward and grabbed the sword of Omen, the very weapon that had been his lifeline in this battle. In a blur of motion, Wukong spun the sword in his hand and drove it forward, plunging the blade deep into Izuku's torso. Izuku! Gah! The pain was immediate and excruciating. Izuku's eyes widened in shock as the sword pierced through his body, blood pooling around the wound as well as from his mouth. His knees buckled as his health plummeted. HP. 10/50,000ths. Izuku's vision darkened around the edges, his legs giving out as he collapsed to the ground. His hands weakly grasped the hilt of the sword embedded in his abdomen, but his strength was gone. Wukong, towering above him, raised his staff for the final blow. This was it. Izuku knew it. He was moments away from death. But then, as the staff loomed over him, a flash of memories surged through Izuku's mind. The memories were sharp, vivid, and painful. Time seemed to slow down. As the staff began its descent, Izuku's mind was flooded with memories, flashing before his eyes like a broken film reel. He saw himself as a young boy, small and frail, standing in front of his classmates. Katsuki. You're quirkless, Deku. You'll never be a hero. The laughter echoed in his ears, loud and mocking, as his former classmates taunted him for being powerless. He remembered the tears of frustration, the sleepless nights spent wondering if they were right. He had always been weak, always the one falling behind. No matter how hard he tried, no matter how hard he trained, it had never been enough. But then, another set of memories surfaced, brighter, warmer. He saw his friends from the UA, the ones who had stood by his side through every challenge. Momo and Kyoko were always there for him, and Ochako with her infectious smile, reminded him that he wasn't alone. They weren't laughing. They weren't mocking him. They were standing by him, pushing him forward, helping him grow. And now, he was here, standing on the edge of death, fighting for everything he believed in. A surge of emotion welled up inside Izuku's chest, a raw, primal force that burned through the exhaustion and pain. He wasn't going to die here. He wasn't going to let everything he had fought for be taken away by some valley boss. Izuku. I'm not weak. I'm not powerless. I'm not going to die here. As Wukong's staff came crashing down, Izuku's hand shot up, catching the weapon mid-swing. His fingers closed around the golden staff, stopping it dead in its tracks. The force of the blow reverberated through his arm, but he didn't flinch. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. Izuku. I'm not going to die here. With a roar that echoed through the cavern, Izuku tightened his grip on the staff and, with a surge of strength, snapped it in half. The staff shattered under his grasp, golden fragments exploding outward in a brilliant burst of energy. Wukong staggered back, momentarily taken aback, but Izuku was already on his feet. The blue aura surged, wrapping around him in a protective cocoon. The sword of Omen, still embedded in his gut, began to glow with the same blue energy. Izuku's hand gripped the hilt tightly as the aura infused the blade, and for the first time since the battle had begun, he felt a strange, exhilarating sensation. It was power, unlike anything he had felt before. As the energy coursed through him, Izuku slowly pulled the sword of Omen from his abdomen, the blue aura healing the wound as it did. His sword vanished as he locked eyes with Wukong. His height started to increase, his body started to bulk up as they filled with unknown energy. His veins glowed with radiant blue and red streaks as the energy began to weave through his entire form, drawing from deep within his soul. The atmosphere around him twisted and bent as if reality itself couldn't handle the sheer force of the transformation that was about to unfold. Suddenly, his back exploded with light and power. Two massive wings, forged from a storm of fiery red and electric blue energy, burst forth, casting a massive shadow across the battlefield. Their edges were sharp, like blades, crackling with arcs of energy that scorched the air around him. His legs buckled as the armor that encased his body thickened and morphed. It was no longer the attire of a warrior, this was the exoskeleton of a monster. His arms grew denser as the armor formed over them, and jagged metallic ridges emerged from his shoulders, glowing faintly with demonic energy. His fingers elongated into claws, each one capable of rending through the toughest materials. Then came the helmet. An angular, regal structure encased his head, the visor burning with a fierce crimson light. His perception expanded. He could see Wukong's every movement before they even happened, calculating the battlefield like a grand chessboard. As his transformation reached its peak, a bladed tail, segmented and wickedly sharp, burst from his lower back. It glowed with the same ethereal energy that powered his wings, swaying with a mind of its own, ready to strike at any given moment. His entire form now radiated immense heat, the fiery core of his transformation pulsing in sync with his heartbeat. A new notification flashed before his eyes. Devil Hunter class skills unlocked. The Devil Hunter skills had been awakened and the first one he used was Devil Buster. Devil Buster, Sin Devil Trigger. Skill type Armored Transformation. Description: the Devil Buster represents the pinnacle of demonic transformation, merging the most powerful attributes of various demonic forms into one ultimate state. This transformation not only amplifies the user's physical and skill-based abilities but also unlocks powerful defensive and offensive capabilities. Appearance: armor. The Devil Buster's armor is a sleek, metallic exoskeleton imbued with glowing red and blue energy veins that pulsate with immense power. The armor design is a perfect blend of ancient demonic heritage and advanced combat technology, giving the user an intimidating and regal presence. Wings. The user gains a pair of large, sharp, ethereal wings crackling with both fiery red and electric blue energy. These wings provide exceptional aerial maneuverability and can also be used offensively to generate powerful energy blasts or cutting winds. Helmet. The helmet is designed with a fierce, angular structure, featuring a glowing visor that enhances the user's perception and battlefield awareness. Tail. A long, segmented tail with a bladed end adds another layer of combat versatility, allowing for powerful sweeping and piercing attacks. Abilities and effects. 1. Overwhelming power. The transformation boosts all stats to the absolute maximum, turning the user into an unstoppable force of strength, speed, and destructive energy. 2. Aerial supremacy. The powerful wings grant unparalleled mobility in the air, allowing the user to perform rapid aerial maneuvers and deliver devastating airborne strikes. 3. Regeneration. The Devil Buster provides advanced regenerative abilities, allowing the user to recover from any damage sustained during battle quickly. 4. Energy projection. The user can unleash energy beams or waves from their wings, tail, or hands, overwhelming foes with raw power. 5. Weapon manifestation. The user can channel fiery and electrical energy into weapons generated from their armor, turning their body into a living war machine. Special moves. 1. War Machine Mode. Entering this mode allows the user to summon an arsenal of high-tech weaponry from their body, including rocket launchers, laser cannons, and machine guns. These weapons appear from the arms, legs, and chest, turning the user into a walking battalion capable of unleashing a relentless barrage of explosive, energy, and bullet-based attacks. It's perfect for overwhelming large groups of enemies. 2. Core Obliterator. The user channels their energy into a massive beam of destructive force, which upon impact wipes out everything within its radius. The move is as beautiful as it is terrifying, releasing a shockwave of pure energy and obliterating anything caught in its path. 3. Heat Vision. The user unleashes twin beams of concentrated energy from their eyes. These beams can pierce through solid structures and incinerate enemies upon contact. When fully charged, they cause massive explosions that can disintegrate targets. 4. Skybreaker. A powerful dive attack from the air, where the user descends at breakneck speed, delivers a devastating punch or kick that generates a massive shockwave upon impact. 5. Abyssal Strike. The user channels elemental energy into their tail and performs a powerful sweeping attack that releases a wave of destructive energy, slicing through enemies in a wide arc. 6. Infernal Vortex. By spinning rapidly, the user generates a twister of fire and electricity, pulling enemies into the storm while unleashing waves of destruction. The vortex is capable of disintegrating anything caught in its path. 7. Heaven's Guard. The user generates 2 circular energy shields on both arms, capable of blocking and absorbing incoming attacks. These shields can also reflect energy-based projectiles at enemies or be used as offensive weapons by slamming them into opponents. 8. Rocket Strike. The user fires his punches like projectiles, launching them toward enemies with rocket-propelled speed and accuracy. Upon impact, the punch explodes with tremendous force, causing widespread destruction. The punch quickly regenerates afterward. 9. Dragon Roar. A massive beam of fire and electrical energy shoots from the user's mouth, similar to a dragon's breath attack. This devastating move can incinerate anything in its path, creating a fiery explosion upon contact. Stats Boost. Strength. Plus 500%. Agility. Plus 400%. Vitality. Plus 500%. Intelligence. Plus 350%. Endurance, plus 500%. Skill power, plus 600%. Izuku clenched his fists, and with that simple gesture, the ground beneath him cracked and crumbled as raw power seeped into every fiber of his being. His aura exploded outward, sending a powerful shockwave that sent Wukong stumbling back. The boss stared him down. As Izuku had unlocked his ultimate form, he had become a walking embodiment of destruction. His glowing red and blue armor pulsed with power, the ethereal wings crackling with electricity and flame. Wukong, sensing the monumental shift, spun the new staff he summoned, bracing himself for the imminent clash. The two titans locked eyes, and in a heartbeat, the battle resumed. Izuku moved first. Boom! With a single beat of his powerful wings, he closed the distance between them in a flash, his body blurring as he delivered a devastating punch, glowing with fiery energy, straight toward Wukong's chest. The impact created a shockwave that sent debris flying in every direction. Wukong, caught off guard by the immense speed, was sent crashing back through some rocks, but quickly retaliated by spinning his staff in a defensive arc. Izuku's reflexes were sharper than ever. His wings flared, and with a quick flip backward, he ascended into the air, dodging Wukong's staff strike by inches. His movements left a trail of red and blue afterimages in the air, making it nearly impossible for Wukong to track his next move. Izuku took advantage of the brief moment when Wukong's guard was compromised. Charging his right hand with blue energy, he struck Wukong's side with a powerful punch, sending him skidding across the arena. Without a second of hesitation, Izuku beat his wings, soaring into the air and hovering above the battlefield. Whoosh! His armor radiated heat as he gathered energy for his next attack. His wings flared outward, and from his hands, bolts of electric blue energy shot down toward Wukong. These energy blasts, infused with the power of his energy projection skill, struck the ground with explosive force, each one aimed with pinpoint accuracy to keep the monkey on the defensive. The ground erupted in bursts of flame and electricity, each blast tearing chunks of stone from the dungeon floor. Boom! 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 Wukong spun his staff in a desperate defense, deflecting a few of the blasts, but the sheer number overwhelmed him. As he deflected one beam, another struck him from the side, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could recover, Izuku descended with breakneck speed, performing his skybreaker dive attack. His fist, glowing with fiery power, collided with Wukong's chest, sending a shockwave rippling through the battlefield. Crack! The force of the blow cracked Wukong's staff and sent him flying into the wall. The monkey growled in defiance as he pulled himself to his feet, his eyes burning with rage. But Izuku wasn't about to give him any time to recover. Izuku's body crackled with both fire and electricity as he spun rapidly, generating a swirling vortex of destructive energy around him. This was his infernal vortex. The twister of power expanded outward, pulling Wukong into its deadly grip. The swirling mass of energy burned with intense heat, and arcs of lightning danced across its surface, disintegrating anything that came too close. Wukong struggled, slamming his staff into the ground to anchor himself, but the force of the vortex was too much. He was dragged into its center, his body buffeted by waves of fiery energy. His armor sizzled, and his skin scorched under the immense heat. Yet, even within the maelstrom of destruction, Wukong still fought back. With a primal roar, Wukong slammed his staff into the ground, using his raw strength to break free of the vortex. He swung his weapon in a wide arc, dispersing the energy around him in a shockwave that sent the remnants of the vortex dissipating into the air. Panting, Wukong charged forward, aiming to take advantage of the small window before Izuku could recover. But Izuku had anticipated this. His wings spread wide, and with a quick motion, he conjured two circular shields of glowing energy on both of his arms, Heaven's Guard. Wukong's staff slammed into the shields, but instead of breaking them, the energy absorbed the blow. Izuku twisted his body, using the force of Wukong's strike to his advantage, and slammed one of the energy shields into Wukong's face. The monkey staggered back, and Izuku didn't stop. He propelled forward, his fist igniting with a fiery blue glow as he launched a rocket-propelled punch, Rocket Strike. The punch exploded from his arm like a missile, slamming into Wukong's chest with tremendous force. Boom! The explosion sent Wukong skidding backward, his body rattled from the impact. Before the monkey could recover, Izuku's hand reformed with a swift regeneration. Izuku wasted no time in following up. His tail, charged with glowing demonic energy, lashed out with a sweeping attack, Abyssal Strike. The strike released a wave of destructive energy that sliced through the air in a wide arc, cutting through the stone of the valley and slamming into Wukong, knocking him off balance. Wukong, despite the brutal onslaught, still stood tall, his staff raised in defiance. The ground beneath him cracked as he readied himself for one final assault, raising his staff high above his head. But Izuku was already in motion. His wings flared out once more as he rose into the air, and his eyes glowed fiercely beneath his helmet. From deep within his chest, he summoned the raw elemental fury of both fire and electricity. His mouth opened, and with a roar that shook the trees, he unleashed Dragon Roar, a massive beam of pure destructive energy that shot forth like the breath of an ancient dragon. The beam tore through the air, engulfing Wukong in its path. The sheer intensity of the attack incinerated everything in its way, leaving nothing but scorched earth and molten stone. Wukong's staff shattered under the force, and the monkey was consumed by the torrent of energy. A fiery explosion erupted as the beam reached its peak, lighting up the entire dungeon with its radiant glow. When the light finally faded, Izuku landed on the ground, his wings folding behind him. His armor continued to glow with residual energy, the battlefield around him scorched and torn apart. In the center of the devastation, Wukong's broken body lay still, his staff shattered and his aura was gone. The intense power of the Devil Buster transformation slowly ebbed away, his armor retracting as the pulsating energy veins in his body faded. The wings of fiery red and electric blue dissipated into flickers of light, and his helmet dissolved, revealing his face beneath. His body returned to its normal state. He took a deep breath, feeling the rush of his restored health, the familiar screen of his inventory and skills settling back into his mind. His HP, once dangerously low, surged back to half. The incredible abilities from his Devil Hunter class, now fully unlocked, buzzed within him, ready to be used at will. Izuku's gaze turned toward Wukong's motionless body lying on the charred battlefield. His staff lay shattered at his side, and the once mighty aura had vanished. Yet, even in death, Wukong's form radiated power. Izuku slowly approached, his boots crunching against the debris scattered around him. He knelt beside Wukong, staring at the body of the legendary warrior he had just defeated. There was no arrogance in his expression, only respect. Wukong had been a fearsome opponent, pushing Izuku beyond his limits, forcing him to grow and adapt in ways he never thought possible. As Izuku approached the corpse, his boots crunched against the shattered ground, echoing in the silence. He came to a stop right in front of Wukong's body. There was a moment of stillness as he looked down at the warrior who had pushed him to his limits. "Izuku, you were truly remarkable," he said softly, his voice filled with respect. "To think that you were able to withstand that much power and still fight with such tenacity, not to mention that you almost killed me. It would be a waste for you to simply vanish here, your strength forgotten in the dust of this battlefield." He knelt down beside Wukong's lifeless form, his eyes reflecting the admiration he held for the warrior. Izuku had fought many battles and faced countless enemies, but few earned his respect in such a short amount of time. Wukong had done just that, proving himself to be a formidable opponent with his agility, creativity, and raw power. A smirk tugged at Izuku's lips, a thought forming in his mind. "Izuku, I would be a fool," he murmured, rising to his feet once more, "if I didn't turn someone like you into an ally." At those words, Izuku's expression shifted, his face taking on a more serious and commanding demeanor. His eyes, once filled with admiration, now glowed with a cold, icy blue light as he prepared to call upon the power that had been bestowed upon him. The shadow extraction skill was an ability that allowed him to bring forth fallen warriors and turn them into his loyal shadows. The air around him grew heavy as the temperature seemed to drop, an unnatural chill spreading across the battlefield. Izuku stretched out his hand over Wukong's body, his fingers curling slightly as if he were grasping something unseen. The blue light in his eyes intensified, swirling like frozen flames as dark, shadowy tendrils began to rise from the ground beneath Wukong's body. The atmosphere became charged with energy as Izuku's voice resonated, powerful and commanding, cutting through the air with authority. "Izuku, arise." The single word carried a weight that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of reality. The shadowy tendrils wrapped around Wukong's body, seeping into his skin and pulling at his form. Darkness coiled around him like living chains, drawing him into the shadows from which he would be reborn. The ground beneath Wukong began to shift. His body twitched slightly, fingers curling into fists as his form was pulled from the brink of death. The shadows engulfed him completely, and then, with a final surge of power, Wukong's eyes snapped open, glowing the same icy blue as Izuku's. Wukong slowly rose to his feet. His body was encased in a dark and blue ethereal aura, and his once golden armor now shimmered with a blackened hue. The staff in his hand remained, but its aura had changed, now a weapon of shadow and destruction, ready to serve its new master. Shadow can be named. The name Black Myth Wukong didn't sit well with him. This wasn't just any shadow. The way Wukong had fought, the strength, the resilience, the unwavering spirit, it all reminded Izuku of stories from ancient times. Stories of a warrior who fought for freedom, not just for himself but for others. A symbol of rebellion and liberation. Izuku smiled, a thought flashing in his mind as he remembered those legends. Izuku, you remind me of someone, he said softly, looking directly at the newly reborn warrior. A legend from the past. A warrior who fought for freedom, for his own destiny. A hero in his own right. He stepped closer, his gaze never leaving Wukong's. Your name is no longer Black Myth Wukong. From this day forward, you shall be known as Sun Wukong, after the legendary monkey who defied the higher-ups themselves for freedom. Sun Wukong LV. 100. Rank. Elite Knight. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Sun Wukong. Huh, I like it. Izuku froze, his eyes widening in surprise. The voice was deep and powerful. It took a few seconds for him to register what had just happened. Wukong had spoken. Izuku, you can speak? He asked, clearly caught off guard. He had assumed that the shadow would be like Kaizel, silent and obedient, with only their actions to communicate. But Wukong had broken that mold in an instant. Black Myth Wukong, or rather Sun Wukong now, let out a hearty laugh, his glowing blue eyes sparkled with amusement. Son, you look like you've seen a ghost. Yeah, I can talk. He tapped his chest confidently with his free hand. Didn't expect your new shadow to have a voice, huh? Izuku was momentarily speechless. It was as if the warrior had truly returned, not just as a shadow but as something more. Izuku, but why didn't you speak during the battle? He asked, genuinely curious. Wukong's face darkened for a moment, a shadow of something far more personal crossing his features. He twirled his staff casually, thinking for a brief moment before answering. Su, I was under a curse. Some kind of punishment, given to me by a ruler. I refused to serve his evil plans, refused to be a pawn for his twisted schemes. He paused, a glint of defiance flashing in his eyes. So, he sealed me in that shell of silence to guard the relic. Left me trapped, unable to speak or fully control my power. Izuku's brows furrowed. Izuku. A curse. You were punished for standing up against someone. Sun Wukong nodded, his confident grin returning, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Son. Yeah, some big shot thought he could use me to do his dirty work. But I wasn't about to bow down to anyone like that. Freedom isn't something you can just hand over to someone like that. So I defied him, fought back, and, well, he gestured at himself, indicating the curse that had once held him. Izuku's respect for the warrior deepened at that. Wukong had not only been strong but had also been principled, willing to suffer punishment rather than betray his beliefs. The shadow wasn't just a weapon, he was a warrior of conviction. Son. So when you defeated me or rather killed me, he joked, now leaning casually on his staff, the curse broke. Guess that means you've freed me from it. Izuku blinked, not expecting that his fight would have such a profound effect. Izuku. I didn't know. Wukong waved a hand dismissively. Son. You probably didn't. But that doesn't matter. The important thing is, I'm back. And I'm yours to command now. You freed me, so I'll follow you. He gave Izuku a toothy grin, one that showed his confidence and fearlessness. Beside, I haven't had this much fun in eons. He cracked his knuckles, a wide grin spreading across his face. That fight was the most excitement I've had in ages. And, he tapped his staff against the ground lightly, his eyes glinting with mischief. I kinda like you. You've got guts, and you're not bad with a sword, either. Izuku smiled back, relieved to have gained such a powerful ally. Izuku. I'm glad to have you on my side, Wukong. I could use someone with your strength and experience. Wukong smiled as he dissolved in shadows, ready to serve his new boss when needed. Izuku found himself back at the place where he touched the staff, which had returned to its original size, no longer towering or pulsating with uncontrollable power. It was now just a simple, elegant weapon, waiting for him. The faint glow that emanated from it, however, indicated that its true potential was far from ordinary. The most shocking part was his state, which was back to before he fought the warrior. His MP was full as well as his HP. His clothes were no longer dirty or bloody as if he had never fought the battle. As he stepped forward, the ground began to tremble slightly beneath his feet, as if the world itself was reacting to the staff's presence. The air grew heavy with a strange energy that coursed through the surroundings, and the very earth seemed to pulse in sync with the staff. Izuku reached out, his hand wrapping around the staff's smooth, cool surface. The moment he tried to lift it, the ground beneath him rumbled violently, and a surge of power shot up his arm, filling every inch of his being with an overwhelming, electrifying force. Izuku. NNGH. Izuku gritted his teeth, his body trembling as he used every ounce of strength to pull the staff from the ground. The earth resisted, holding the staff in place like it was an extension of the land itself, but Izuku wasn't going to back down. With a fierce cry, Izuku summoned all his strength, his muscles bulging, his energy flaring wildly around him. His aura erupted in a brilliant display of blue as he pulled harder, every fiber of his being straining against the weight of the staff. Izuku. Come on. The ground cracked beneath him, large fissures spreading outwards as if the earth was trying to hold onto the staff. But Izuku refused to yield. His grip tightened, and with a final, monumental effort, he pulled the staff free from the ground. Crack. The moment the staff came loose, the earth stopped shaking, but the power that surged through Izuku was unlike anything he had ever felt before. A massive shockwave of golden light exploded from the staff, radiating outward in a blinding burst that illuminated the entire area. The wind whipped around him, and the energy coursing through his veins felt almost alive, pulsating with raw, ancient power. Izuku gasped, his heart pounding wildly in his chest as he held the staff aloft. The energy from the weapon seemed to meld with his own, becoming one with his mana. His aura shifted slightly, taking on a golden hue that flickered and intertwined with his blue energy, as though the power of Wukong was now blending with his own. As the golden energy settled, the staff's glow faded slightly, becoming more subdued, though its presence was still palpable. Izuku took a deep breath, his body calming as he adjusted to the new power flowing through him. Jingubang Staff. Item Class S. Item Rank Legendary. Type Magical Staff. Durability Unbreakable. Description. Jingubang is a magical staff known for its ability to change size, weight, and length at the will of its wielder. This legendary weapon is famed not only for its adaptability but also for its ability to fight independently, acting as a secondary combatant on the battlefield. With its unbreakable structure and overwhelming power, Jingubang is a force to be reckoned with. Abilities. 1. Size Manipulation. The staff can extend or contract on command, allowing for ranged or close combat as needed. 2. Mountain's Fury. Jingubang grows in size and weight, slamming down with the force of a mountain, creating shockwaves and causing immense damage. 3. Whirling Tempest. The staff is spun at high speeds, generating a destructive vortex that damages and pushes back nearby enemies. 4. Skyfall Strike. Jingubang is thrown into the air, expanding as it descends, striking the ground with explosive force and sending out powerful shockwaves. 5. Earthquake Strike. The staff is slammed into the ground, causing tremors and fissures that damage all enemies in the vicinity. 7. Autonomous Combat. Jingubang can be commanded to fight independently, attacking and defending on its own, allowing the wielder to focus on other tasks or strategies. Stats. Strength. Plus 200%. Range. Variable dependent on size. Impact damage. Plus 250%. Izuku. Incredible, he whispered, looking at the staff in awe. This relic, this weapon, was now his. The mountain range was quiet again, the wind whispering softly through the trees and the distant peaks. Izuku stood tall, his hand still gripping the staff tightly, a determined expression on his face. He could feel it, the potential this staff held, the endless possibilities it could unlock. Izuku spun the staff in a wide arc above his head, feeling the air part around it like a whirlwind. With a precise and sharp downward motion, he slammed the staff into the ground. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the stone floor of the valley, the tremor causing the surrounding walls to crack and dust to rain from above. He leapt into the air, holding Jingubang in both hands, and in a single fluid motion, extended the staff to twice its normal length. It responded instantly, growing as if alive, and Izuku swung the now elongated weapon horizontally with enough force to cleave through the pillars surrounding him. They crumbled under the sheer might of his swing, stone crashing to the ground as he brought the staff back to its normal size with a flick of his wrist. Izuku spun on his heels and thrust the staff forward. The motion created a burst of air pressure that shot out in front of him like a cannon, hitting an imaginary target with a sharp boom that echoed throughout the area. Satisfied with the power of Jingubang, Izuku felt the staff respond as though it were an extension of his own body. He could sense the endless possibilities of its use in battle. The energy it contained, combined with his own strength, made it an unstoppable weapon. Then, almost instinctively, Izuku's quirk interface appeared before him, showing the familiar level up screen. His eyes widened as he saw his current level. Status: Name: Izuku Midoriya. Level: 203. Class: Ninja Devil Hunter. Alias: Shadow Monarch. HP: 64,000. MP: 13,000. Strength: 730. Vitality: 530. Agility: 650. Intelligence: 370. Sense: 450. Fatigue: 0. Remaining points: 35. New skill unlocked. Somersault Cloud. Skill type: Mobility skill. Description: Somersault Cloud allows the user to summon a mystical cloud that they can ride, granting them unparalleled speed and aerial mobility. This cloud is capable of quick maneuvers and high-speed travel, making it an ideal tool for traversing vast distances or gaining an advantageous position in combat. The cloud can be summoned at will and responds instantly to the user's commands. Abilities: 1. Cloud Summon. Instantly conjures a mystical cloud that the user can ride. The cloud floats effortlessly in the air and can move at incredible speeds, allowing the user to travel across any terrain or rise high into the sky. 2. Aerial Agility. While riding the somersault cloud, the user gains heightened control over their movements, making it easy to dodge attacks, perform aerial maneuvers, or quickly relocate in battle. 3. Lightning Descent. From high in the air, the user can command the cloud to perform a rapid dive, allowing for surprise strikes or quick escapes. Stats Boost. Travel Speed: plus 300%. Aerial Maneuverability: plus 200%. Evasion: plus 100%. Evo Eye. Skill type: Right Eye Skill. Description: Evo Eye is a formidable and strategic ocular ability that grants the user enhanced vision to dominate the battlefield. With Evo Eye, the user can instantly analyze their opponent's abilities, quirks, and intentions, identifying their strengths, weaknesses, and next moves. This skill also allows the user to manipulate the battlefield by instantly swapping the positions of two objects or individuals within a certain range, making it a deadly tool in the hands of a skilled fighter. Abilities: 1. Information Scan. The eye automatically scans and displays comprehensive information about any individual within the wearer's line of sight. This includes name, quirk, abilities, level, stats, strength, speed, agility, intelligence, etc. Health and mana levels, affiliations, alliances. 2. Quirk Analysis. Provides a detailed analysis of the observed individual's quirk, including strengths, weaknesses, and potential strategies to counter or enhance it. 3. Combat Predictions. Offers real-time predictions of an individual's likely actions or movements in combat based on their stats and past behavior patterns. 4. Stealth Detection. This can reveal individuals who are using stealth or invisibility techniques within a 30-meter radius, making it difficult for enemies to hide from the wearer. 5. Instant swap, spatial manipulation. With a single thought, the user can swap the positions of two objects or individuals within a 100-meter range, creating opportunities for surprise attacks, evasive maneuvers, or tactical setups. Usage. 1. Activation. The user simply needs to look at an individual to activate the information scan ability. Detailed information appears in a heads-up display, HUD visible only to the user. 2. Navigation. The user can navigate through the displayed information using subtle eye movements or voice commands. Stats. Intelligence. +50. Perception. +100. Analysis speed. +200%. Range of swap. 50 meters. Cooldown. 30 seconds between swaps. Domain expansion. Infinite void. Skill type reality warping skill. Description. Infinite void is a reality warping domain expansion technique that traps the target within a boundless space of infinite knowledge and overwhelming sensory input. Once activated, the user creates a surreal, infinite void where time, space, and reality distort. Enemies caught within the domain are rendered immobile, overwhelmed by endless information and stimuli, leaving them vulnerable to the user's attacks. This technique completely neutralizes the opponent's ability to fight back, creating an environment of absolute control. Abilities. 1. Sensory overload. Upon activation, enemies within the domain are flooded with infinite knowledge and stimuli, paralyzing them mentally and physically. The overwhelming input causes their perception of time to slow, rendering them completely defenseless. 2. Reality distortion. Inside the domain, the user can manipulate space at will, allowing for teleportation, creating afterimages, or attacking from impossible angles. The boundaries of the domain are endless, making escape impossible. 3. Absolute hit. While within the domain, all of the user's attacks are hit with absolute precision. There is no room for evasion or defense within Infinite Void, guaranteeing successful strikes. Stats boost. Perception control, +500%. Attack precision, +100%. Enemy evasion reduction, -100%. Infinity. Skill type invisible barrier. Description. Infinity is a defensive technique that creates an invisible barrier around the user, derived from the mastery of space manipulation. Using the user's mana, Infinity forms an impenetrable shield by distorting space between the user and any external threats. Any object or attack approaching the user is infinitely slowed down, never making contact. This creates the illusion of an invisible force field, allowing the user to remain untouchable while observing the chaos around them. Abilities. 1. Infinite barrier. The core of Infinity is the barrier that stops any attacks, physical or magical, from reaching the user. By warping space, any threat slows to a halt as it approaches, unable to make contact with the user. 2. Automatic defense. Infinity can be set to activate passively, automatically deploying against incoming threats. This means the user doesn't need to consciously control the barrier at all times, giving them complete focus on offense or strategy. 3. Selective interaction. The user can selectively allow certain objects or people to pass through the Infinity, offering a degree of control over what the barrier stops or lets through. This makes it highly versatile in combat scenarios. Stats boost. Defense, +300%. Damage reduction, 100%. Reaction time, +200%. I mean, curses are also some kind of demons or devils, so yeah. Izuku stared at the stats in disbelief, trying to absorb the full scope of his growth. He was now level 203. In just one dungeon, he'd made an enormous leap, his stats climbing to heights that seemed unreal. The Devil Hunter class had finally unlocked, granting him abilities that made him feel unstoppable. He has a new eye skill, EVOI, that allows him to process everything around him with razor-sharp precision. Despite all this newfound power, Izuku couldn't ignore the enormity of what he'd just achieved. He was now capable of manipulating space through the instant swap ability and controlling a terrifying new domain with Infinite Void. As he reflected on the battle, a moment of gratitude swelled in his chest. Wukong had forced him to evolve, to fight beyond his limits. Izuku had thought he'd reached his peak during the battle, but in truth, this was only the beginning. Izuku, I can't believe how far I've come. His voice was soft, almost reverent as he clenched his fist, feeling the raw power he now wielded. He thought of everything ahead. The fights, the enemies, the challenges that would push him further. With a smirk, he decided it was time to leave the dungeon. Izuku activated his somersault cloud skill. A cloud formed beneath his feet in an instant, swirling with energy, its fluffy form solid enough to support him. The cloud hovered silently, and with a single thought, it began to ascend. Izuku felt himself rise gently into the air, the cloud following his will. He took one last look around the dungeon, the eerie silence and darkness feeling far behind him now. The valley began to shrink below him as the cloud carried him higher. The forest, which once felt like a labyrinth of challenges, seemed small now. Izuku was calmly sitting on a cloud, as he propelled forward, soaring out of the dungeon with ease. As he was outside the dungeon, he quickly dismissed the cloud, that vanished in thin air. The thrill of defeating the dungeon's final guardian still lingered, who became his strongest shadow, but his mind quickly shifted back to the normal world as he hurried toward the station. His body ached slightly from the intense battles, but nothing he couldn't handle. Glancing out the window, Izuku realized the train was passing through Hosu City. The tall buildings and busy streets blurred, the sun beginning to set over the horizon, casting the buildings in a warm orange glow. Something about the atmosphere felt unsettling, but he shrugged it off for a moment. Pulling out his phone, he sent a quick text to Tenya. "Hey, Iida, just checking in. How's your internship going? We should catch up when we get a chance, Izuku." He waited for a reply, staring at the passing scenery of Hosu City, but his phone remained silent. A frown creased his brow. Izuku. Maybe he's busy, he thought to himself, trying to shake off the unease that began to settle in his stomach. For a moment, everything seemed calm, an odd sense of tranquility after the chaos he'd endured. But quickly shattered by. Boom. Look, a building just exploded. Izuku's eyes widened. He leaned toward the window, his breath catching as he saw smoke billowing from a nearby building in Hosu City, the flames reaching toward the sky. The city was under attack. Before he could fully process the situation, the train jolted violently. A deafening crash echoed through the train car as the walls crumbled inward. Screams filled the air as passengers scrambled for safety. One of the doors exploded off its hinges, and a massive creature stormed in. A Nomu stood in the wreckage. The pro-hero who had been stationed to protect the train was thrown aside like a rag doll, unconscious. Izuku's instincts kicked in immediately. Without wasting a second, he leapt to his feet, his eyes locked on the Nomu as it roared, causing the entire car to tremble. He didn't hesitate. Charging forward, he shouted to the passengers. "Izuku! Everyone, get to the back of the train. Now!" Without warning, Izuku launched himself at the Nomu, crashing into it with a full-body tackle. The force of his attack sent them both flying out of the train and into the chaotic streets of Hosu City. They landed hard, the asphalt cracking beneath their impact. The Nomu growled, trying to get back up, but Izuku was already in motion. He summoned Gilgamesh and channeled all his power into a single, devastating move. The veins of energy along his Gilgamesh gauntlet flared with fiery blue light as he charged forward, arm cocked back for a punch. His fist collided with the Nomu's chest. The sheer power behind the strike caused a sonic boom, and the air itself seemed to tremble as the impact reverberated through the streets. The Nomu didn't stand a chance. Its body exploded outward in a shockwave of raw power, disintegrating into nothing as the force of the punch obliterated it. Dust and debris flew everywhere, but Izuku stood unfazed, his breathing steady. His Gilgamesh gauntlet still radiated heat from the punch, but his focus was immediately drawn to the chaos unfolding around him. Multiple areas were engulfed in flames, with black smoke rising high into the sky. Screams of civilians echoed through the streets, and the unmistakable sounds of battle filled the air. Buildings were crumbling, and several explosions in the distance suggested the attack was widespread. More Nomus. More destruction. Izuku quickly assessed the situation, his eyes scanning for any nearby threats. He spotted more Nomus rampaging through the city, fighting off pro-heroes and endangering civilians. This wasn't just a random attack, this was coordinated. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his cavalier bike in a burst of light. The sleek, demonic motorcycle roared to life, its engines crackling with energy. Without wasting a second, Izuku revved the bike and sped off into the heart of the chaos, weaving through the burning streets of Hosu. He had no time to waste. As he sped toward the next threat, Izuku's mind was already formulating a plan. Hosu City was under siege, and the people needed a hero. No, they needed him. Meanwhile Manuel and Tenya sprinted through the chaotic streets of Hosu City, their breaths heavy in the heat from nearby fires thick in the air. They could see destruction on all sides. The Nomu attacks were spreading faster than they could contain, and every pro-hero in the area was struggling to keep up. Manuel barked orders at the civilians, trying to get them to safety while keeping an eye on Tenya. He could tell something was on his student's mind, a tension that hadn't let up since the Nomus first appeared. Manuel, Tenya, stay focused. He called out, dodging a falling piece of debris from a nearby building. We have to focus on evacuation. But Tenya wasn't listening. His eyes had been scanning the alleys, the narrow streets, every corner of Hosu as if he was searching for something. No, someone. And then, as he passed a narrow alleyway, Tenya's heart froze. There was the hero killer, Stain. His ragged, blood-soaked bandages hung loosely from his scarred body, and his cold eyes gleamed with malice under the mask that covered half of his face. Without thinking, Tenya broke away from Manuel. His breath quickened as a singular thought overwhelmed his mind: revenge. Stain's blade was inches from Native's neck when Tenya leapt into the alley, the thrusters on his legs igniting with a bright blue light. He rocketed forward, planting himself between Stain and Native, his body tensing as he glared at the villain. Tenya, stop! Stain's eyes narrowed, pulling back his blade slightly. His predatory gaze shifted to Tenya, and he immediately recognized the boy's desperation. Tenya, his voice cracked as rage boiled up inside him. He gritted his teeth, staring down the man who had shattered his family, the man who had nearly destroyed his brother, Tensai. You're the one who attacked my brother. You're the hero killer. Stain's lips curled into a sneer. Stain. Ah, so that's what this is about. He lowered his blade slightly but didn't ease up on the pressure radiating from him. Are you here to avenge your fallen sibling? How pitiful. Tenya's fists clenched, his mind racing with the memory of his brother lying motionless in the hospital bed, his career as a hero stolen from him by this man. Tenya, I'm not here for pity. He shouted, charging forward. I'm here to defeat you. With all his might, Tenya launched a powerful kick aimed directly at Stain's chest. The thrusters on his legs roared as he propelled himself toward his target, but Stain was faster. Clang! Stain's katana flashed through the air with blinding speed, expertly deflecting Tenya's kick. The impact knocked Tenya off balance, and his helmet was sent flying from his head, clattering to the ground. Stain was on him in an instant, slashing again, but Tenya barely managed to dodge, the tip of the blade grazing his side. Stain stood there, his cold eyes never leaving Tenya's. Stain, you think you're strong enough to face me? His voice was calm but dripping with disdain. You should leave now, boy. Even children can become my targets if they're tainted by corruption. Tenya staggered, his breathing ragged, but he refused to back down. His eyes burned with determination, with fury, as he steadied himself. Tenya, no, he growled, his voice low but filled with conviction. I can't leave. You attacked my brother. You destroyed Ingenium. I'll take you down and become the hero he can't be anymore. I will be Ingenium. I will carry on his name and bring you to justice. But Stain only chuckled darkly. Justice. Don't make me laugh, boy. You're not seeking justice, you're seeking vengeance. A hero who acts out of hatred, out of selfishness, is no hero at all. If you're here for revenge, then you're no different from the ones I've already killed. He pointed his blade at Tenya. Prepare yourself. You're going to die here. Tenya's heart pounded in his chest, his breathing ragged as he charged toward the hero killer with all his might. His helmet was gone, his face exposed, and his emotions were laid bare, his rage, his desperation, and his desire for vengeance. He had trained endlessly and prepared himself for this very moment. He would bring down Stain and avenge his brother, Tensai. But Stain was faster than expected. As Tenya launched a high-speed kick, Stain deftly dodged, moving with a fluidity and grace that spoke of experience far beyond Tenya's own. Before Tenya could react, the hero killer retaliated with a brutal kick to his midsection, sending him crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. The pain shot through his body, but it was nothing compared to the humiliation of being outmaneuvered so easily. Stain. Pathetic, he muttered, his cold eyes narrowing as he loomed over Tenya. I let Ingenium live, not out of mercy, but so the world would hear of my exploits through him. So that others would know what a real hero is. Tenya gritted his teeth, pushing through the pain as he scrambled to get up. His vision blurred, but he refused to let Stain's words take root. Tensai wasn't weak. Tensai was a hero, his hero. Stain's katana flashed in the dim alley, and before Tenya could react, the blade pierced his shoulder. A sharp gasp escaped his lips as blood began to seep from the wound, staining his hero costume. Stain pinned him down, his strength overwhelming. Stain. You're weak, he said coldly, his voice filled with disdain. Just like your brother. False heroes, all of you. The words sliced through Tenya's resolve like a knife. He struggled, trying to free himself, but the pain in his shoulder and the weight of Stain's presence kept him immobilized. Even so, his determination didn't waver. Tenya. Tensai, his voice cracked with pain but remained firm. My brother was a splendid hero. You have no right to speak ill of him. He shouted, his voice filled with fury. I will avenge my brother, and you'll pay for what you've done. Stain's response was chillingly calm. Stain. Before you speak of vengeance, he said, his gaze hardening. Why don't you save the man bleeding out right behind you? Tenya's eyes widened in shock. He had been so consumed with his desire to defeat Stain, to get revenge for his brother, that he hadn't noticed the injured pro-hero native lying nearby, gasping for breath and barely conscious. Guilt and confusion washed over Tenya in waves, but before he could react, Stain's blade swept across his tongue. The hero killer licked the blood from his blade, his eyes narrowing with sadistic intensity. Within seconds, Tenya's body went rigid. His limbs refused to move, locked in place by some unknown force. He struggled, his mind racing, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't budge an inch. Tenya. What? He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. His body felt like lead, his limbs utterly useless. Stain crouched down beside him, his tone low and filled with a twisted sense of righteousness. Stain. You're not a hero, he declared, his voice dripping with contempt. You act out of selfishness, out of revenge. You don't care about saving anyone. You don't even care about native lying there, inches from death. All you care about is your own satisfaction. Tenya's heart pounded in his chest, his breath shallow and frantic. He wanted to deny Stain's words, to shout at him, to prove him wrong, but he couldn't. He had failed to notice Native's condition. He had been consumed by his hatred, blinded by his need for vengeance. Stain rose to his feet, looking down at Tenya as if he were nothing more than a bug to be squashed. Stain. That's why you'll die here, boy. You're nothing but an offering to a more just world. A world where only true heroes remain. With Izuku. Izuku stood amid the chaos, a battle between pro-heroes and three more Nomus raging across the city streets. Civilians screamed in terror as the grotesque creatures wreaked havoc, their distorted forms barely human. The sound of their roars, mixed with the crashing of debris and the cries of pro-heroes, filled the air. Izuku clenched his fists, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He had just saved a pro-hero from a direct attack, pulling them out of harm's way with a swift use of his quirk. The hero, still shaken, looked at him with wide eyes, clearly recognizing him. Midoriya, from the sports festival, right? He said, gratitude and surprise in their voice. Thanks for the save. Izuku nodded, barely able to acknowledge the praise. His mind was elsewhere. Even as the chaos surrounded him, a single name echoed through the maelstrom. Tenya. The name had come from nearby, shouted with desperation. Izuku turned toward the voice, his heart sinking when he saw the source. It was Manuel, the pro-hero who Iida had been interning, his friend. Manuel's voice cracked with worry as he called out for Tenya, but the young hero in training was nowhere to be seen. Izuku's eyes darted across the battlefield. The absence of his friend hit him like a punch to the gut. He immediately recalled Tenya's burning desire for revenge against the hero killer, Stain. Izuku had seen the torment in Tenya's eyes, the rage that had consumed him since his brother's injury. A terrible realization struck him. Izuku. Iida gone after Stain. Izuku cursed under his breath. With a hurried apology and a quick glance at the ongoing battle, Izuku made his decision. He couldn't afford to stay and help the heroes any longer, not with Tenya out there. He had to find his friend before it was too late. Without a second thought, Izuku broke away from the scene, weaving through the crumbling streets and chaos. He sprinted past panicking civilians, his eyes scanning the surroundings, searching for any sign of where Tenya might have gone. The city had become a war zone, and the further Izuku ran, the more his chest tightened. High above, perched on a nearby rooftop, Shigaraki watched the unfolding destruction with a twisted grin curling on his lips. His red eyes gleamed with sick satisfaction as he observed the chaos his Nomu were creating. The beasts were doing exactly what he had hoped, tearing apart the city, spreading fear, and keeping the pro-heroes on their toes. Tamura. Kurogiri, he muttered, not taking his eyes off the carnage below. It's perfect, isn't it? The chaos, the destruction, the heroes don't even know what hit them. The smoky figure of Kurogiri materialized beside him, his dark presence looming. Kurogiri. Indeed, he replied, his voice calm, in contrast to the madness below. Your plan is proceeding smoothly. However, there is still the matter of Stain. Tamura's face twisted into a scowl at the mention of the hero killer. His lips curled in distaste as he leaned back slightly. Tamura. I don't care about that stupid Stain, he spat. The only reason I'm dealing with him is because I don't like him. He's a thorn in our side, pretending to be some righteous warrior while trying to steal the spotlight from us. Tamura's fingers twitched, his rage momentarily threatening to surface. He hated Stain, hated how the hero killer's ideology had started to gather followers, even among villains. Stain represented something Tamura loathed: conviction, purpose, and a vision for the future. But Tamura didn't care about any of that. He just wanted to destroy. Tamura. Master loaned me these Nomu to get rid of Stain, he continued, his voice dark. That's the only reason. Once the Nomu finish him, there won't be anyone left to talk about his stupid ideology. Kurogiri's gaze remained fixed on the battle below, though there was a note of caution in his tone. Kurogiri. Shall we join the fray? There may be an opportunity to deal with the hero killer personally if you wish. Tamura shook his head, flexing his shoulder experimentally, the motion reminding him of the injury he had sustained during the last confrontation with the hero killer. The pain still lingered, a dull ache in his shoulder. He wasn't fully healed yet, and rushing into another fight wasn't worth the risk. Tamura. No, he said quietly. Not today. Let the Nomu handle it. He turned his attention back to the chaos below, watching as the pro-heroes struggled to contain the Nomu. His twisted smile returned. Besides, I want to see how long these heroes can last. Izuku darted through the narrow alleyways with laser focus. His heart raced, pounding in his chest with a sense of urgency. Izuku. There had to be a connection between Stain and the League of Villains, he thought. With the chaos of the Nomu attacks, it made sense that Stain might be working in the shadows, striking down heroes unnoticed. Most of his attacks had been in isolated, unpopulated areas, far from the public eye. That thought pushed him further into the winding streets near Manuel's hero office. He has to be here somewhere. Izuku turned another corner, his footsteps barely making a sound on the concrete as he moved with the precision of someone on high alert. His mind raced through possibilities, narrowing down where Stain could be hiding. The alleyways were perfect for an ambush, especially with Tenya missing. Each dark passage felt like it held the weight of an impending threat. Finally, he spotted something, blood smeared on the ground, leading into a particularly shadowy alleyway. Izuku's stomach twisted as he followed the trail, and his senses sharpened. Izuku. Please be okay, Iida. He approached the alley, and the sight made his blood run cold. There was Tenya, sprawled on the ground, completely paralyzed. Stain stood over him, his blade gleaming under the faint streetlight. The hero killer's ragged appearance, his wild eyes, and his bloodied armor were even more menacing up close. He was ready to deal a final blow, the blade poised to strike Tenya's neck. Without a moment's hesitation, Izuku leapt into action, while summoning the mighty gauntlets that materialized with a flash around his hands. Izuku's muscles tensed, and with a burst of strength, he delivered a devastating right hook to Stain's side. Boom! The explosion rocked the narrow alley as Gilgamesh unleashed its explosive strike. Stain's body jerked from the impact, sending him crashing into the brick wall beside him. The villain let out a low growl of pain, his body momentarily stunned as he staggered from the force. The wall cracked and splintered behind him from the sheer power of the punch. Izuku. Iida. He rushed over to his friend, kneeling beside him. "We need to get you out of here." But Tenya's eyes were filled with frustration and helplessness. "Tenya. Midoriya. I can't move. Ever since he cut me, I've been paralyzed. I can't." Izuku's mind raced as he processed the information. There was no time to waste. Izuku activated Evo Eye, his quirk's analysis mode. His vision shifted, data streaming across his sight as he focused on Stain. The villain was recovering, already rising to his feet, his blade still at the ready. Izuku's Evo Eye revealed critical information about the hero killer. Name: Shizo Makaguro, hero killer. Stain. Quirk: Bloodcurdle. Level: 45. Stats: Strength: 50. Speed: 70. Agility: 75. Intelligence: 65. Endurance: 60. Health: 1300-1500. Mana: 0/0. Affiliations: none. Formerly affiliated with various vigilante groups. Quirk analysis: Bloodcurdle allows the user to paralyze a target by ingesting their blood. The paralysis lasts depending on the blood type of the victim. Blood type O: 2 minutes. Blood type A: 4 minutes. Blood type AB: 6 minutes. Blood type B: 8 minutes. The display vanished, and Izuku clenched his fists. He glanced back at Stain and realized that wasn't going to be easy. The hero killer had already recovered from the initial shock of the blow and was standing again, his crimson gaze locked onto Izuku with cold, unwavering focus. "Stain. You're fast, kid. But you're getting in the way. I've got no problem killing you too if you interfere with my justice." "Izuku. I'm not going to let you kill my friend," he said, his voice firm as Gilgamesh vanished from his hand. "You call yourself justice, but what kind of justice do you stand for if you're willing to take innocent lives?" Stain's face twisted with fury, his eyes narrowing. "Stain. You children don't understand. The world is rotten, filled with false heroes who only care about fame and fortune. Those who don't live by true conviction have no right to call themselves heroes." Izuku didn't flinch. His gaze remained sharp, and he spoke, his voice calm, composed, and filled with an icy edge, one that carried both authority and power. "Izuku. Your words are hollow, Stain. The only thing I understand is that you're just another obstacle standing in my way." Stain tensed, his grip on his blades tightening as Izuku reached out, calling forth Son Wukong. With a surge of dark energy, he materialized beside Izuku, his eyes gleaming mischievously as he cracked his knuckles. "Son. You want me to play with this guy, boss? He doesn't look like much," he said, eyeing Stain with obvious disdain, his tone mocking. "Izuku. Just distract him," he said calmly. "Keep him occupied." Wukong chuckled, spinning the staff above his head before pointing it toward Stain. "Son. Hear that, hero killer? The boss wants me to make sure you don't get in the way while he cleans up your mess. Don't worry, though, I'll go easy on you." Stain's eyes flared with anger, his grip on his katana tightening. "Stain. You mock me," he growled, lunging forward in a blur of motion. His blade sliced toward Wukong's throat, aiming to cut the taunting shadow down in one swift motion. Clang! Wukong blocked the strike effortlessly, using his staff to parry the attack with almost no effort. The hero killer's blade rebounded off the staff's dark surface with a loud metallic sound, echoing in the alley. Wukong smirked, stepping to the side gracefully. "Son. You're fast, but not faster than me." Izuku didn't waste any more time. He turned to Tenya, kneeling beside his friend's paralyzed form, and quickly pulled out a healing potion from his inventory. The vial shimmered with a soft red light as he uncorked it and gently poured the liquid into Tenya's mouth. The potion worked almost instantly, mending the internal damage caused by Stain's blade. "Izuku. There, that should stabilize you," he muttered, glancing briefly at Native, who lay nearby, equally wounded. He moved swiftly, administering the same potion to native, making sure both of them would survive the encounter. Tenya groaned as his body regained sensation, his muscles loosening from the paralysis. His eyes flickered open, filled with shame and regret. Tenya. Midoriya, I'm sorry. I acted out of anger. Izuku cut him off with a stern, icy glare. Izuku. You almost got yourself killed for nothing. Tenya flinched at the coldness in Izuku's voice, the usual warmth replaced with something much more intense. Tenya. But I have to avenge my brother. Izuku. Avenge. His tone was razor sharp, his words cut deep. You're not thinking like a hero. If you die here, your brother's sacrifice means nothing. Tenya flinched again at the reprimand, guilt settling in as he lowered his head. Izuku's words stung, but he knew they were true. Izuku's voice softened, though his eyes remained cold. Izuku. You're still a hero. And you still have a job to do. Take native and get out of here. Find the pro-heroes and bring them back. After a brief moment of silence, Iida nodded, his determination wavering but his sense of duty stronger. Tenya. Understood. He glanced at native, then back at Izuku. I'll bring the heroes. Don't get yourself killed because of me, Midoriya. Without another word, Tenya helped native to his feet and began guiding him toward safety. Izuku watched them go, his jaw set in determination. Stain noticed Tenya's retreat and snarled, his attention briefly flickering away from Wukong. Stain. You think you can escape me? He tried to break away from the shadow soldier, but Wukong was relentless. Son. Where do you think you're going, buddy? He taunted, swinging his staff with incredible speed and precision. The staff lengthened in a flash, stretching out to slam into Stain's chest, knocking him back before he could give chase. Whack! Stain grunted, his body slamming against the alley wall. His eyes burned with fury as he looked back at Wukong. Stain. You. Wukong smirked, twirling the staff effortlessly. Son. Come on, hero killer. I thought you were supposed to be a big deal. You're not even breaking a sweat. As soon as Iida and native were out of sight, Izuku turned back toward the fight. Wukong was still toying with now an angry Stain, his staff spinning effortlessly as he deflected each of the hero killer's attacks with ease. Son. You done, boss? He called over his shoulder, grinning. Izuku nodded. Izuku. I'm ready. Wukong let out a laugh, flipping backward and landing beside Izuku. Son. Your turn, boss. Give him hell. With a final taunt, Wukong faded into the shadows, leaving Izuku to face Stain head-on. The hero killer glared at him, blood dripping from a wound on his side, his breathing labored. The hero killer stood ready, but Izuku had no intention of dragging this out. In an instant, he activated one of Evo's eye abilities, Instant Swap. Without warning, Izuku vanished, and in his place stood a battered trash bin that had been behind Stain just moments before. Whoosh! Before Stain could react, Izuku reappeared behind him, holding the Jingubang staff in his hands. With a swift, fluid motion, Izuku slammed it into Stain's back with bone-shattering force. Boom! The blow sent Stain flying out of the alleyway, crashing through the stone wall of a nearby building with a thunderous impact. Crash! Debris scattered across the street as Stain tumbled through the rubble, skidding to a halt amidst the dust and wreckage. Izuku walked calmly out of the alley, his cold eyes never leaving Stain's crumpled form. He rested Jingubang on his shoulder, his voice chilling and emotionless. Izuku. You should surrender, Stain, before you end up like your former student, Maki. Stain's eyes snapped open, and a flicker of rage passed over his face. He pushed himself up, his body trembling from the force of the blow. Stain. Maki, what did you do to him? His voice was strained, but beneath the pain, there was fury. Izuku tilted his head slightly, his tone indifferent. Izuku. He crossed a line, just like you. Stain's eyes widened, and for the first time, a crack of uncertainty appeared in his usually stoic expression. But it quickly morphed into anger. Stain. You're just like the rest of them. A fake hero, parading around in the name of justice, you. Before Stain could finish his speech, Izuku was upon him, faster than a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance, and his Jingubang staff swung with deadly precision. Whoosh! Clang! Stain barely managed to block the blow with one of his blades, the sheer force of the attack pushing him back a few inches. His eyes widened in shock. There was no time to recover as Izuku unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, the Jingyubang staff extending and contracting in rapid succession. Bam! Clang! Crack! Each hit was calculated, precise, and unyielding, forcing Stain to stay on the defensive. Izuku's cold, focused expression never wavered as he pressed the assault. Stain gritted his teeth, struggling to keep up with the blinding speed of Izuku's strikes. His blades moved in a blur, blocking and parrying, but the sheer force behind each blow made his arms numb. Stain. You're fast, he grunted, his eyes narrowing as he attempted to counter. He lunged forward, aiming a slash at Izuku's side. Izuku dodged effortlessly, pivoting to the side and bringing Jingyubang down with a thunderous wham. The staff struck the ground where Stain had been standing, sending a shockwave through the street and cracking the pavement. Stain leapt back just in time, his heart racing as he realized the true power of the weapon. Izuku. I don't need your validation, he said coldly, his voice carrying a weight that made Stain pause for a moment. You talk too much. Stain's eyes blazed with fury. Stain. You don't get it. You fake heroes don't deserve to exist. Only those who live and die for justice have the right. Wham! Izuku interrupted again, this time with a swift kick to Stain's gut that sent him staggering backward. Izuku. Enough speeches. I'm done listening. He extended the Jingyubang to full length again, swinging it horizontally at Stain with a brutal force that would have cleaved a lesser opponent in half. Clang. Stain managed to parry the blow, but the impact sent him crashing into a nearby wall. His body trembled, and blood dripped from his mouth as he struggled to stay on his feet. His vision blurred, but the fire of his conviction burned bright in his eyes. Stain. You won't stop me. I'll cleanse this world. He panted, raising his blades, preparing for another clash. Izuku's expression remained unchanged. He tightened his grip on Jingyubang, the staff humming with power. Izuku. Let's finish this. Both warriors moved at once, their bodies a blur of motion as they clashed in a high-speed duel that sent shockwaves through the air. Clang. Bam. Whoosh. Stain's blades danced through the air, striking at every opening, while Izuku countered with the power and precision of Jingyubang, his attacks relentless and overwhelming. The street echoed with the sound of their battle, and sparks flew as steel met enchanted metal. Izuku's cold eyes tracked every movement, analyzing Stain's attacks with surgical precision, his body moving with the grace of a predator hunting its prey. Stain was fast, his agility honed through countless battles, but Izuku was faster. His sense skill allowed him to predict Stain's movements, dodging each strike with perfect timing and delivering punishing blows with the Jingyubang staff that shook the very ground beneath them. Wham! Izuku landed a devastating blow to Stain's shoulder, the force sending the hero killer crashing into the pavement once again. Stain coughed up blood, his breath ragged, but his eyes still burned with the fire of his twisted sense of justice. Stain. You think you can stop me? He growled, struggling to rise. I'll keep fighting. Until every fake hero is gone. He growled as his eyes gleamed with an intense, feral light, turning blood red as his rage boiled over as he pushed himself off the ground, moving faster than before. His body blurred as he lunged at Izuku, slashing wildly with his blades, aiming to tear through his opponent with unrelenting fury. But Izuku's eyes remained cold, calculating. He raised Jingyubang effortlessly, blocking Stain's wild flurry of strikes. Each of Stain's blows was met with an unyielding defense, the blades' metal clashing against the magical staff. Sparks flew with each collision, but Izuku didn't falter. Clang. Whoosh. Clang. Stain's speed was astonishing, his movements a blur to the untrained eye, but to Izuku, with his M's active, every motion was clear. Stain was fast but predictable. Each attack came with a burst of reckless emotion, and Izuku could see through it all. With calm precision, he blocked, parried, and sidestepped, the Jingyubang staff moving like an extension of his body. Frustration mounted in Stain's expression as his attacks failed to land. Stain. How can you block me so easily? He roared, his blades flashing with deadly intent. Izuku didn't reply. Instead, he pushed back with a quick thrust of Jingyubang, creating a shockwave that forced Stain to leap back, barely regaining his balance. Boom! The air around them trembled, and the force of their clash sent ripples through the surrounding buildings. Suddenly, a loud whirring sound cut through the chaos, the unmistakable noise of helicopter blades slicing through the air. Above, a news crew had caught wind of the battle and hovered above the scene. A reporter, her voice crackling with urgency, spoke into the camera, her face illuminated by the flashes of explosions below. "This is a live broadcast. We are witnessing an intense battle between the infamous hero killer, Stain, and none other than Izuku Midoriya, the young hero who claimed the #1 spot in this year's sports festival. The streets are in chaos, and the battle between these two powerhouses is sending shockwaves through the area." The cameraman zoomed in, focusing on Izuku as he blocked another of Stain's frenzied slashes. Each time the two combatants clashed, the force of their strikes created small explosions that echoed through the city. Boom! 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 As the explosions reverberated through the air, the reporter's voice rose with excitement. "Midoriya is showing remarkable skill, effortlessly blocking Stain's attacks. This young hero's speed and strength are off the charts. Could we be witnessing the rise of a new generation's #1 hero?" Below, Izuku had fully taken control of the battle. His eyes never left Stain, reading every subtle shift in his body. With each strike, Stain's attacks became more desperate, more wilder, but Izuku didn't relent. He was faster, stronger, and more precise. Wham! Crash! Izuku blocked another strike with the Jingyubang, then spun the staff in a wide arc, striking Stain in the ribs with such force that the hero killer was sent skidding across the street. Stain tumbled through the wreckage, crashing into a parked car with a loud crunch. Breathing heavily, Stain pushed himself up, his eyes blazing with anger. "Stain, you're no hero. You're just another tool in the corrupt system." Izuku's voice remained cold, his grip on Jingyubang tightening. "Izuku, I'm nothing like you, Stain. You talk about justice, but all I see is a man too blinded by his ideals to see the lives he's destroying." Stain roared in frustration, his movements growing more erratic as he dashed forward, blades flashing. He slashed at Izuku with terrifying speed, his rage giving him unnatural strength. Swish! Clang! But Izuku was ready. When Stain lunged forward, Izuku spun his staff, deflecting the blades with a series of rapid blocks. Clang! Clang! The shockwaves from their clashes intensified, sending out waves of energy that cracked the concrete beneath their feet. The fight reached a fever pitch, with both combatants moving at blinding speed. Their movements were a blur, clashing in a high-speed duel that left craters in the street and shattered windows nearby. Boom! Boom! Each strike they exchanged sent out massive bursts of energy, and the shockwaves rattled the helicopter above. The cameraman struggled to keep the two combatants in frame as they zipped around the battlefield, clashing with lightning-fast precision. Suddenly, Izuku spotted an opening. As Stain brought his blade down for another powerful strike, Izuku sidestepped with a burst of speed, ducking under the slash. With a swift motion, he swung Jingyubang in a wide arc, extending the staff to its full length. The staff struck Stain with a thunderous crack, sending him flying through the air once more. Stain crashed into a nearby building, smashing through the concrete wall with a loud boom. Dust and debris filled the air as he lay in the rubble, panting heavily. The reporter gasped as the camera zoomed in on the wreckage. "It seems like Stain is down. Midoriya has completely overwhelmed the hero killer with his incredible speed and strength." Izuku approached slowly, his cold eyes never leaving Stain's battered form. "Izuku, this is your last chance, Stain. Surrender, or I will end this." Stain coughed, blood dripping from his mouth, but the fire in his eyes hadn't dimmed. He forced himself up, wobbling but still standing, his expression twisted with rage. "Stain, I won't stop. I'll never stop, until all the fake heroes are wiped out." Izuku tightened his grip on Jingyubang, ready to deliver the final blow, but he hesitated for just a moment. With certain flaming trash, the chaos of the city unfolded. Endeavor, with his intense flames blazing, burst onto the scene where the pro-heroes were struggling against the Nomu. The massive creature, with its grotesque muscles and blackened skin, was about to crush one of the injured heroes, but before it could, Endeavor's flaming fist smashed into its side with a powerful whoosh, sending the Nomu staggering back. His eyes narrowed as he quickly assessed the situation. NG. Regenerative abilities, huh? That's not going to save you. He focused on the Nomu's head, realizing that if he incinerated it completely, the cells wouldn't be able to regenerate. With a growl, he raises his fist, flames spiraling around his hands, and grabs Nomu's head. FWOOSH. The Nomu's head was engulfed in bright blue flames, and within seconds, it was reduced to ash. The charred remains of its skull crackled, and as Endeavor had predicted, the carbonized cells couldn't regenerate. The headless Nomu collapsed, motionless. The pro-heroes nearby, battered and struggling, looked up at Endeavor in awe. "Thanks, Endeavor," he managed to say between gasps, but there wasn't time for rest. The last remaining Nomu, sensing the shift in momentum, decided to flee. It grabbed a nearby injured civilian with its massive arm and took off at high speed, crashing through walls and buildings in an attempt to escape. Endeavor's fiery eyes locked onto the creature immediately. "NG. Damn it," he growled. Turning to Shoto, his voice was firm but urgent. "Frostburn, help the other heroes and evacuates the civilians. I'll take care of this one." Shoto nodded. "Shoto. Understood," he said, before rushing off to provide support to the other pro-heroes still dealing with the aftermath of the attack. With a burst of flame, Endeavor took off after the fleeing Nomu, his powerful flames propelling him forward like a rocket. He had to be careful. The Nomu was carrying an injured civilian, and he couldn't afford to strike recklessly. As he closed in, Endeavor focused his flames, forming a precise flaming lance in his hand. He aimed for the Nomu's wings, ensuring he wouldn't harm the civilian. With a sharp thrust, he hurled the flaming lance. FWOOM. The lance hit its mark, piercing through the Nomu's wing. The creature released its grip on the injured civilian as it stumbled. Endeavor moved with lightning speed, catching a civilian before they could fall to the ground. He cradled them in his arms and leapt away, flames flaring around him to cushion the landing. The Nomu, with damaged wings. Endeavor carefully set the civilian down, checking to make sure they were stable before turning his attention back to the fallen monster. Meanwhile, at the same moment, Iida arrived at the pro-hero's base, carrying Native over his shoulder. He approached Manuel, his mentor, with a face full of guilt and worry. "Tenya. I'm sorry, Manuel. I acted recklessly." His voice wavered, filled with regret as he gently set Native down. Manuel's eyes widened, quickly checking on Native's condition. "Manuel. What happened, Iida?" Iida took a deep breath. "Tenya. It's Midoriya. He's fighting the hero killer, Stain, right now." His voice was filled with urgency. "We need to send backup. He's holding his own, but Stain is dangerous. We can't let him face Stain alone." Manuel's face grew serious as he processed Iida's words. "Manuel. Izuku Midoriya. Fighting Stain." He glanced at the other heroes nearby, who were still recovering from the Nomu attacks, and immediately took charge. "All right, Iida. Stay here with Native. We'll send reinforcements to help Midoriya immediately." The scene shifted rapidly, the city still shaking from the intense battles taking place. The pro-heroes were scrambling, while Endeavor was chasing Nomu in hot pursuit. The pro-heroes raced through the alleyways. The tension in the air was palpable. They expected a fierce, drawn-out battle when they reached the location where Izuku had been fighting the infamous hero killer, Stain. But when they arrived, what they found left them speechless. Izuku was sitting in a trash bin. At his feet lay Stain, unconscious and completely defeated. The hero killer, who had terrorized and brought down so many, was now motionless, with his blood-stained blade discarded on the ground beside him. Manuel and the other pro-heroes looked on in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. He did it," one of them muttered. "Midoriya defeated the hero killer, by himself." Manuel stepped forward, his voice still thick with amazement. "Manuel. Midoriya. How did you?" He couldn't finish his sentence as he called for an immediate response team. "Get the police here now. Stain needs to be taken into custody." Before any more could be said, the last Nomu, having escaped Endeavor's earlier pursuit, swooped down from the sky in a desperate bid to grab Izuku. Its massive claws outstretched, aiming to snatch him up and crush him. The pro-heroes shouted warnings, but Izuku reacted in an instant. In one fluid, seamless motion, Izuku's body disappeared from where he stood, reappearing in a blur, His mirage edge gleamed as he unsheathed it in a single swift movement. Slash! The Nomu's split halves crashed to the ground, lifeless. The pro-heroes froze, eyes wide, stunned not only by the sheer speed but also by the precision and power of Izuku's attack. Manuel stood there, mouth agape. Manuel. That speed, he whispered, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Even Endeavor, who had just arrived on the scene, furrowed his brows in surprise. His eyes fixed on Izuku as he recalled their last encounter at the sports festival. This boy had grown even stronger, surpassing expectations and taking on a threat even some pro-heroes would hesitate to face. Luckily, the news reporters couldn't record this part due to the power of the script. With Shigaraki. The chaos of the Nomu assault in Hosu City had left the streets in disarray. Buildings smoldered, sirens wailed, and the cries of the injured echoed through the city. As the fires slowly died down and the heroes began their recovery efforts, the full gravity of the attack was clear. Overlooking the devastation from a rooftop, Shigaraki clenched his fist, glaring down at the city through a pair of binoculars. His expression was a mixture of frustration and confusion, eyes flickering with irritation. The Nomu attack had gone according to plan, mostly. The damage was substantial, the heroes were scattered, and the city was in chaos, but something about it gnawed at him. With a sudden snarl, Tamura crushed the binoculars in his hand, decaying them into dust. The shards of the device crumbled away into nothing as he growled under his breath. Kurogiri, standing just behind him, tilted his head slightly. Kurogiri. You seem dissatisfied with the outcome, Tamura Shigaraki. Was the destruction not to your liking? Tamura huffed, letting the remains of the binoculars fall to the ground, his fingers twitching with impatience. Tamura. Tomorrow, we'll see where things stand, he said as he walked into the portal created by Kurogiri. The next day arrived, and the bustling noise of Hosu General Hospital was a stark contrast to the ruins left by the attack. Inside one of the quieter recovery rooms, Izuku, Shoto, and Tenya rested. The three of them had survived the battle, but it had been far from easy. Shoto sat on the hospital bed, leaning back slightly with a few minor injuries. Bandages covered his arms where he had overexerted his quirk the night before, pushing himself to the limit to protect others. Despite the pain, Shoto's expression remained calm and collected. Iida, fully healed thanks to the potion Izuku had provided, sat next to the window, his body mostly unscathed, though his heart weighed heavily from the encounter with Stain. The weight of his decision to hunt Stain alone had taken its toll. Sitting between them, Izuku glanced around the room, his legs swung over the side of the bed. He was physically fine but had stayed to keep his friends company. He looked between his two friends, his thoughts a storm of emotions. Izuku. How are you feeling, Iida? He asked gently, not wanting to press too hard but needing to check on his friend's mental state. Tenya was silent for a moment, staring out the window before speaking. Tenya. I'm fine. At least, physically. But I shouldn't have done what I did, Midoriya. I acted out of vengeance, not as a hero. If it wasn't for you, Stain would have killed me. His voice was steady, but the regret was clear. Izuku shook his head. Izuku. Iida, you don't have to apologize. Stain was dangerous, and you were fighting for your brother. Shoto, who had been quiet for most of the conversation, chimed in. Shoto. You took on a burden that no one should carry alone, Iida. But you're still here. That's what matters. And next time, we'll face whatever comes together. Tenya looked down at his hands, his eyes glistening with a mix of frustration and gratitude. Tenya. You're right. I let my emotions cloud my judgment, but I won't let that happen again. I will become the kind of hero my brother believes in. Izuku smiled softly, relieved that Tenya was beginning to move past the guilt. The atmosphere in the hospital room shifted as Manuel entered, his usually calm expression edged with discomfort. Trailing behind him was a figure Izuku recognized immediately. Kenji Suragame, the chief of the Hosu police force who has a dog appearance. Manuel gave the students a respectful nod before addressing them. Manuel. Midoriya, Todoroki, Iida. There's someone here who needs to speak with you all. Chief Kenji stepped forward, his expression serious, though there was no malice in his eyes. Kenji. Good morning, students, he began, his deep voice commanding attention. I am Kenji Suragame, Chief of the Hosu Police Force. Good morning, Woof. First, I want to commend you all for surviving the events of last night. Hosu City is still reeling from the Nomu assault, and your actions saved countless lives, Woof. However, I'm afraid we have a serious matter to discuss. Izuku kept his expression neutral. This was the part he had been anticipating. He had saved lives, but the law was the law. Kenji. The hero killer, Stain, is currently being treated for serious injuries sustained during his capture. However, there were numerous witnesses and video recordings of the fight, Woof. While some aspects of last night's events may be excused due to the extreme circumstances, there are laws in place that prevent unlicensed individuals from using their quirks in public, Woof. His eyes shifted toward Izuku, focusing on him specifically. Midoriya, you must understand that because of these witnesses and recordings, you, in particular, must face repercussions, Woof. Tenya's eyes widened in horror. Tenya. Chief Tsuragame, wait. Midoriya only stepped in because of me. I was reckless, and if he hadn't intervened, I would be dead right now. If anyone should be punished, it should be me. Kenji raised his hand, silencing Tenya. Kenji. I understand your perspective, Iida. However, it's not that simple. You would have faced punishment had your actions been officially disclosed, but due to the lack of witnesses and clear documentation of your participation, your case remains off the official record, Woof. Midoriya, however, was clearly seen and recorded using his quirk in public without a license, which puts him in a more complicated position. Tenya looked devastated, his hands trembling as the guilt overwhelmed him. He had been so consumed by vengeance that he hadn't considered the consequences, and now Izuku's future as a hero seemed to be at risk because of his actions. Shoto's eyes narrowed. They all knew the gravity of what the police chief was saying. This could end Izuku's dream before it had even truly begun. However, Izuku remained calm, much to everyone's surprise. Instead of reacting with panic, he simply reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a neatly folded slip of paper. Without hesitation, he handed it over to Chief Kenji. The police chief raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. He unfolded the slip and read it silently. His eyes widened ever so slightly as he absorbed the content. UA. High Authorization Slip. Student. Izuku Midoriya. Quirk. Ready Player 1. Permission. This document authorizes Izuku Midoriya to use his quirk in public only in cases of extreme emergency. Signed by Principal Nezu. Approved by UA. High School. Kenji blinked, momentarily thrown off by the document. Manuel, who had been standing off to the side, tilted his head in curiosity. Even Shoto and Tenya exchanged surprised glances. Kenji's lips tightened as he looked up at Izuku. Kenji. This is an official authorization from Principal Nezu, he muttered, his voice tinged with reluctant admiration. You had permission to use your quirk in extreme emergencies, Woof. Izuku nodded. Izuku. Yes, Principal Nezu gave this to me before we began our internships. He said that, given the nature of my quirk and its unique functions, there might be situations where I would need to use it outside of training or official hero duties. He gave me permission for extreme emergencies, like the one last night. Chief Kenji let out a low breath, clearly rethinking the situation. The document held considerable weight. While the law prohibited quirk use without a license, the UA's authorization slip was a rare but legitimate exception, specifically for students in extreme cases. There was a brief moment of silence as everyone processed this new information. Tenya and Shoto stared at Izuku, a mixture of relief and admiration flashing across their faces. Tenya, in particular, felt the tension in his chest ease slightly, though the guilt still lingered. Kenji. It seems that everything checks out. Midoriya, your use of your quirk in this instance was permitted under UA's authority. Therefore, there will be no legal consequences for your actions, Woof. A collective sigh of relief washed over the room. Shoto let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, and Tenya looked as though a massive weight had been lifted from his shoulders. But Izuku wasn't done. Izuku. Chief Tsuragame, if I may, he began, his voice firm yet respectful. Iida only acted out of concern for his brother. He didn't want anyone else to suffer the same fate. We were all trying to stop Stain from causing more harm. I don't think he deserves to be punished for that. Kenji's expression softened slightly, and he looked at Tenya with understanding. Kenji. I understand your love for your brother, Iida. But you must remember that a hero's path cannot be one of vengeance, woof. You endangered yourself and others by chasing Stain alone. You're lucky to be alive. Tenya nodded, his voice low. Tenya. I realize that now, sir. I let my emotions control me, and it almost cost me everything. I won't make that mistake again. Kenji studied him for a long moment before sighing. Kenji. Very well. No formal report will be filed against you either. But I expect you to learn from this, Iida. The next time you're in the field, you must remember what it means to be a hero, woof. Tenya bowed his head deeply. Tenya. Yes, sir. I won't forget. Thank you. Chief Kenji gave a final nod, his posture relaxing now that the issue had been resolved. Kenji. You've shown great courage, all of you. Keep working hard, and remember that a hero's true strength lies not just in their power, but in their ability to think and act with responsibility. The next time a crisis arises, I hope to see you continue to grow as heroes, woof. With that, the police chief turned to leave, his footsteps heavy but steady. The room fell into a brief moment of quiet as the three students reflected on the events that had unfolded. As the door closed behind Chief Kenji, Shoto glanced over at Izuku and Tenya. Shoto. Well, it seems like we've made it through another test. What's next? Izuku smiled, glancing down at the slip still in his hand, feeling the strength of his friends around him. Izuku. We keep moving forward. We get stronger, because we'll need it for what's coming next. While the news of Stain's arrest spread across the country, it was as though the entire nation had been lit ablaze by the story. Headlines and broadcasts were dominated by one name, Stain, the hero killer. News anchors discussed his philosophy, his brutal methods, and his takedown at the hands of the young hero Izuku Midoriya. It was a victory that many celebrated, a beacon of hope in dark times, but not everyone was pleased with the aftermath. In every corner of Japan, newspapers plastered Stain's face across the front pages, detailing his infamous career of targeting pro-heroes, his twisted ideology of purging what he deemed as false heroes from society, and, finally, his arrest after a climactic battle. Every major news outlet praised Izuku, the UA student who stood up to the hero killer, his feats taking center stage. Even as a student, the headlines lauded him as the next generation of heroes. However, amid all the praise, there was an underlying tone to these reports. They highlighted Stain's impact on society, how his actions and philosophy resonated with people, and how his name would likely be etched into history for both his evil deeds and the disturbing influence he had over those who sympathized with his twisted beliefs. The more these stories circulated, the more they fed into Tamura's growing anger. Far away from the bustling city of Hosu, in the shadowed corners of their hideout, Tamura sat slumped on a couch, his face twisted into an expression of bitter resentment. His pale fingers drummed impatiently on the armrest as he scrolled through news articles on his tablet, the headlines mocking him with their focus on Stain. Stain's philosophy sparks national debate. Hero killer Stain, the man who challenged society's heroes. Izuku Midoriya, UA, student, defeats hero killer. Every article, every report, was about Stain and Izuku Midoriya. The Nomu, the devastating, bioengineered monsters Tamura had unleashed on Hosu City, were relegated to footnotes. Barely mentioned. He growled, slamming the tablet down onto the table in front of him, the device cracking slightly under the force. Kurogiri, standing a few feet away, watched his young master's frustration with measured calm. Kurogiri. You're angry, Tamura, he said quietly, his voice a deep rumble. But why does it bother you so? We accomplished what we set out to do, chaos in Hosu. Many pro-heroes were taken out of commission, and the city was left in ruins. Tamura's hands curled into fists, his nails digging into his palms. Tamura. That's not the point. He snapped, his voice dripping with venom. No one is talking about the Nomu. They're supposed to be the headline. The monsters that tore through pro-heroes like they were nothing. But all they care about is Stain. That's stupid, self-righteous. He cut off, his frustration boiling over. Tamura's lips pulled into a grimace. His hatred for Stain was no secret. He despised the way Stain's ideology had garnered attention and, worse, followers. The League of Villains was supposed to be about chaos, destruction, and erasing the current hero society. Stain, on the other hand, was just a fanatic who believed in his own warped sense of justice. And now, the world was eating it up. Tamura. They're even giving credit to that white-haired brat, he muttered darkly. Izuku Midoriya, it's like they've forgotten what we did. He slammed his fist into the side of the couch, causing dust to rise from the worn fabric. I wanted Stain to be forgotten. I wanted everyone to see that the League of Villains was more than just some crazy killer. Kurogiri took a step forward, his voice calm and steady as always. Kurogiri. In time, the public will remember the Nomu, Tamura. Stain's capture may dominate the headlines now, but they will soon realize the threat that lurks in the shadows, the true power behind the chaos in Hosu. But Tamura wasn't so easily placated. His anger simmered just below the surface, threatening to boil over again. Stain may have been a temporary focus, but Tamura's mind was already working toward the future. He needed to make sure that the League of Villains left a mark so deep on society that no one, not even Izuku Midoriya, could overshadow it. With Izuku sat on the train, his eyes gazing out the window, reflecting on everything that had happened over the past week. The Nomu attack in Hosu, the battle with Stain, and the subsequent media frenzy around his involvement in capturing the hero killer. His internships were now officially concluded, albeit under extraordinary circumstances, and while other students were still out on the field, he had returned to finish the dungeon that had been assigned by his quirk. The rewards from completing the dungeon were more than worth it. Lost in thought, Izuku barely noticed the crowd beginning to form around him on the train. "Hey, isn't that Izuku Midoriya?" one of the passengers whispered, eyes lighting up in recognition. Before he knew it, a group of fans, mostly girls, had swarmed his seat, their faces bright with excitement. "You're the one who took down the hero killer, right? Can I get your number? Are you single?" The questions came rapid fire, the girls berating and pushing each other as they jostled for his attention. Izuku, as always, was not prepared for this kind of interaction. His face was slightly flushed red. "Izuku. He stammered, his voice barely audible over the excited chatter. He hadn't expected this. After everything that had happened, the last thing he wanted was to be the center of attention, especially in such a crowded space. He needed to get out of there. Fast. When the train pulled into the next station, 2 stops before his intended destination, Izuku took the opportunity to make a quick exit. He muttered hurried apologies, as he pushed through the small crowd of fans and darted out of the train before the doors could close behind him. As soon as his feet hit the platform, a wave of relief washed over him. Finally, a moment of peace. He sighed, adjusting the strap of his bag and preparing to make his way toward the UA, figuring he could walk the rest of the way. But that peace was short-lived. Within minutes of stepping onto the street, Izuku was greeted by the blinding flash of camera lights. "Midoriya-kun, how does it feel to have captured the hero killer? Can you comment on your experience fighting the hero killer?" A sea of reporters had descended upon him like vultures, their microphones and cameras shoved in his face before he even had a chance to react. He took a step back, his mind racing for a way out. This was even worse than the train ride. How had they even found him? Then, amidst the chaos of reporters and flashing lights, he had a sudden, almost comical realization. He slapped a hand to his forehead, mentally berating himself for not thinking of it sooner. The Sword of Omen had a portal skill that could easily get him out of situations like this. He quickly pulled his hood over his head to hide his face and ducked into a nearby alleyway, slipping out of the crowd unnoticed. "Izuku. How could I forget about the portal skill?" he muttered to himself, shaking his head. With a swift motion, he drew the Sword of Omen from his inventory, feeling its familiar weight in his hand. The gleaming blade seemed to hum with energy as he held it aloft, focusing on the skill that would allow him to escape. A faint light began to shimmer around the sword as he activated the portal creation ability. A swirling, glowing portal appeared before him, just large enough for him to step through. Without wasting any time, Izuku slipped through the portal, and in the blink of an eye, he was standing just outside the gates of UA High School. The cool, familiar air of the school grounds greeted him, and he let out a deep sigh of relief. The media, the fans, the chaos, it was all behind him now. For a moment, he simply stood there, catching his breath and taking in the peace. The afternoon sun was beginning to dip low in the sky, casting a warm, golden glow over the campus. Izuku took a few moments to collect himself before making his way toward the school. He couldn't help but chuckle at how absurd the situation had been. First, being swarmed by girls on the train, and then being ambushed by reporters. At least he had escaped without too much trouble, thanks to the Sword of Omen. As he entered the main building, he headed straight for the principal's office. He knew it was only proper to report his return to Principal Nezu, especially after the craziness that had just unfolded. When he arrived, Nezu greeted him with his usual warm smile, though his beady eyes twinkled with curiosity. "Nezu. Ah, Midoriya, I trust your journey back was eventful," he said, his voice light but knowing. Izuku scratched the back of his head, offering a sheepish grin. "Izuku. You could say that. I had to, use my portal skill to escape a crowd of reporters. And some fans." Nezu chuckled softly, nodding in understanding. "Nezu. It seems you're quite the rising star now. Be prepared for more of that kind of attention in the future. But I'm glad you made it back safely. Now, get some rest. You've earned it." With Nezu's approval, Izuku headed for the dorms, his body finally feeling the weight of the day. It had been exhausting. Not from any physical battle, but from the mental strain of dealing with so many people and so much attention. Finally, back in his room, Izuku collapsed onto his bed. The day had been long, but at least now, he could rest. His eyes slowly drifted shut as the thought of tomorrow's training awaited him, but for now, sleep was all that mattered. The return to UA High School was filled with excitement and exhaustion for Class 1A. After their intense internships, each student had their own stories to share, and the atmosphere in the classroom was buzzing with energy. The students mingled, chatting about their experiences, what they learned, and the pros they had trained under. But amidst the lively discussions, there was one figure who wasn't as cheerful. Sitting on his knees in the center of the classroom, Izuku had a rather gloomy expression, his usual spark dimmed as he was being scolded. A comically dark aura hovered over him, making it clear to everyone that this was not a normal conversation. He sat like a boy who had just been caught sneaking out past curfew, and his three scolders stood around him, arms crossed and frowns firmly in place. "Momo. What were you even thinking, Midoriya?" she asked, her voice stern but concerned, as she waved her hand toward him in exasperation. "You put yourself in so much danger. You could have been seriously hurt." "Kyoka. Yeah, we get that you're brave, but what part of that was smart?" she chimed in, tapping her foot. Her tone was sharp but carried that same undercurrent of worry that her friends shared. "Taking on a villain like Stain on your own. You're not invincible. Ochako. And you didn't even tell anyone," she added, her face a mix of frustration and sympathy. "How do you think we'd feel if you got hurt, or worse, because of this? You need to start thinking more about yourself." Izuku, still sitting on the ground, looked up at the three girls with a sheepish expression, scratching the back of his neck nervously. "Izuku. I didn't mean to worry you all, really," he stammered. "It's just, I couldn't let any pro die. I had to help them." The girls weren't having it. Momo, Kyoka, and Ochako continued their stern lecture, their voices overlapping in a barrage of concerns, criticisms, and frustrated sighs. Their words were laced with genuine care. Around the classroom, the rest of the class watched the scene unfold, sweat dropping at the spectacle. It wasn't often that they saw their usually fearless and strongest classmate reduced to this state, and the dynamic between him and the three girls was equal parts hilarious and awkward. "Denki. Man, Midoriya's really getting it, huh?" he whispered to Eijiro, a small grin on his face as he watched from the sidelines. Kirishima chuckled. "Eijiro. Yeah, dude's brave, but he sure didn't think things through with Stain. They're only tough on him because they care." Kaminari then leaned over to Mineta, whispering with confusion. "Denki. Man, girls are hard to understand sometimes. I mean, did they forget that he defeated him without getting a scratch?" Mineta, however, shook his head and crossed his arms dramatically, a dark expression on his face. "Mineta. You don't get it, Kaminari. You're still naive. After my internship with MT. Lady, I've come to realize something profound. He paused, his eyes narrowing as if recalling a painful memory. All women are evil. Denki blinked, completely thrown off by Minetta's bold statement. Denki. Wait, what? Evil? Dude, what happened with MT? Lady. Minetta sighed deeply, as though carrying the weight of a tragic backstory. Minetta. She's a slave driver. She's beautiful, sure, but she has zero mercy. Do you know how many times I got to clean her apartment? How many? He shuddered, unspeakable horrors of scene. Denki gave Minetta a bewildered look, before glancing back at the scene in front of them. Izuku was still getting scolded by the trio, and the whole thing was starting to feel like an interrogation rather than a concerned chat. Denki. Well, at least Midoriya survived the hero killer, he muttered, but I'm not sure if he'll survive this. Meanwhile, across the room, a few of the other students were quietly discussing the internships as well. Mina was chatting excitedly with Hagakure and Tsuyu about her time spent learning new combat techniques. As the conversations continued around the room, Izuku's scolding session finally seemed to come to an end. Ochako, Momo, and Kyoka stepped back, their anger having subsided into concern. Ochako. Just promise us you'll be more careful next time, okay? She said softly, her expression gentle now. Izuku nodded vigorously, relieved that the scolding had ended. Izuku. I promise, I'll think things through more. Kyoka sighed but gave him a small, approving smile. Kyoka. Good, because we'd hate to see anything happen to you, Izuku. Momo added. Momo. It's okay to rely on others, you know. You don't have to do everything by yourself. Izuku smiled, his spirits lifting a little. Izuku. Thanks, guys. I'll remember that. As the classroom continued to buzz with chatter, Denki leaned back in his chair, glancing around at the various students sharing stories about their internships. With a thoughtful expression, he scratched the back of his head and said, Denki. You know, when you think about it, the ones who went through the most intense stuff during the internships were definitely Midoriya, Todoroki, and Iida. Several heads turned in agreement, nodding at Denki's observation. Ojiro spoke up, his tail swishing anxiously behind him. Ojiro. Yeah, no kidding. Midoriya faced the hero killer. I can't even imagine what might have happened if someone like Stain had shown up back during the USJ attack. A quiet, uneasy murmur spread through the room at that thought. The memory of the USJ incident was still fresh in many of their minds, and the idea of someone as dangerous as Stain being part of that chaos was unsettling. But Denki shrugged and said, Denki. I mean, sure, but he's kind of cool, right? Stain, I mean, his personality is pretty intense, but you gotta admit, there's something kinda cool about him. The moment the words left Denki's mouth, Izuku's face darkened and he turned sharply toward Denki, his eyes wide with disbelief. Izuku. Kaminari, you can't seriously mean that. Stain is a villain, a murderer. There's nothing cool about him at all. He's hurt so many people like Iida's brother. Denki immediately winced, realizing the gravity of what he'd said. He held up his hands in defense, backpedaling. Denki. Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't saying what he did was good. Just that, you know, his conviction is kind of. But before Denki could finish his sentence, Iida interrupted, his voice calm but firm. Tenya. Kaminari's not entirely wrong, Midoriya. I understand why someone might think Stain could be looked at as cool, from a certain perspective. His passion for what he believes in is undeniable. Izuku blinked, surprised by Tenya's words, but he continued, his tone growing more serious. Tenya. But there's a difference between having strong beliefs and being a hero. Stain may have had a code he lived by, but he killed innocent people and targeted heroes for his own ends. That's not justice. That's selfishness. And I won't stand by while people like him are glorified. There was a gravity in his voice, the kind that came from someone who had faced the darkness within themselves and made a choice. It was clear that Tenya had been deeply affected by his encounter with Stain, but there was also a sense of renewal in him, as though he had found his footing once more. Iida suddenly stood up, placing his hands on his hips in his usual formal stance, his eyes gleaming with determination. Tenya. That's why I will return to the path of a true hero. The path I should have never strayed from. He lifted one arm into the air dramatically, his voice booming as he loudly addressed the class. Classmates, it's time we take our seats and return to our studies. We cannot allow our experiences to be wasted. We must press on, for the sake of becoming true pro-heroes. The class groaned collectively, annoyed by Tenya's sudden burst of loudness. Mina sighed dramatically, flopping into her seat. Mina, he's back to his old self again. Kirishima chuckled. Eijiro. Yeah, there's the Iida we all know. Loud as ever. Even Kyoka rolled her eyes, sticking one of her earphone jacks into her ear. Kyoka. I was enjoying the calm before he went all class rep mode again, which he is not. Despite the good-natured complaints, there was a shared sense of relief among the students. Seeing Tenya return to his usual, boisterous self was a sign that he had moved past the darkness that had clouded his heart during the internship. He was no longer seeking revenge, he was back on the path of heroism, the path of ingenium. Izuku, watching Tenya with a small smile on his face, couldn't help but think to himself. Izuku. He's back to normal, no, even better than before. He's grown stronger. The hero basic training class was buzzing with anticipation. All Might stood before the class, his larger-than-life presence commanding the attention of all the students. His usual smile gleamed as he delivered the day's challenge. All Might. Young heroes. He boomed, pointing towards the sprawling field gamma behind him, a labyrinth of towering steel factories and metal walkways. Today's lesson will test your speed, agility, and rescue abilities. Your task: navigate through the field to reach a distress signal I've sent from deep within the maze. Field Gamma, a maze of towering structures, metal platforms, and crisscrossing pipes, stretched out before them like an industrial jungle gym. It was one of the more challenging training grounds at UA, with narrow passages, sharp corners, and steep drops making it difficult to traverse quickly. All Might continue explaining the rules, his hands on his hips. All Might. You'll be broken into 4 groups of 4 and a group of 3. Each group will race separately, and the first to reach the signal wins. As soon as the groups were announced, the first team to race was revealed: Izuku Midoriya, Tenya Iida, Mina Ishido, Honta Siro, and Masharao Ojiro. The moment the group was called, their classmates immediately began talking, and almost everyone was counting on Izuku to have the upper hand. Kaminari leaned over to Kirishima and said, Denki. Man, I bet Midoriya is gonna smoke them. His speed and agility are on another level. Kirishima grinned. Eijiro. Yeah, and let's not forget his motorcycle. The dude's like a speeding bullet with that thing. Ochako sat nearby, listening as her classmates commented on Izuku. She smiled softly. Ochako. He's really improved. I bet he'll win this one for sure. As the students lined up, Siro was focused and determined to get an early lead. He glanced at Izuku and grinned. Siro. Better keep up, Midoriya. Izuku gave him a polite but competitive smile in return, already feeling the familiar rush of adrenaline pumping through his veins. All Might. Ready, set, go. His voice echoed across the training ground as the students shot forward into the labyrinth. Siro, as expected, got off to a quick start. His quirk allowed him to zip between the metal structures, attaching his tape to beams and swinging like a human slingshot. But just as he thought he had the lead, he heard a rush of wind above him. In a blur, Izuku soared overhead, using the somersault cloud to fly effortlessly through the maze, leaving his classmates behind in the dust. The students who were watching on the sidelines were stunned. Denki. Whoa, he exclaimed, his jaw dropping. He's flying. Since when can Midoriya do that? Momo, standing nearby trying to analyze what she was seeing. Momo. That cloud isn't part of his usual arsenal. Did he acquire some kind of new ability during his internship? Ochako, who was watching closely, smiled softly. Ochako. That cloud, they remind me of something. I heard a legend once, about Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. He could summon clouds to fly through the sky. Izuku's cloud looks just like that. Her comment piqued the interest of the others. Suyu. Sun Wukong, she asked, pointing her chin in a thinking manner. Isn't that the guy from the old legends, Hiro? Ochako. Yeah, she replied, eyes following Izuku flying. In the legend, Sun Wukong had a magical staff and could fly incredible distances by riding a cloud. It looks like Izuku's using something really similar. Izuku, riding his cloud, weaved through the maze like it was second nature. The cloud responded to his every movement, dipping and rising with speed and precision. He could feel the wind rushing past him, the thrill of the race igniting his competitive spirit. Down below, the rest of his group was still giving their all. Zero shot forward with another burst of speed, managing to close the gap slightly. Zero. Not bad, Midoriya, but I'm not out of this race yet. He called out, though he knew the odds were slim. Back at the observation point, the rest of Class 1A watched with bated breath. Kirishima punched his fists together in excitement. Eijiro. Man, that's so cool. Look at Midoriya go. Shoto, watching with an analytical gaze, nodded. Shoto. His control over that cloud is impressive. It gives him an aerial advantage, allowing him to bypass most obstacles on the ground. But the others are catching up. Sure enough, Iida, with his recipro burst, was rapidly closing the distance between him and Izuku. The exhaust from his engine roared as he pushed his legs to the limit. Tenya. I won't give up, Midoriya. You may be fast, but I'll prove that I can keep up. Izuku, sensing the challenge from his friend, couldn't help but grin. Izuku. They are pushing themselves harder than ever, but I can't hold back either. With a determined look in his eyes, he urged the cloud forward, increasing his speed even further. Meanwhile, Mina was sliding and jumping across the metal platforms, using her quirk to corrode small gaps that blocked her path. Mina. Midoriya's flying like a pro. He's way ahead of us. She huffed as she sprinted along. As Izuku neared the signal, Izuku landed softly on the ground, the cloud dissipating as he touched down. He has a small smile spread across his face. Izuku. I did it. All Might. Thanks for saving me. His voice boomed, signaling the end of the race as he gave Izuku a stash. As the rest of the group finally made it to the finish line, panting and exhausted, they couldn't help but give Izuku a nod of respect. Zero. You totally crushed us, man. He said with a grin, though his voice was filled with admiration. Tenya, still catching his breath, placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Tenya. Midoriya, your progress, it's truly impressive. All Might clapped his hands together, clearly impressed. All Might. Well done, young Midoriya. That cloud technique of yours is truly something special. And to the rest of you, excellent work in adapting to the environment and giving it your all. The rest of the students, while Izuku simply nodded without saying anything in response and walked away. As Hero Basic training came to a close, the students of Class 1A trudged back toward the school, still buzzing from the day's exciting events. Izuku, fresh off his victory in the race, was the center of attention as they walked, but he remained modest, smiling and thanking his classmates for their praise. Once they arrived at the locker rooms to change back into their school uniforms, the boys and girls split into their respective areas. Inside the boys' locker room, the atmosphere was lighthearted. As Izuku opened his locker, Minoru Mineta sidled up to him, grinning mischievously. Mineta. Hey, Midoriya. He whispered, clearly excited about something. Izuku looked at him, confused by Minoru's giddy expression. Izuku. What's up, Mineta? Minoru's grin widened as he motioned Izuku closer. Mineta. I found something amazing. He pointed toward a small, barely noticeable hole in the wall. The realization of what it led to hit Izuku like a ton of bricks. That hole goes straight into the girls' locker room. Can you believe it? This is our chance too. Before Minoru could finish his sentence, Iida rushed over, his arms flailing dramatically in protest. Tenya. Mineta. That behavior is unacceptable. As aspiring heroes, we must uphold the highest standards of conduct. Peeping is immoral and a violation of our classmates' privacy. Despite Tenya's authoritative scolding, Minoru shrugged, still undeterred. Mineta. Come on, man, lighten up. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mineta, fully intending to peek through the hole, crouched down to get closer. But before he could even get a glance, he was met with something far worse than Tenya's disapproval. Out of nowhere, Izuku stepped forward, his expression darkened by a terrifying sense of anger. His eyes gleamed dangerously, the familiar red glow of his M's igniting within them. He radiated a threatening aura that sent chills down Mineta's spine. Izuku. Mineta, he growled, his voice low but filled with fury. What do you think you're doing? The entire locker room fell silent. Everyone else in the room stared, wide-eyed, as they felt the oppressive force of Izuku's sudden outburst. Mineta froze in place, his eyes wide in terror as he slowly backed away from the hole. Mineta. Wait, Midoriya. I wasn't gonna do anything serious. He stammered, trying to defend himself. I just thought. But before he could say another word, Izuku's M's spun even more intensely, and Mineta could swear he saw dark shadows flickering around his classmate. Izuku. You don't get to just look, he said sharply. What you're doing isn't funny or harmless, it's disrespectful and perverted. You can't treat the girls like that. Minoru's legs gave out beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the force of Izuku's gaze. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he trembled under the weight of the reprimand. Meanwhile, the rest of the boys collectively sweat dropped, not wanting to get involved in the unfolding scene. Even Tenya stood in shock, realizing that Izuku's response was far more effective than anything he could have said. Mineta. Okay, I'm sorry. He whimpered, raising his hands in surrender as Izuku's glowing eyes bore into him. I won't do it again, I swear. Seeing Mineta's genuine fear, Izuku took a deep breath and released the pressure of his M's, letting the red glow fade from his eyes. His expression softened slightly, though the sternness remained. Izuku. Good, you're better than this, Mineta. Don't forget that. Minoru nodded vigorously, still on the floor, trying to catch his breath. As Izuku turned to walk away, the boys in the locker room collectively let out the breaths they hadn't realized they were holding. In the girls' locker room, things were much calmer. The girls were chatting as they changed when suddenly Hagakure popped out of nowhere. Toru. Hey, did you hear that? She asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Ochako. Hear what? She replied, glancing around. Toru. It sounded like someone getting yelled at, she said, her invisible head tilting as if trying to listen for more. I think it came from the boys' locker room. Kyoka perked up, using her earphone jacks to try and pick up the sound. She scowled after a few moments. Kyoka. Yeah, it's Mineta, she said, clearly unimpressed. Sounds like he was up to something pervy again. Ochako sighed. Ochako. Of course, it's always him. Momo frowned slightly. Momo. If he tried something inappropriate, I hope someone stopped him. We shouldn't have to worry about that. As if on cue, Tsuyu spoke up from across the room. Tsuyu. Don't worry, I bet Midoriya-chan stopped him. He wouldn't let something like that slide. The girls exchanged looks and smiled, knowing that Tsuyu was probably right. Not long after, the boys started filing out of their locker room, and Mineta, still a bit shaken from his encounter with Izuku, emerged with his head hanging low, clearly having learned his lesson. Ochako. Izuku, she called out. Did something happen in there? Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Izuku. Oh, nothing too serious. I just handled something before it could become a problem. The girls exchanged glances and smiled. Kyoka nodded approvingly. Kyoka. Thanks for keeping Mineta in line, bro. Momo added. Momo. Yes, we really appreciate it. It's good to know you've got our backs. Izuku chuckled slightly. Izuku. It's no problem, really. I just didn't want any of you to get uncomfortable. The next day Class 1A sat in their classroom, listening to Aizawa warn them about the upcoming final exams. The tension in the room started to rise. The fact that the exams were only a week away made everyone nervous. For the most part, the class had been so busy with their internships, the attack on Hosu City, and the ongoing villain activities that studying had taken a back seat. Aizawa. Prepare your minds and your bodies, he had said, his voice as tired as ever. Both the written and practical exams will push you to your limits. Denki and Mina exchanged anxious glances. As the lowest-ranking students in terms of academics, Denki, ranked 18, and Mina, ranked 17, had little confidence going into the finals. Denki sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Denki. Man, I haven't even touched my notes since, like, forever. Mina groaned. Mina. Same. With everything that's been happening, I barely had time to study. Across the room, Tokiyami, rank 13, agreed, his voice as stoic as usual. Fumikage. I understand the feeling. I've been more focused on training Dark Shadow than academics. These exams will be a true test of discipline. Sato, ranked 11, nodded grimly. Sato. If the midterms were tough, I bet the finals would be even worse. We're going to need every advantage we can get. Sitting near the back, Mineta, ranked 8, smirked, feeling a rare boost of confidence. Mineta. Maybe you guys should stop worrying about the written part and focus on the practical. That's the only part that'll be hard for most of us. As for me, my high grades will carry me through. Just watch. Denki and Mina groaned at Minoru's teasing, but before they could retort, Izuku, who tied for first place with Momo, and Iida, ranked 2, walked over, offering words of encouragement. Izuku. Don't worry too much about it, Kaminari. He said, his smile bright. You've got a whole week to study. If you break it down and focus, you can do it. We've been through tougher challenges already. Tenya chimed in with his usual authoritative tone. Tenya. Midoriya's right. With proper planning and discipline, anything is achievable. If you need help, just ask. I'd be happy to help review some of the material. Despite their good intentions, Shoto, ranked 3, interrupted from across the room, his voice calm but firm. Shoto. It's not that complicated. If you've been paying attention in class, the written exam should be easy. His matter-of-fact attitude didn't help the already discouraged Denki, whose head slumped even further. Denki. I don't know, man. I'm doomed, he muttered, sinking further into his chair. That's when Momo stepped in, her expression kind and confident. Momo. Actually, Kaminari, if you'd like, I can help you study for the written exam, she offered. I can prepare some study materials and explanations to make the concepts easier to understand. Denki's eyes lit up, hope returning to his face. Denki. Really? That'd be amazing, Yaoyorozu. Her offer didn't go unnoticed. Several other students nearby perked up at the sound of extra tutoring. Mina and Jiro looked over with interest. Mina. Hey, Yaoyorozu, could I join too? She asked, raising her hand. I definitely need some help with the written stuff. Kyoka. Me too, she added. I could use a refresher on a few things. Excited by the interest, Momo smiled warmly. Momo. Of course, I'll prepare a session for all of us. We can meet up at the dorms after class and go over everything together. As the group formed plans for the study session, Yuga, ranked 16, lazily stretched in his seat. Yuga. PFF'd, it's too late for cramming, don't you think? We're better off accepting our fates. Shoji, ranked 9, raised an eyebrow at Yuga's nonchalant attitude. Shoji. You should probably join the study session too, Aoyama. I've seen your grades, and you could use some cramming yourself. Yuga frowned, but couldn't refute Mezzo's point. At lunch, the air in the cafeteria buzzed with anticipation. Izuku and his peers, Shoto, Ochako, Tsuyu, Tenya, Momo, and Kyoka, gathered around their usual table, trays filled with food but minds filled with something else. The practical exam was fast approaching, and the group had been discussing potential challenges. Ochako. So, what do you think the practical exam is going to be? She asked, twirling her chopsticks absent-mindedly. Momo. It's hard to say, she replied thoughtfully, her fingers lightly tracing the rim of her cup. Given what we've been through in the sports festival and internships, it's likely going to be something physically demanding, but maybe also tactical. Shoto, seated across from Momo, nodded in agreement. Shoto. They might test how well we've adapted since then. After the hero killer incident, I wouldn't be surprised if they expect us to deal with high-stakes situations. Tsuyu tilted her head, her large eyes reflecting a bit of unease. Tsuyu. Hero, whatever it is, we'll need to stay on our toes. Izuku listened quietly, still reflecting on the hero killer encounter. He hadn't told them the full extent of Ida's involvement in defeating Stain, but everyone knew that the event had left a mark on their group. Especially on Tenya. Tenya. I agree, he said, his usual brisk demeanor tinged with a bit more seriousness than usual. We need to be prepared for anything. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. The loud sound of a tray clattering against a nearby table caused the group to glance over. Monoma was making his way toward them with an exaggerated, smug grin on his face. He seemed to be heading straight for their table, and his presence was immediately a source of tension. Kyoka. Oh, great, she muttered under her breath, her ear jacks twitching in irritation. Before anyone could react, Nito made his move. He sauntered up to Izuku, and without warning, deliberately bumped into the back of Izuku's head, attempting to provoke him. But Izuku, without even looking, smoothly leaned to the side, avoiding the bump entirely. His eyes remained focused on his food, as though Nito's attempt hadn't even registered. Nito froze for a second, his plan foiled but quickly covered it with a sarcastic laugh. Nito. Oh, sorry, Midoriya. I didn't see you there. It must not be easy to miss someone like you, right? Izuku still didn't look up, but a faint sigh escaped him. Nito's eyes gleamed with an opportunity, and he shifted his attention to the whole group, his voice dripping with mockery. Nito. You guys just can't help yourselves, can you? Always in the spotlight, always making trouble. First, the USJ incident, then the sports festival, and now you're all tangled up with the hero killer. What's next? Another villain attack that you idiots cause. Momo. Stop it, Monoma, she said, her voice calm but firm. We didn't ask for those situations. Nito. But you sure love being the center of them, don't you? He shot back, laughing sarcastically. Class 1A, always needing to be the heroes, always attracting danger. You think you're better than the rest of us because you've had a few lucky breaks. Kyoka scowled, her fingers tapping on the table with irritation. Kyoka. We're not the ones looking for attention right now. Nito continued to rant, his words dripping with venomous jealousy. Nito. It's pathetic. You guys think you're some kind of elite class, but all you do is cause problems. The rest of us are sick of cleaning up your messes. The hero killer incident. That's just another example of how reckless you all are. Izuku had been silent up until this point, but something inside him finally snapped. His cold, calm demeanor from the previous days slowly began to surface. The cafeteria seemed to go quieter around him as he rose to his feet. Nito, still oblivious to the sudden shift in Izuku's aura, laughed again. Nito. You're not even fit to call yourselves heroes. You're just a bunch of troublemakers who think. Before Nito could finish, Izuku moved with a speed and precision that left his classmates stunned. In a blur of motion, he grabbed Nito by the throat, lifting him off the ground with one hand. His grip was firm, but not enough to truly hurt Nito, just enough to assert control. Nito's eyes widened in shock, his voice faltering as he tried to process what had just happened. The cocky smirk that had been on his face moments before was replaced with genuine fear. Izuku's eyes locked onto Nito's with a cold intensity that sent shivers down everyone's spines. Izuku. You think this is a joke, Monoma? He said, his voice low and dangerous, each word dripping with a quiet, simmering rage. You want to criticize us for what we've been through? For risking our lives? Nito's mouth opened and closed, but no words came out. He struggled weakly in Izuku's grip, his face turning red with a mixture of fear and embarrassment. Izuku. You think you're so smart, don't you? He continued, his tone mocking, a sharp contrast to the usual kindness in his voice. You talk a lot for someone who's done nothing. Just another arrogant mouthpiece who's all bark and no bite. You act like you're important, but in reality, you're just another joke. Another nobody. Izuku's words cut deep. Nito's eyes began to glisten with the threat of tears, his bravado crumbling as he felt the full weight of Izuku's presence. Nito. You think you're better than me. Izuku. Yes, he replied bluntly, his grip tightening slightly, just enough to emphasize his point without causing harm. How does it feel to be the joke of the school? Nito. I'm not a joke. He stammered under Izuku's intense gaze. Izuku. Then stop acting like one. Because the next time you try something like this, I won't be so patient. Nito's face paled. He wasn't used to being on the receiving end of such raw, unrelenting intensity. Izuku. Do you understand? He asked coldly, his grip tightening slightly. Nito nodded frantically. Nito. Why yeah, Izuku. Good, he said, finally releasing his hold on Nito's throat. He turned his back to him, sitting down at the table again as if nothing had happened. Nito staggered backward, gasping for breath as he clutched his throat, his face red with humiliation and fear. Without another word, he stumbled away from the table, avoiding eye contact with anyone as he hurried off. The group sat in stunned silence for a moment, all eyes on Izuku. Even Tenya was quiet. It wasn't like Izuku to be so aggressive, to use his strength in such a way, but they all understood why he did it. Finally, Ochako broke the silence. Ochako. Izuku. But Izuku simply sat back down, his expression softening slightly as he looked around at his friends. Izuku. Let's just focus on the exam, he said quietly, avoiding any further conversation on the matter. In homeroom, Denki and Mina cheer as someone from the upper class tells them about the practical test that will entail fighting against robotic villains. However, Izuku frowned that there was no way this would be easy. The week leading up to the finals was a blur of cramming, late-night study sessions, and shared anxiety. Class 1A found themselves spending long hours in the library, their once carefree energy replaced by the intense focus needed to survive the upcoming tests. Izuku, Ochako, Shoto, Tenya, and the rest of their classmates pored over textbooks, notes, and battle strategies, barely speaking except to compare answers or offer help. For 3 straight days, they endured the grueling written exams, each test pushing their mental endurance to the limits. Izuku found himself answering questions confidently thanks to his high intelligence. His classmates, though tired, shared in the silent hope that their hard work would pay off. When the 3rd day ended, they breathed a collective sigh of relief. But the real challenge was still ahead. The morning of the practical exam arrived, and the tension in Class 1A was palpable. They gathered in the training grounds, the crisp air buzzing with nervous anticipation. The usual chatter was hushed as everyone speculated about what lay ahead. Kyoka glanced around, her sharp eyes narrowing as she noticed something unusual. Kyoka. Why are there so many teachers here today? She murmured to herself, her hands fiddling with her earphone jacks. Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, stood in front of the gathered students, his usual tired expression unreadable. His presence alone, though, was enough to keep most of them on edge. As Kyoka's words circulated, the students began to notice the other teachers as well, Smintos, Ectoplasm, and Midnight. Momo. This feels different, she said quietly, her brows furrowed in thought. Shoto. Yeah, he agreed, crossing his arms as his eyes scanned the area. There's something off about this. Mina, standing nearby with Denki, wasn't quite as observant. Mina. Come on, we've been through worse. It's probably just a bunch of robots again, right? She said with a grin, punching Denki lightly in the arm to lift the mood. Denki chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his head. Denki. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's got to be robots. We've done that before, no big deal. As if on cue, Principal Nezu suddenly jumped out from Shota's scarf, startling the students. His small stature and oversized head only made the moment stranger as he stood proudly on Aizawa's shoulder. Nezu. Ah, Class 1A. I see you've been guessing what your practical exam will entail, he said with a wide, almost unsettling smile. His beady eyes gleamed as he surveyed the group. Mina and Denki exchanged relieved looks. Mina. See, robots. I told you, she exclaimed confidently, her arms folded across her chest. Nezu's grin widened even further, his tone dripping with amusement as he wagged a finger. Nezu. Oh no, no, no. Not this time. You see, you've already faced robots before. This time, we've prepared something much more exciting. A wave of uncertainty rippled through the class. Shoto, who had remained silent until now, felt a knot form in his stomach. He glanced at Tenya and Ochako, who both seemed just as uneasy. But Izuku was calm as he was anticipating this. Tenya. What do you mean, Principal Nezu? He asked, his voice tinged with concern. If we're not facing robots, then what exactly is the practical exam? Nezu clasped his paws together, his tiny frame somehow exuding authority. Nezu. Ah, well, we decided that robots simply wouldn't provide a suitable challenge for heroes of your caliber. You've grown, after all, and we must reflect that in your training. The class exchanged nervous glances, the excitement from before quickly giving way to trepidation. Momo. Then what is it? She asked cautiously, her mind already running through the possibilities. Nezu grinned widely as if the announcement he was about to make was a gift he had been waiting to unveil for quite some time. Nezu. As many of you are aware, he began as he jumped from Aizawa's shoulder, pacing back and forth with deliberate steps. There has been a notable surge in villain activity as of late. The attacks at the USJ, the sports festival, and even the recent encounter with the hero killer have shown us that we must adapt quickly to the rising threats. The class listened intently, and the seriousness of Nezu's tone made it clear that this wasn't just an ordinary announcement. Nezu. UA has always been at the forefront of hero training, he continued, but with the current state of affairs, we have decided that it is time to increase the intensity of our training methods. From this point forward, your battle simulations will be more akin to real-life battles, where you will face not just the challenge of defeating an opponent, but the unpredictability and danger that comes with being a pro hero. Kyoka's earphone jacks twitched, and her eyes widened slightly. Kyoka. Real-life battle simulations? She muttered under her breath, echoing the thoughts of her classmates. Ochako leaned toward Izuku, her brow furrowed. Ochako. What does he mean by real-life battles? Izuku, his expression colder than usual, simply nodded. Izuku. It means things are about to get a lot more difficult. Nezu, hearing the murmurs among the students, smiled knowingly. Nezu. And Class 1A, being the exceptional group of students that you are, will be the first to undergo these new training methods. Your practical exam will involve a battle simulation designed to mirror the kind of real-life threats you will face as heroes. This will be your final test before moving on to your next stage of development. The class collectively tensed, sensing that the principal was about to drop the real bombshell. Nezu. For this practical exam, he announced, you will be paired with one of your classmates and tasked with defeating one of UA's pro-hero teachers in combat. The classroom erupted in shock. Denki. Wait, what? He yelped, his voice cracking with disbelief. Mina. Did he just say we have to fight the teachers? She asked, her eyes wide with surprise. Even Shodo showed signs of unease, his arms crossed tightly as he processed the information. Fighting their teachers, seasoned pros with years of experience, would be a challenge unlike anything they had faced before. Izuku, however, remained silent. This was what he had been waiting for, a chance to prove himself not just against his peers, but against the very people who had shaped his understanding of what it meant to be a hero. Nezu continued, seemingly unperturbed by the outbursts. Nezu. The pairs and the teachers you will face have already been decided. These matchups have been carefully chosen to challenge you, to push you to your limits, and to test your growth since entering UA. Aizawa, standing next to Nezu, looked as disinterested as ever, but there was a glint in his eyes that suggested he was looking forward to seeing just how far his students had come. Nezu. The pairings are as follows, he said, raising a small clipboard. The students held their breath, waiting for the names to be called. Momo Yaoyorozu and Shodo Todoroki will face Shoda Aizawa. Momo blinked in surprise but quickly gathered herself. Shodo, standing beside her, remained composed, though there was a slight frown on his face. Aizawa, their homeroom teacher, was someone they respected immensely, but he was also one of the most formidable heroes they had ever encountered. His ability to erase quirks made him a terrifying opponent, especially for those who relied heavily on their powers. Nezu continued calling out names, each pair eliciting different reactions from the students. But Izuku stood waiting for his own pairing, his focus narrowing as he anticipated his opponent. Nezu. And finally, he said, pausing dramatically, Izuku Midoriya and you alone will be facing All Might. Me, he said while landing from the sky. The class fell silent, the weight of that announcement settling over them like a heavy fog. Izuku's expression didn't change, but his eyes gleamed with something icy. His hand clenched slightly, and his heart beat faster, but not with fear, with anger and excitement. For too long, he had waited for this moment. His relationship with All Might, once filled with admiration, had been tainted ever since that fateful encounter before he gained his quirk. Izuku. Can a quirkless person be a hero? Izuku remembered the question vividly, the desperate hope in his younger self's eyes. And All Might's response had shattered him. All Might. No. A small grin formed on Izuku's face, cold, calculating, and filled with the confidence of someone who had learned to thrive without the support of those he once idolized. Finally, he could show All Might the true strength of someone who had once been powerless. The true power of a quirkless person. Ochako, standing beside him, noticed the change in Izuku's expression and furrowed her brow in concern. Ochako. Izuku, she asked quietly. Izuku turned to her, his cold smile fading slightly but not entirely. Izuku. It's nothing, Ochako. Just thinking about the challenge ahead. Before she could question him further, Nezu spoke again, wrapping up his speech while announcing the remaining pairs. Nezu. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ashido, you will face me, he said, smiling his ever-cunning smile. Denki and Mina exchanged nervous glances. Next, Nezu moved on. Nezu. Yuga Aoyama and Rikido Sato, you will face 13, he announced, prompting Aoyama to strike a dramatic pose. Yuga. C'est magnifique. My dazzling light will lead us to victory. Sato nodded confidently, though deep down, he knew that 13's control over black holes would make for a tough challenge. Nezu continued reading. Kyoka. Koji Koda and Kyoka Jiro, you will be facing present Mike. Kyoka's eyes twitched slightly as she recalled her teacher's deafening voice in internships. Kyoka. Great, I'm up against my loud sensei. She muttered, though Koji simply gave her a reassuring nod, ready to use his animal communication to their advantage. Nezu. Fumikage Tokiyami and Tsuyu Asui, you'll face ectoplasm, he declared next. Tsuyu blinked, her calm expression masking her concern. Ectoplasm's duplication quirk would be difficult to deal with, especially in a closed environment. Tokiyami, however, simply nodded, his confidence in Dark Shadow growing stronger by nights. Nezu. Honta Siro and Minoru Mineta, you'll be facing Midnight, he said. Siro gave a thumbs up, trying to maintain his cool despite the intimidating challenge of facing Midnight's quirk. Mineta, however, has drool on his face at the thought of the R-rated hero. Shoji. Mezzo Shoji and Toru Hagakure, you'll be up against Snipe. Mezzo remained stoic, though his mind was already racing through potential strategies. Toru bounced in place excitedly, confident that her invisibility could give them an edge against the sharp-shooting pro. Nezu. Ochako Uraraka and Eijiro Kirishima, you will be facing Smentos, he continued. Ochako and Kirishima exchanged a look of determination, both of them fully aware of the challenges that came with fighting Smentos, whose control over concrete could easily turn their battlefield into a trap. Lastly, Nezu announced, Nezu. Tenya Iida and Masharao Ojiro, you'll be up against Power Loader. Tenya's expression was one of pure focus, his recent experiences have taught him the value of strategic planning. Ojiro, with his strong martial arts skills, nodded silently, ready to face the challenge head-on. After the pairings were revealed, Principal Nezu stood tall on the stage, hands clasped together. Nezu. You'll all have 30 minutes to either handcuff your teachers or escape the facility. Remember, it's not just about defeating your opponents. In some cases, escaping might be the most strategic choice. The class fell silent as Nezu continued. Nezu. The goal is not necessarily to defeat your opponents outright but to capture them or escape within the time limit. However, be warned, the teachers will not be holding back. This is as close to a real battle experience as you'll get within UA's walls. Aizawa, standing by the wall with his usual stern expression, nodded slightly. Aizawa. Some of you, especially Midoriya, Todoroki, and Iida, already understand this from your experience during Hosu. His voice carried the weight of the recent battle. Shoto flinched slightly at the mention of Hosu. His memory flashed back to that night in Hosu City. He had to work with his father so he could protect civilians from Nomus. He glanced at Tenya, who looked just as reflective. Tenya. I won't make that mistake again, he thought, clenching his fists. I'll learn from it. All Might, who had been standing off to the side, stepped forward, his towering presence immediately easing some of the tension in the room. All Might. Now, I know some of you might be feeling a bit anxious about the idea of running, he said, his deep voice filled with encouragement. But don't worry too much. All of the teachers will be wearing ultra-compressed weights to give you a fair chance. The students blinked in surprise, and a few murmurs rippled through the area. Ultra-compressed weights. All Might. These weights are designed as a handicap, he explained. They were developed by none other than Mei Hatsume from the support course. They're tough, but with them on, we won't be at full power. You'll have a real shot at taking us down or escaping if you work together. The revelation that the teachers would be handicapped helped ease the tension. Mina let out a breath of relief. Mina. Phew, I was starting to think they wanted us to get creamed. Denki nodded quickly, his hands behind his head. Denki. Yeah, I'm all for taking things up a notch, but facing the pros at full strength. No way. Shoto, still processing the lesson from Hosu's fight, gave a small nod of acknowledgement to All Might. The handicap didn't change the fact that this would still be one of the toughest exams they'd ever faced, but it reassured him that there was a method to this madness. All Might, standing off to the side, caught Izuku's gaze. For a brief moment, the two locked eyes. Izuku's expression was unreadable, cold, and distant, a far cry from the admiration he once held for the former #1 hero. All Might frowned slightly, sensing the shift in Izuku's demeanor. But he remained silent, knowing that the upcoming battle would reveal more than any conversation could. As the students dispersed to prepare, Izuku couldn't help but smile to himself. This was his chance, not just to pass the exam, but to show All Might that heroes weren't defined by quirks. Match 1. Ochako Uraraka and Eijiro Kirishima vs Smentos. As the practical exam began, the monitors in the observation room lit up with the first match, Ochako and Eijiro vs Smentos. Izuku sat forward on the edge of his seat, his eyes fixed on the screen. This was Ochako's first major test since her internship, and he was eager to see how much she had grown under the guidance of Yukio. Kirishima, too, had shown immense progress, but Izuku was particularly interested in seeing how Ochako would adapt to her new techniques and how she would apply them in real combat. The battlefield for Ochako and Eijiro's test was a vast concrete arena, littered with towering walls and obstacles, Smentos' natural element. Izuku narrowed his eyes as the battle began, anticipating the strategies his classmates might employ against such a terrain-dominant opponent. Smentos wasted no time, summoning cement walls from the ground to separate Ochako and Eijiro. Massive barriers rose rapidly, cutting off direct paths and trapping the students in isolated sections of the arena. Izuku. He's trying to split them up, he muttered to himself. That way, they can't rely on teamwork. Smart, but they must have seen this coming. Sure enough, Ochako and Eijiro weren't caught off guard. They had discussed this exact possibility beforehand, planning for Smentos' signature tactic. Ochako wasted no time, activating her astral gravity. With a swift motion of her hand, she used Almighty Push. Whoosh, she sent a powerful gravitational force rippling through the cement walls in front of her. The concrete barriers cracked and groaned, fragments of cement flying away as the wall buckled under her pressure. Smentos, controlling the terrain from a distance, quickly reinforced the walls, but Ochako was already on the move. While Ochako's gravity blast was creating chaos in Smentos' defenses, Kirishima darted through the maze of barriers, his hardened form crashing through weaker points. Bam, bam, his blows echoed through the battlefield as his goal was simple: find an opening, get in close, and create a path for Ochako to unleash her next move. Smentos, realizing the pressure building on his defenses, tried to force them back with more cement pillars erupting from the ground. However, Ochako was already prepared. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she activated Universal Pull. The pillars Smentos had just raised were yanked toward her with an immense force, crumbling in midair as they collided with each other. Bang! She redirected the debris, sending it back toward Smentos, forcing him to stay on the defensive. Eijiro spotted his chance. As Ochako created more pressure with her gravitational abilities, he barreled through a weak point in Smentos' barricade. His hardened fist smashed through the cement walls, leaving an opening just large enough for him and Ochako to slip through. Izuku. They're pushing him back, he thought, eyes gleaming with approval. But Smentos isn't the type to go down easily. Ochako and Eijiro regrouped on the other side of the barricade, now facing Smentos directly. His face remained calm as he summoned more walls around him, layering the defenses. Eijiro, We need to break through his final line of defense, he called out, his fists cracking as he hardened them further. Think you can handle it? Ochako nodded, her eyes glowing faintly with the astral energy she had learned to harness during her internship. Ochako. I've got a new move for this. Cover me. With Eijiro guarding her, Ochako took a deep breath, her aura shifting as she tapped into her astral energy form. A faint glow enveloped her body, and she extended her hands forward. Ochako. This is what I learned from Hado-senpai and Yukio, she said, her voice calm but focused. Astral Breaker. Zeet. From her palms, an immense surge of energy erupted, a concentrated beam of pure astral energy. It wasn't just a simple blast, but a high-intensity, focused stream that tore through the cement walls with terrifying efficiency. The energy blast was a brilliant pink, crackling with power as it cut through Smentas's defenses like a blade through paper. The walls crumbled before Ochako's might, leaving Smentas momentarily vulnerable. Ochako. Now, she shouted. Without hesitation, Kirishima charged forward, his body fully hardened. He leapt through the opening she had created and delivered a powerful blow, shattering the last of Smentas's defenses. The pro-hero staggered back, caught off guard by their perfect synchronization and strategy. Ochako wasn't done yet. As soon as Eijiro had landed his hit, she activated telekinesis, lifting pieces of the broken cement debris and hurling them at Smentas. Each piece was guided by her precise control, forcing Smentas to continuously dodge and defend, unable to fully regain his footing. Then, with a final flourish, Ochako unleashed her new finishing move, taught to her by Najire. She floated upward with her flight ability, her aura glowing with ethereal energy. She raised her hand high, summoning a massive sphere of telekinetically controlled debris and energy. Ochako. This ends now. Celestial gravity burst. Womb. The sphere exploded outward in a controlled shockwave of gravitational force, pinning Smentas down and leaving him unable to summon any more of his cement walls. The immense pressure kept him grounded, and in the final moment, Eijiro rushed in and cuffed him. The battle was over. Izuku leaned back in his seat, a smile tugging at his lips. Izuku. She's come so far, he muttered to himself, proud of Ochako's growth. Her abilities had evolved far beyond simple gravity manipulation. She had become a true combatant with a versatile set of skills. As the battle ended and Smentas acknowledged his defeat, Izuku couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his classmates. They were all growing stronger, pushing their limits in preparation for the battles they would face in the real world. But this was just the beginning. His own battle, the one against All Might, was still looming ahead, and he was ready. Izuku. I hope you're prepared, All Might. This time, I'll show you what a quirkless person can really do. Match 2. Fumikage Tokiyami and Tsuyu Asui vs Ectoplasm. As Fumikage and Tsuyu stood at the ready, they both knew this test would be difficult. Their opponent, Ectoplasm, was a formidable hero known for his ability to overwhelm with numbers and strategy. The second the exam began, Ectoplasm wasted no time, instantly creating multiple clones of himself that surrounded them, forming a suffocating perimeter. Tsuyu. He's fast, she remarked, her large eyes scanning their surroundings. We need to get higher ground, hero. Fumikage nodded, summoning Dark Shadow with a determined look. Tokiyami. We'll have a better chance from above. With a smooth movement, Fumikage commanded Dark Shadow to grab Tsuyu by the waist, launching her into the air. As she soared, Tsuyu extended her tongue, grabbing hold of Fumikage and yanking him up with her, the two of them now rising to the upper levels of the arena. This maneuver showcased the impeccable synergy between them, as both understood their respective strengths and weaknesses. In the observation room, Izuku watched intently, his analytical mind already at work. Izuku. Ectoplasm's quirk lets him overwhelm his opponents with sheer numbers, he noted aloud, his eyes narrowing. He'll use that to exploit Fumikage's lack of close-range defense. Recovery Girl, who stood next to Izuku, nodded in agreement. Recovery Girl. It's a bad matchup for Tokiyami. His Dark Shadow thrives in wide spaces and at long ranges, but Ectoplasm's clones will pressure him up close. Izuku crossed his arms. Izuku. Still, Tsu is excellent at support. She doesn't have any glaring weaknesses, so if they can stay mobile and use the environment to their advantage, they might pull through. On the battlefield, Ectoplasm's clones pursued the duo relentlessly. Tsuyu leapt from one beam to another, her agility and nimbleness allowing her to avoid capture. Fumikage, on the other hand, used Dark Shadow to strike down any clone that got too close, relying on its raw power and speed. But as they reached the upper levels, it became clear that Ectoplasm was still controlling the battlefield. More clones appeared, cutting off potential escape routes and closing in from all sides. Tsuyu, we need to keep moving, she called, sensing the danger around them. Tokiyami, understood, he responded, pushing Dark Shadow forward to clear a path through the clones. With Tsuyu's support, they managed to slip past the overwhelming number of Ectoplasm's creations, but it wasn't easy. As they continued their ascent, Recovery Girl spoke once more in the monitoring room. Recovery Girl, Tokiyami's strength lies in the speed and power of Dark Shadow. But in close combat, he's vulnerable. Izuku nodded. Izuku, an Ectoplasm knows that. He's going to keep pushing Tokiyami into situations where he can't use Dark Shadow effectively. After a series of intense encounters, Fumikage and Tsuyu finally reached the topmost level, only to find the real Ectoplasm waiting for them, guarding the escape gate. His face was calm, but there was an undeniable presence to him as if he knew exactly what would happen next. Ectoplasm. Impressive, he remarked, his voice deep and composed. You've made it farther than most. But tell me, how will you deal with this? With a swift gesture, Ectoplasm activated his giant bite detention technique, creating an enormous clone of himself that towered over Fumikage and Tsuyu. The giant clone surged forward, and opened his mouth to swallow and capture the students. Fumikage immediately summoned Dark Shadow, sending the dark creature forward to intercept, but the giant clone was too powerful. Dark Shadow collided with the clone but was repelled with brute force, unable to gain any ground. Fumikage gritted his teeth. Tokiyami. Dark Shadow can't fight it directly. It's too strong. Tsuyu, keeping her composure, reached into her mouth and revealed the plan they had devised beforehand. She coughed up a set of handcuffs, slightly wet but intact. Tsuyu. I swallowed these before the exam started, Hiro, she said, handing them to Fumikage. If we can just get close enough, I believe in you, Tokiyami. You're strong, and Dark Shadow is stronger. Fumikage stared at the handcuffs for a moment, then nodded resolutely. Tokiyami. Right, we'll have one last shot. With the handcuffs in Dark Shadow's grasp, Fumikage and Tsuyu made their final push. Dark Shadow rushed forward, but Ectoplasm's giant clone was ready. The two collided again, and though Dark Shadow fought fiercely, it was clearly outmatched by the larger clone's overwhelming power. In a desperate bid to create an opening, Tsuyu leapt into action, using her agility to distract Ectoplasm. She hopped from beam to beam, lashing out with her tongue to tangle the giant clone's legs. Her distraction worked, but only briefly. Ectoplasm's clone quickly broke free and grabbed Dark Shadow, pinning it to the ground. It seemed like the end, but in that moment of struggle, Dark Shadow made one final, desperate move. As it was pushed back, it stretched out, using the last of its energy to clasp the handcuffs around Ectoplasm's leg. The click of the cuffs locking into place echoed through the arena. There was a brief silence before the giant clone faded, Ectoplasm looking down at the cuffs on his leg with a mixture of surprise and approval. Ectoplasm. You managed to cuff me, he said, a rare smile tugging at his lips. Impressive. Very clever. Fumikage and Tsuyu, exhausted but victorious, breathed a sigh of relief. They had passed. As the test ended, Recovery Girl turned to Izuku. Recovery Girl. What do you think? Izuku smiled faintly. Izuku. Tsuyu's support was critical. Without her, they would have been overwhelmed. Tokiyami's strength is undeniable, but Tsuyu's planning and versatility made the difference. Recovery Girl. Indeed, she agreed. Sometimes, the best support can turn the tide. Izuku nodded. The exam was proving to be more than just a test of power. It was a true test of strategy, teamwork, and understanding of one's own strengths and weaknesses. Third match. Tenya Iida and Masharao Ojiro vs Power Loader. As the third match began, the atmosphere was tense. Iida and Ojiro stood at the edge of the field, surveying their opponent, Power Loader, who was known for his ability to create elaborate traps using his quirk. The dirt field around them was deceptively simple, but both students knew better than to underestimate Power Loader's tactical expertise. Power Loader smirked from across the field, already beginning to manipulate the ground beneath them. Power Loader, you two better be fast, he said with a grin, his hands digging into the soil, causing the earth to tremble. Suddenly, pits began to form, craters emerging like hidden mouths ready to swallow them whole. Tenya and Masharao quickly exchanged a glance, knowing they had to rely on their teamwork and speed if they wanted to succeed. Ojiro, what is the plan? Tenya, we'll have to move fast, he said, adjusting his engines. You climb on, and I'll get us across. Masharao nodded, understanding the plan. He swiftly climbed onto Tenya's back, wrapping his arms around his shoulders, while keeping his tail ready for balance. Tenya, Recipro burst, he shouted, activating his quirk. His engines roared to life as the two of them rocketed forward, the ground collapsing beneath their feet. The dirt field quickly transformed into a minefield of pitfalls, but Tenya's speed was unmatched. They darted across the unstable terrain, the collapsing earth always one step behind them. The wind whipped through their hair as Tenya's engines pushed them to incredible speeds. But as they neared the exit gate, Power Loader had anticipated their strategy. He burst up from underground, blocking their path with a well-timed leap, debris flying around him. Power Loader, not so fast, he exclaimed, slamming his fist into the ground. The earth beneath them rumbled once again, threatening to give way. Tenya reacted in an instant. Tenya, hang on, he shouted to Masharao, and just before the ground collapsed beneath them, he used the engines in his legs to propel them upward. The sudden jump gave them a brief reprieve, but it wasn't enough. They were still trapped in midair, with Power Loader poised to stop them once they landed. Wrap your tail around my leg, he instructed quickly. Masharao didn't hesitate. He extended his muscular tail, coiling it securely around Tenya's right leg. With his engines still roaring, Tenya shifted his weight and initiated Recipro Turbo. The force from the engines caused him to spin rapidly, using his momentum to turn into a living slingshot. His leg, with Masharao's tail, wrapped tightly around it, swung in a wide arc. Tenya, go, Ojiro, he yelled, just as the centrifugal force reached its peak. He released his hold on the ground, and Masharao was launched across the field, soaring through the air. Power Loader, surprised by the sudden tactic, tried to intercept. He clawed at the ground, pulling himself up in an attempt to block Masharao's flight. But Ojiro was too quick, using his tail in midair to shift his body and dodge Power Loader's swipe with expert precision. Ojiro, nice try, but I'm getting through, he called out, twisting his body to perform a midair somersault. With a final flip, he extended his tail once more, using it to brace himself for the landing. The momentum from Tenya's throw carried him all the way across the field, where he landed just in front of the escape gate. Without hesitation, Masharao crossed the threshold, breathing heavily but grinning with satisfaction. Power Loader stood up from his defensive position and let out a deep sigh. His expression, though stern, softened with approval. Power Loader, well done, he said, dusting the dirt off his hands. You used your speed and your environment well. That's exactly the kind of teamwork we were looking for. At the other end of the field, Tenya stood tall, catching his breath as he deactivated his Recipro. His engines hissed softly as they cooled down. He gave a thumbs up to Masharao, proud of their flawless execution. Power Loader, you passed, he confirmed, giving both students a nod of respect. Back in the monitoring room, Izuku watched the entire battle unfold on the screen. He couldn't help but smile as he saw Tenya and Masharao's teamwork and creative strategy. Izuku. They worked perfectly together, he muttered to himself, impressed by how they managed to adapt under pressure. It's great to see them apply everything they've learned. Match 4. Shoto Todoroki and Momo Yaoyorozu vs Eraserhead. As the fourth match began, Shoto and Momo sprinted through the urban city-like environment, the air heavy with tension. Their opponent, Shota Aizawa, better known as Eraserhead, was somewhere in the shadows, a relentless predator hunting them down. Shoto, I'll come up with a plan, he said with his usual calm demeanor, scanning the surroundings for any sign of their teacher. Momo nodded, already nervous but trusting Shoto's quick thinking. He turned to her, his voice low and steady. Start creating objects continuously. That way, when Eraser Head finds us, you'll know. Momo was slightly taken aback by his confidence in her abilities. She bit her lip, holding back the thoughts swirling in her mind. She wanted to say something but hesitated. After a beat, she nodded. Momo. Right, I can do that. She decided to create Matryoshka dolls, small and innocuous objects that could easily blend into the cityscape. She began producing them, one by one, as they ran through the streets. Momo. That's a great idea, Todoroki-san, she said, briefly praising him. Even though we're both recommendation students, I feel like I haven't done anything exceptional like you have. Shoto paused for a moment, but before he could respond, he noticed something off. Momo had stopped producing the dolls. His eyes narrowed, scanning their surroundings. Shoto. Wait, something's wrong. Before they could react, Aizawa descended from above them like a shadow, his scarf already in motion. He moved with startling speed, binding Shoto in an instant. Shoto. Yaoyorozu, run. He shouted, struggling against the restraints. He tried to create ice to free himself, but Aizawa's quirk had already nullified it. Aizawa effortlessly swung him up onto a light pole, binding him in place. Beneath him, caltrops littered the ground, preventing any escape. Aizawa. Burdening yourself with everything isn't a smart plan, Todoroki, he said, his voice cool and matter of fact. You should have communicated better with your partner. Momo, shaken by the sudden attack, darted away, but doubt gnawed at her. She had agreed with Shoto's plan without question, but now she wondered if it had been the right choice. She kept running, glancing over her shoulder every few seconds. Aizawa was fast, much faster than she anticipated, and it wasn't long before she felt him closing in. Panic set in. Momo. Am I making the right choices? She questioned herself, her confidence faltering. Aizawa, with his scarf ready to strike, was almost upon her when she instinctively used her quirk to create a small explosive. The makeshift bomb burst just as Aizawa tried to bind her, forcing him to back off momentarily. Taking advantage of the opening, she ran back toward where Shoto was restrained. In the monitoring room, Izuku watched the entire sequence unfold, his brow furrowed with concern. Izuku. Yaoyorozu-san is still struggling with her confidence, he muttered softly. He remembered how she had wrestled with self-doubt during the sports festival. I need to help her regain her confidence, he thought, wishing he could somehow reach out to her. As Momo reached Shoto, Aizawa was close behind, and the pressure of the situation caused her nerves to spike even more. She could feel herself freezing up, unsure of what to do next. Shoto, hanging from the light pole, could see her hesitation and spoke up, trying to calm her. Shoto. You were about to say something earlier, weren't you? He asked, his voice steady despite his situation. Tell me your plan. Momo blinked, surprised. She had kept quiet about her own ideas, thinking they couldn't possibly work if Shoto's hadn't. Momo. But your plan didn't work, how could mine? Shoto cut her off. Shoto. It doesn't matter. I voted for you to be class president because I believe in you. You're better at this than you think. His words struck a chord within her, and suddenly, the memories of Izuku's encouragement during their training flooded back to her. Izuku had always believed in her, reminding her of her own potential even when she couldn't see it. Momo took a deep breath, feeling clarity wash over her. She smiled slightly. Momo. Okay, I have a plan. Her mind sharpened, and with newfound resolve, she began creating a series of Matryoshka dolls, each one filled with a flash grenade. She threw them into the air as Aizawa closed in. Momo. Todoroki-san, close your eyes. She warned. Aizawa struck at the dolls with his scarf, knocking them away, but they burst open, and a brilliant flash of light exploded in the air. Aizawa recoiled, momentarily blinded. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Momo rushed to free Shoto. She carefully avoided the caltrops, using her quirk to create small tweezers to unbind him. Shoto. Nice work, he said as he landed gracefully beside her. Momo smiled, though there was no time for celebration. Momo. I've had a plan to defeat Aizawa-sensei since the beginning, but I wasn't confident enough to say it. The two of them ran, putting distance between themselves and Aizawa, who was recovering from the flash grenades. But they knew he wouldn't be deterred for long. Momo glanced back at him. Momo. Aizawa-sensei's quirk is weaker now, after the USJ incident. He can't keep his erasure active for long. Shoto nodded. Shoto. We can use that to our advantage. As they kept running, Momo was already creating something else, a cloth similar to Aizawa's capture weapon. Shoto raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the creation. Shoto. You're copying his scarf. Momo. Not exactly, she said, a determined gleam in her eye. It's made from a special material, nitinol, a shape memory alloy. When it heats up, it returns to its original shape. Shoto's eyes widened slightly. Shoto. You're planning to heat it up with my fire. Momo nodded. Momo. We're going to capture him instead of escaping. They moved stealthily behind a large ice wall that Shoto created once he regained the use of his quirk. As Aizawa pursued them, they left behind decoy mannequins draped in robes to negate his quirk. Aizawa fell for the ruse, quickly binding the mannequins in his scarf. When he realized his mistake, it was already too late. Momo launched the cloth using a small catapult, and Shoto ignited it with his flames. The nitinol cloth wrapped around Aizawa, constricting as it heated, tightening with every second. Aizawa struggled briefly but smirked despite himself. Aizawa. Well played, he said as the metal tightened around him, rendering him completely immobile. Shoto and Momo walked over and quickly placed the handcuffs on Aizawa, officially ending the match. Panting slightly, Momo couldn't help but smile with relief. Momo. It worked, she whispered, still in awe. Shoto glanced at her. Shoto. We wouldn't have passed without your plan. Momo's eyes welled up with tears, her self-doubt finally breaking. She had succeeded, not just in the exam, but in trusting herself again. In the monitoring room, Izuku smiled proudly. Izuku. You did it, Yaoyorozu-san. Recovery girl. Looks like Aizawa got a soft spot for his students, she remarked, her voice filled with amusement. But then again, that's why they all look up to him. Match 5. Yuga Aoyama and Rikido Sato vs 13. As the fifth match between Aoyama and Sato against 13 reached its climax, the air was thick with tension. The two students had been working hard to outmaneuver their opponent, but they now found themselves mere steps away from the escape gate with 13's terrifying black hole quirk closing in on them. The gravity of the situation, literally and figuratively, was impossible to ignore. 13, a pro hero specialized in rescue operations, was using her quirk with deadly precision, creating a vortex that seemed to pull everything into it with relentless force. The gravitational pull of her quirk was powerful enough to tear apart anything, reducing it to dust. Both Yuga and Rikido were clinging to a railing with all their strength, their bodies struggling against the immense force of the black hole. Sato. Hold on, he shouted, his powerful muscles flexing as he tightened his grip on the metal bar. Yuga, hanging onto the same railing beside him, gritted his teeth. His usually flamboyant and carefree demeanor was replaced with fear and desperation. His naval laser was their primary weapon, but in this scenario, it had proven to be more of a liability than an asset. Every time he fired his laser at 13, the beam was absorbed into her black hole, disappearing as if it had never existed. Yuga. Mon ami I can't hold on much longer. He cried out, his voice strained. His arms trembled violently under the strain, and his grip was starting to weaken. 13's calm but firm voice echoed through the vortex. 13. You both have done well to come this far, but in a real-life scenario, this level of teamwork and strategy would not be enough. Sato clenched his jaw. He had used up most of his strength-enhancing Sugar Rush quirk earlier in the fight, and now his muscles were starting to fatigue. He could feel his strength waning as the powerful force of 13's black hole kept pulling them closer and closer. They had no more time. Sato. We have to try something else. He groaned, his eyes darting toward Yuga. Use your laser again, but this time, don't aim at her. Aim behind her. Yuga's eyes widened in confusion. Yuga. Behind her. But what good will that? Sato. Just do it. He snapped, gritting his teeth as he tried to reposition himself against the force pulling at them. With no other option and time running out, Yuga nodded and activated his quirk. His navel laser shot out from his knees, a brilliant beam of energy cutting through the air. Instead of firing at 13, as they had been doing all along, Yuga aimed the laser just past her, hoping to disrupt her concentration or make her move. But 13 didn't flinch. The black hole absorbed the laser as it had before, and she advanced steadily toward them, her quirk pulling them closer to her like a black hole pulling matter into the void. The closer they got, the more they could feel the sheer destructive force emanating from her, the very air around them vibrating with the intensity of the pull. Yuga. It's not working. He screamed in despair, his hands slipping on the railing. Sato. We're out of options, he muttered through clenched teeth. His vision blurred as his strength faltered. He could feel the gravitational pull threatening to tear him from his grip. As the two of them struggled against the inevitable, the realization that they were about to fail sunk in. Sato's muscles began to weaken, and Yuga's fingers slipped further from the railing. Both of them, exhausted and out of ideas, were moments away from being sucked into 13's quirk. Suddenly, Sato's grip gave out. The force of the black hole yanked him into the vortex, and he cried out in frustration as he was pulled off the ground. Yuga, already at his limit, couldn't hold on any longer either, and with a final gasp of terror, his fingers slipped from the railing. Both students were sucked into the powerful pull of 13's black hole, their bodies helplessly drawn toward her. 13, however, controlled her quirk with immense precision, ensuring they wouldn't be harmed. As soon as they came close enough to her, she deactivated her quirk, catching both of them before they could be drawn in too far. 13. It's over, she said calmly, her voice laced with both pride and concern. You both fought well, but in a situation like this, it's important to stay calm and think through all possible strategies. Yuga and Sato, both panting heavily and covered in sweat, lay on the ground, defeated. They had given it their all, but in the end, they had failed the exam. In the monitoring room, Izuku watched with a serious expression. He knew how difficult facing 13 would be. Her quirk wasn't designed for direct combat, but its destructive potential made it nearly impossible to counter. He admired Sato and Yuga's tenacity, but even he could see that they had run out of options long before the match ended. Recovery Girl sighed softly, her eyes sympathetic. Recovery Girl. 13's quirk is incredibly difficult to deal with. Even the best students would struggle against her, especially when there's a risk of being sucked in. Izuku nodded. Izuku. They tried everything they could, but 13-sensei's experience and control over her quirk were too much. It's not easy to face someone with a power that can nullify your attacks so effortlessly. Recovery Girl gave a small nod. Recovery Girl. They'll learn from this. Failing doesn't mean they're not capable, it means there's more to improve on. That's what these exams are for. Despite their failure, Sato and Yuga were praised for their teamwork and effort. They had come closer to escaping than most students might have expected, but 13's experience and mastery of her quirk proved to be an insurmountable challenge for them that day. As the match ended and the next pair prepared for their turn, Yuga and Sato sat together, both disappointed but determined to learn from the experience. Sato. We'll get it next time, he said quietly, clapping Yuga on the shoulder. Yuga, still catching his breath, nodded, his usual confidence returning. Yuga. Oui, mon ami. Next time, we'll be magnifique. Match 6. Denki Kaminari and Mina Ashido vs Principal Nezu. As the sixth match was about to begin, Momo and Ochako entered the monitoring room. Izuku turned to them with a small smile, his eyes filled with pride. Izuku. Congratulations, both of you. You were amazing out there, he said softly. Momo's face lit up with a warm smile, the remnants of her earlier nerves replaced by confidence and relief. Ochako, on the other hand, couldn't help but blush at Izuku's praise, a light pink hue spreading across her cheeks. Ochako. Thanks, Izuku, she said, rubbing the back of her neck shyly. Izuku nodded, his smile not fading. Izuku. I'm really proud of how you both handled yourselves. You kept calm and made great decisions under pressure. Yaoyorozu-san, your plan was genius, and Ochako, your new abilities are seriously impressive. Ochako's blush deepened. Ochako. I still have a long way to go, but thanks. Momo's smile remained gentle as she appreciated the heartfelt praise, her nerves melting away. She felt more connected to Izuku, who had always been a source of motivation for her. "Momo. Thank you, Midoriya-san," she said, her voice soft but filled with gratitude. "I'm glad we made it through." The three of them, now in good spirits, turned their attention to the screens as the sixth match was about to begin. This time, it was Kaminari and Mina against the formidable Principal Nezu. The group settled in to watch, curious about how the match would unfold, especially since Nezu's quirk was far from conventional. At Field Gamma, a vast industrial maze filled with metal structures and towering buildings, Denki and Mina stood at the ready. They both looked confident, discussing their strategy before the match officially started. Denki, with his electric quirk, was sure he could take down the principal without much difficulty. "Denki. I mean, come on, he's just a small animal," he said with a grin, charging up the electricity in his hands. "All we have to do is zap him once, and it'll be over." Mina, equally optimistic, nodded in agreement. "Mina. Yeah, we just need to corner him and get close enough to attack. How hard could it be?" However, Principal Nezu, hidden from view in a large crane, had already begun executing his plan. Using his high-spec quirk, which granted him superhuman intelligence and the ability to predict complex outcomes, he started to manipulate the entire battlefield to his advantage. He knew exactly how to control the environment to outsmart Denki and Mina at every turn. With a flick of a lever, the crane came to life, and the sound of creaking metal echoed through the area. From his vantage point, Nezu started knocking down buildings and causing debris to fall strategically across the field. As the structures toppled, Denki and Mina found their paths cut off, the wreckage creating obstacles that made it difficult to move toward the escape gate. "Denki. What the? Why is he tearing everything down?" he shouted in frustration, looking around at the collapsing surroundings. Mina, also confused, dodged a falling piece of metal and grimaced. "Mina. He's not fighting us directly, but he's destroying everything around us. What do we do, Kaminari?" Denki, caught off guard by Nezu's tactic, fired off an electric discharge, hoping to locate the principal and stop the crane. But it was no use, his electricity was absorbed by the rubble, and he had no clear target. Nezu remained well hidden, watching their every move with a calm, calculated demeanor. Nezu's strategy was simple, he didn't need to engage them directly. Instead, he would use his superior intellect to control the environment, predicting their every move. The more Denki and Mina ran, the more they found themselves trapped in dead ends or forced to dodge falling debris. Every path they took was meticulously cut off by Nezu's machinations. Back in the monitoring room, Izuku and the others watched with growing concern. "Izuku. This is bad," he muttered under his breath, his analytical mind racing as he tried to understand the principal's strategy. Principal Nezu's quirk gives him such high intelligence that he can predict how everything will react. Kaminari and Ashido are just playing into his hands. Momo, standing beside him, nodded. "Momo. He's using their lack of foresight against them. They're too focused on attacking, and they haven't realized that Nezu is controlling the entire field." As the match continued, Denki and Mina became increasingly desperate. Every time they thought they were getting closer to the escape gate, another building would come crashing down, blocking their way. Nezu had manipulated the environment so precisely that only one path remained open to them, a path they didn't even realize they were being herded toward. Denki's energy was running low, and Mina's movements were becoming sluggish as they tried to figure out a way to outsmart their principal. But by the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. The timer ran out. The loud buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. Denki and Mina had failed. In the aftermath, Denki sat on the ground, his hands on his head in frustration. "Denki. We didn't even get close to beating him." Mina, equally disappointed, slumped beside him. "Mina. I can't believe we fell for his traps so easily." Back in the monitoring room, Ochako's shoulders slumped in disappointment as she watched her friend Mina's defeat. "Ochako. I thought they had a chance." Momo sighed sympathetically, her eyes filled with understanding. "Momo. It's difficult to fight someone like Principal Nezu. He's not a physical opponent, he's a mental one." Izuku, though proud of his classmates' efforts, couldn't hide his own sense of disappointment. He knew that Denki and Mina had the strength to win, but facing someone with Nezu's level of intelligence had exposed a critical weakness, one they would need to overcome if they wanted to become true heroes. Izuku. It's tough, he said quietly. Fighting an opponent who's always 2 steps ahead, it's not something they could have prepared for. Match 7. Kyoka Jiro and Koji Koda vs Present Mike. The next match was Present Mike would be facing Jiro and Koda. Izuku, Momo, and Ochako shifted their focus to the screens, eager to see how Kyoka and Koji would fare against their loud, energetic teacher. The battle began in a dense forest, with Kyoka and Koji quickly realizing that they had to be strategic if they wanted to pass. Present Mike's quirk, voice, was a direct counter to Kyoka's abilities, and his booming voice reverberated through the trees, creating powerful sound waves that shook the environment. Kyoka's earphone jack quirk could control sound, but Present Mike's sheer volume overwhelmed her from the very start. Kyoka winced as the sound waves assaulted her eardrums. The intensity of the vibrations made it nearly impossible to move forward. Even though she tried to maintain her composure, the look of pain on her face was evident. She quickly turned to Koji, who stood beside her, wide-eyed and frozen in place. Kyoka. Koda, we have to move. She shouted over the roar of Present Mike's attacks. You've got to ask the birds to attack him. It's the only chance we've got. Koji, still struggling with fear, hesitated. Koda. I can't do it, Jiro. Birds won't be able to get close to him with all this noise. Kyoka bit her lip. She had anticipated that this would be a difficult match, but she hadn't expected to feel so powerless. Her own quirk felt like a weaker version of Present Mike's, and no matter how much she pushed herself, he was always 1 step ahead. The trees around them quivered from the constant bombardment of sound waves. Present Mike's voice echoed across the forest, shaking the leaves and ground alike. Mike. Come on, my students. His voice boomed, his energy undeterred. Can't handle a little sound. You'll have to push harder if you wanna pass. Kyoka clenched her fists, feeling the frustration build. Her ears were starting to bleed, and every pulse of sound felt like a hammer to her head. But even so, she refused to give up. She had learned new moves during her internship with Present Mike, and she wasn't going to back down. Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos, she noticed something. An ant scurried across the ground, unaffected by the deafening sound waves. Her mind raced as an idea began to form. Kyoka. Koda, she called out, can you control bugs? Maybe they can help us. Koji, who had been cowering slightly behind a tree, peeked out. His face immediately turned pale at the mention of bugs. Koji. Be bugs. I hate bugs, he stammered, his fear of creepy crawlies kicking in. Kyoka gritted her teeth, trying to stay calm. Kyoka. I know you're scared, but there's no other way. Mike Sensei's sound can't travel underground. If you can get the bugs to dig up from underneath him, we'll have a chance. For a moment, Koji was frozen in fear, but as he saw the blood dripping from Kyoka's ears and the determination in her eyes, something inside him shifted. He remembered his entrance exam, where he had barely made it through by running away. He had felt the same fear then, but this time was different. He couldn't let Kyoka down. His heart pounded in his chest as he thought about what it meant to be a UA student. The words, plus ultra, echoed in his mind, reminding him of the meaning of going beyond his limits. He took a deep breath, steeling his resolve. Koji. I can do this, he said, more to himself than anyone else. He knelt down, placing his hands on the ground as he began to focus on his Anavoice quirk. His voice trembled at first, but gradually it grew stronger. Bugs, please help us. Kyoka, still holding off the sound waves with her quirk, watched in surprise as Koji began to talk to the insects with newfound determination. She hadn't seen him use his voice like this before, and for a moment, she smiled despite the pain in her ears. Kyoka. You're doing great, Koda, she muttered, though her voice was barely audible over the noise. In response to Koji's command, insects began to crawl out from beneath the ground, dozens of them emerging from the earth. The bugs moved swiftly and silently, burrowing their way through the dirt. The sound waves from Present Mike couldn't touch them underground. Present Mike was unaware of the approaching swarm. He continued to send out wave after wave of sound, his focus entirely on keeping the students at bay. But the bugs had a different plan. From underneath him, they emerged in a sudden burst, crawling up his legs. Hundreds of ants, beetles, and other tiny creatures scuttled up his legs, overwhelming him in seconds. Mike! What the? He yelped, caught completely off guard by the onslaught. His quirk faltered as he tried to swat the insects away, but there were too many. Kyoka seized the opportunity. Kyoka! Now, Koji! Let's go! She yelled, grabbing Koji's hand as they sprinted toward the escape gate. With present Mike distracted, the continuous barrage of sound finally ceased, giving Kyoka a moment of respite. Her head pounded, and her ears still rang painfully, but they were so close to victory now. She couldn't let up. As they neared the gate, they could hear present Mike's voice, now filled with disbelief. Mike! You used bugs. That's so not rockin'. Roll. Kyoka let out a small laugh despite herself. Kyoka. Sorry, Mike-sensei. Sometimes you've gotta get creative. The two students crossed through the escape gate just as present Mike managed to swat away the last of the bugs. The buzzer sounded, marking the end of the match. They had passed. Back in the monitoring room, the watching students let out a collective breath. There was a mix of amusement and relief in the air, with many impressed by how Kyoka and Koji had turned the tide. Recovery Girl shook her head with a disappointed sigh. Recover Girl. Mike, defeated by a bunch of bugs, how embarrassing. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle, clearly amused by the turn of events. Izuku. It worked, though. Kota really stepped up. Momo nodded in agreement, her voice soft but warm. Momo. He really embodied what it means to go plus ultra. I'm happy for both of them. Ochako smiled, leaning back in her chair. Ochako. Yeah, that was such a tough match, but they pulled it off. Jiro's really gotten stronger since her internship with present Mike. The group watched as Koji and Kyoka returned to the sidelines, both panting from the intense match. Koji was still trembling slightly, but there was a newfound sense of pride in his eyes. Kyoka, despite the pain she was in, managed a grin as she gave him a thumbs up. Kyoka. You did great, Kota, she said, patting him on the shoulder. Thanks for stepping up. Koji blushed, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Koji. I'm just glad we made it. Match 8. Mezzo Shoji and Toru Hagakure vs Snipe. The next match was set to begin, and the monitoring room became silent as the three students focused their attention on the screens. Shoji and Toru were up against the renowned sharpshooter, Snipe, in a tense battle of strategy and stealth. The battlefield was a large corridor filled with thick pillars that provided ample cover, making it an ideal space for their opponent to showcase his deadly accuracy. Izuku, Momo, Ochako, and the others watched as the match began. Snipe was known for his ability to hit targets from long distances with near-perfect precision, and his quirk, homing, allowed him to lock onto his target without ever needing to see them directly. This was going to be a tough challenge for Mezzo and Toru. Ochako. Do you think they have a chance? She asked, leaning forward slightly in her seat. Momo pursed her lips, contemplating. Momo. Snipe's quirk is incredibly dangerous in an open area like this, but they might have a chance if they can outmaneuver him. Izuku nodded, watching the screen closely. Izuku. They'll need to be careful. Snipe can lock onto them even if they're hiding. As the battle unfolded, Mezzo and Toru ducked behind one of the large pillars, using it as cover. The sound of gunfire echoed through the corridor as Snipe, perched at the far end of the arena, took aim. The students barely had a moment to breathe as they tried to figure out their next move. Mezzo's multiple arms extended outward, feeling for any sign of Snipe's next attack. He used his dupli arms to increase his awareness, hoping to anticipate where the shots were coming from. Shoji. We can't stay here for long, he muttered to Floating Gloves and Boots. He'll break through this cover eventually. Toru nodded in agreement. Toru. Right, we need to get closer, but he's got every angle covered. What do we do? Before they could make their next move, a smoke grenade came flying into their hiding spot. Snipe's signature move, filling the area with gas to disorient his opponents. The corridor was quickly engulfed in thick smoke, obscuring their vision. Mezzo. Stay low, he warned, crouching even lower behind the pillar as it began to crumble from Snipe's shots. Without warning, the pillar they were hiding behind was hit directly, shattering into pieces. The sudden blast forced the two students to scatter. Mezzo moved quickly, using his arms to propel himself toward another pillar, while Toru vanished from sight once she stripped off her remaining costume. Through the haze of smoke, Mezzo glanced around and quickly realized what Toru was planning. She had removed her clothing, making herself completely undetectable to the naked eye, even to someone as skilled as Snipe. Now, it was up to Mezzo to create a distraction to buy her enough time. Shoji. All right, he muttered to himself, bracing for what was coming next. He knew what he had to do. He darted from behind the pillar and deliberately moved into Snipe's line of sight, making himself an easy target. As expected, Snipe immediately locked onto him. The sound of bullets ricocheted off the walls as Mezzo narrowly dodged the incoming shots, using his arms to shield himself. Snipe. Gotcha, kid. He called out, his tone confident as he prepared to take the final shot. One of the bullets clipped Mezzo's arm, causing him to stumble. Mezzo grunted in pain but kept moving, his mind focused on the plan. He knew he had to keep Snipe's attention on him for just a little longer. Mezzo. Come on, just a few more seconds, he whispered under his breath. Meanwhile, Toru crept silently through the smoke, completely invisible to both Snipe and Mezzo. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she stayed focused. This was her chance to shine, and she wasn't going to let it slip away. She maneuvered behind Snipe, careful not to make a single sound. As Mezzo made a final dash toward another pillar, Snipe fired another shot, this time hitting Mezzo's leg and causing him to fall to the ground. Snipe. Sorry, Shoji, he said, his voice calm as he aimed his gun once more. Looks like this is it for ya. But just as he pulled the trigger, Toru made her move. From out of nowhere, she appeared behind Snipe, completely invisible. She lunged forward, and with swift precision, clamped the handcuffs around Snipe's wrist. The metallic click echoed through the corridor, and Snipe's eyes widened in surprise as he realized what had just happened. Snipe. What the? He exclaimed, turning his head to see that he had been caught off guard. Toru, still invisible, let out a triumphant laugh. Toru. Gotcha, sensei. Mezzo, still lying on the ground, let out a sigh of relief, grateful that the plan had worked. He pushed himself up with his remaining strength, limping over to where Snipe and Toru stood. Snipe chuckled, clearly impressed despite having lost the match. Snipe. Well, I'll be damned. You kids got me. Good teamwork. Toru. We did it, Shoji. The buzzer sounded, signaling the end of the match. They had passed. Back in the monitoring room, the watching students erupted into cheers and applause, clearly impressed by the strategy and coordination. Momo. That was amazing, she said, her voice filled with admiration. Hagakuri's invisibility was the perfect counter against Snipe. Ochako nodded in agreement. Ochako. Yeah, and Shoji really kept his cool under pressure. That distraction was risky, but it paid off. Izuku smiled warmly as he leaned back in his chair. Izuku. It was a great plan. They both really showed their strengths in this match. Match 9. Honta-Shiro and Minoru Mineta vs Midnight. The 9th match began with an odd pairing. Shiro and Mineta against Midnight, UA's pro hero known for her somnambulist quirk. Her ability to emit a sleep-inducing fragrance from her body was a deadly tool in close-quarters combat, and both Minoru and Honta knew they would have to keep their distance to stand any chance of winning. In the monitoring room, Ochako glanced over at Izuku as the match started, concern in her voice. Ochako. You should really be getting ready for your own test with All Might, she reminded him. It's going to be the toughest fight yet. Izuku, however, seemed more interested in watching the remaining matches. His eyes were glued to the screen, his thoughts momentarily distracted by the spectacle of his classmates facing Midnight. Izuku. I will, he promised with a nod. But I want to see everyone fight until the end first. They've all worked so hard to get this far. Besides, I hardly doubt All Might can give me a challenge. Just as Izuku finished his thought, the sound of Mineta's panicked screams filled the room, causing everyone to turn their attention to the monitors. Mineta was shown bolting away from Midnight, his voice high-pitched with terror, and was literally crying blood. Mineta. It should be me. This is totally unfair, he wailed, his short legs moving as fast as they could carry him. Izuku. Mineta, he murmured, his brow furrowing. What's he thinking? Honda Zero had already been subdued at the very start of the match after bravely trying to save Minoru from Midnight's initial attack. Zero had used his tape quirk to fend her off briefly, but the sweet fragrance of her somnambulist quirk had overwhelmed him, putting him to sleep almost instantly, and was sleeping on her legs as she gently lay him down. Now, Minoru was alone, running for his life through the empty streets of the test area. Recovery Girl sighed from her seat beside the monitors, watching Minoru's frantic retreat. Recovery Girl. That boy, he may not belong at UA, she said softly. He doesn't have the long-term goals or the motivation that drives most students here. It seems like all he wants is to impress girls. Meanwhile, Minoru's panicked sprint came to an abrupt halt as he gasped for air, his small body shaking from the exertion. He glanced around desperately, trying to figure out what to do. Midnight's sensual voice echoed from behind him, taunting him as she closed the distance. Midnight. What's the matter, Mineta? Tired already? She teased, her whip cracking ominously at her side. You know you can't outrun me. Minoru gulped, realizing the truth of her words. There was no escaping her. But at that moment, something clicked in his mind. An old memory resurfaced, one he hadn't thought about since the USJ attack. He remembered the sight of Izuku, Shoto, and others fighting for their lives against villains, not because it was easy, but because it was right. Heroes weren't defined by their quirks or their power. They were defined by their actions. Mineta. I wanted to be a hero, because it would impress the girls, he muttered to himself, but that's not enough, is it? He clenched his fists, turning to face the approaching Midnight. His fear hadn't disappeared, but something inside him shifted. He had to prove, if only to himself, that he could be a hero too. Midnight, seeing that Minoru had stopped running, smiled coyly. Midnight. Finally giving up? She asked, slowly advancing with a deliberate sway in her step. Minoru shook his head, a grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. Mineta. No, I'm not giving up. I was actually a fan of yours before I came to UA, he confessed, his voice steadying. And because of that, I know a way to beat you. Midnight's eyes narrowed slightly, intrigued. Midnight. Oh, and what might that be? Minoru didn't answer immediately. Instead, he revealed a crucial part of his plan. Honda's tape was wrapped tightly around his face, covering his nose and mouth, effectively protecting him from Midnight's sleep-inducing fragrance. He had been faking his panic all along, luring Midnight away from the escape gate while keeping himself immune to her most dangerous weapon. Midnight's playful demeanor faded into one of genuine surprise. Midnight. You planned this? Mineta. Sort of, he admitted with a shrug. I figured you'd be too focused on chasing me to notice the gate. So, I led you far away from it. Midnight. Well, I still have this, she countered, flicking her whip in his direction. Minoru grinned. Mineta. Yeah, but I've got Grape Rush. With that, Minoru activated his pop-off quirk and launched a barrage of sticky grape-like balls at Midnight. His projectiles clung to her whip, her clothes, and the ground around her, immobilizing her movements. Midnight struggled against the adhesive force, but the more she pulled, the more stuck she became. She laughed, clearly impressed despite her predicament. Midnight. I'll admit, I didn't expect this from you, Mineta. Minoru puffed up his chest, feeling a rare sense of pride wash over him. Mineta. I may be small, but I'm full of surprises. Using the window of opportunity he'd created, Minoru rushed over to Honda's unconscious body, still wrapped in tape from their earlier encounter. With great effort, Minoru managed to hoist Honda onto his back and began dragging him toward the escape gate. The scene in the monitoring room was a surprise. Even Recovery Girl, who had doubted Minoru's commitment earlier, smiled as she watched the tiny hero in training drag his partner to safety. Recovery Girl. I might have misjudged him, she admitted. He's got more spirit than I thought. Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. Izuku. Mineta really pulled it off. With one final burst of energy, Minoru crossed the escape gate, dragging Honda with him, ensuring their victory. The buzzer sounded, marking the end of the match, and the monitors switched back to the neutral view of the arena. Minoru, exhausted and barely able to stand, collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. He had done it. He had defeated Midnight, one of the toughest teachers at UA, and he hadn't done it for the girls this time. He had done it to prove something to himself. With the match between Minoru and Midnight concluded, the atmosphere in the monitoring room shifted. The students were still buzzing about Minoru's unexpected victory, but there was a looming tension as the most anticipated battle of the day approached: Izuku versus All Might. Ochako turned toward Izuku. She had a soft smile on her face, though her eyes betrayed a hint of worry. "Ochako, it's your turn now, Izuku," she said, her voice gentle yet firm. Izuku took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the challenge ahead. "Izuku. Yeah, it's time," he replied, standing up slowly. As he started to leave the room, Momo and Ochako approached him. Momo, her expression soft but supportive, spoke first. "Momo. Good luck, Midoriya-san. We're all rooting for you." She had been grateful for his encouragement earlier during her match with Shoto, and now it was her turn to return the favor. Ochako nodded enthusiastically, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. "Ochako. Yeah, Izuku, you've got this. Just be careful, okay?" Her voice was filled with genuine concern. She had seen Izuku push himself to his limits before, and she didn't want him to get hurt, especially against someone as powerful as All Might. Izuku smiled at both of them, his nerves calming slightly from their encouragement. "Izuku. Thanks, Yaoyorozu-san. Ochako. I'll do my best." With that, Izuku left the room, his mind now fully focused on the upcoming battle. He arrived at the large training ground where his exam would take place. It was eerily quiet. The area was designed like a cityscape, with tall buildings, alleyways, and streets that could be used to his advantage. His resolve was as strong as steel. Because it's time to show his true power. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.